everyone, I'm Captain Logan, and welcome to our Superman Spoilercast. We're going to talk ins and outs of James Gunn's Superman, the highly anticipated movie this year, starting the new DCU. And I got a big panel, of course. Thank you guys all for joining me tonight. To my left is my son, Jayson. Jayson and I have already done a How We Felt About on the movie. We've already done our sign flips. So we're going to let these guys do their sign flips here pretty soon. So we've also got Austin the Day Ghost.
What's up?
And we've got Robert Wild.
Hello.
And finally, Connor Nielsen.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Who, for tonight, for no reason at all, we'll be referring to as Crypto. Connor will be the Crypto for the group.
Austin's Guy Gardner.
It's a pretty good Crypto impression. And then who's...
The Guy Gardner, I can accept that.
Okay, so you're Guy Gardner, and then I guess we'll make Robert Metamorpho?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah,
Squiggle Man.
Yeah.
Squiggle Man. We'll make him Squiggle Man. There you go.
You're the weird baby.
The weird baby and a Squiggle Man. Anyway, Superman. So, Jayson and I have been twice. Connor, it sounded like, has been at least twice. Austin, oh, you've only been once? I thought you said the first time, and that made me think you'd gone twice. Austin has seen it twice. And, Robert, have you just been the one time, or did you go twice?
I just saw it a second time today.
Oh, cool. Okay, so we've all done our homework. We've all had a couple of experiences. I guess before I open the floor up, so this will be a consummate spoiler cast. Usually we do kind of a hybrid, how we feel about spoiler cast, where we'll do a decent amount of time without spoilers and then get into spoilers. Tonight we're going to do spoilers from the very start, so that's why I titled it that way. So if you're here and you've not seen the movie, I would go watch it first, because we're going to tell you things that you're not going to want to know about yet right away. But before I get to you, so we're not going to do a we're not going to. God, my brain's not working tonight. I'm sorry. Why do we have to start these so freaking late? Anyway, we're not going to do a synopsis up front. We already did that with How We Felt About It. Everybody knows what happens in this movie if you're here. So before I jump over to you guys, I just want to real quick confer with Jayson and say, Jayson, is your sign flip still green after 2 viewings, or did it drop at all? Did it dip at all?
Oh, it didn't drop. Nope.
I had the same thing. I'm still green on it, and I will say I actually had even a better viewing a second time than I did the first.
There are things that I disliked more the second time, but it got overshadowed by more things that I liked more the second time.
Several of my reservations first time out, I was appreciating more on a second viewing, and some of it is maybe just adjusting to things I wasn't expecting with that, because it did have a tone that, even though it's a gun movie, blindsided me a little bit. I will say that, but I won't say that I don't still have issues, and that like some of my reservations aren't still there, certainly, but I am having the same thing I do with all of James Gunn movies, where I'm liking it better on another viewing. The difference is, with the Suicide Squad, I would have flipped red first out, and I now think that's still possibly a better movie than this movie. It's very strange, but two viewings in, I'm already happier with it than I was the first time out. But I want to hear from our other panelists. So I'm going to ask you guys to do our standard best thing, worst thing, and sign flip, but don't worry about spoilers. Feel free to say anything you want to, and don't get too nitty gritty yet, because we'll have a conversation amongst us. But don't worry about spoilers. And if you're watching live, thanks a bunch for being here. We sure appreciate it. Thank you for watching after the fact later on if you're doing that. And we're going to talk ins and outs of this as much as we can, but if there's something you want to make sure that we talk about, and this is a pretty jam-packed movie, so we're bound to miss stuff, leave comments, direct them at Jayson. He'll be modding tonight, if that's cool with you. Yep. We didn't talk about that, but you have your laptop out, so I assume you're playing the mod game. And if you want to leave a super chat, that will guarantee that we talk about whatever aspect of the movie that you want us to talk about, or just get your feelings out. And we also are doing Patreon reviews tonight. Become a patron at patreon.com/Evolution. Just the $2 tier lets you do that. We're going to do these with all new movie reviews, if I can remember to do it. I actually opened feelers out for Jurassic World and then completely forgot to read them on that review. So I will read those on the Captain Logan show this week, and massive apologies to the 6 people that left comments for that. But we got like 11 for this on just Patreon. Austin, if you'll bring up Discord for later on.
Yeah, I think we have 3.
We'll make sure and answer those also. Okay, cool. And I don't know, maybe we'll do that somewhere in the middle. Maybe we'll wait till the very end, but we'll make sure and get those out tonight. And apologies to folks that, again, left them for Jurassic World and didn't get those read. But once again, if you want to leave one and you haven't yet, you can go ahead and do that through the show, and I'll make sure and refresh and make sure it gets read. Anyway, let's start with Robert, I think. Because I've already talked quite a bit with Austin off camera, so I want to hear from you guys that I don't know anything about yet. Austin, how did you feel about Robert? Austin's on every program. I'm just used to saying Austin. Robert, how did
He's tricking you. He's throwing you a curveball.
How did you feel about Superman?
How did I feel about Superman? Well, starting off with my best thing, I feel like a lot of us are gonna say the same thing. So my spin on it is gonna be my best thing is this movie's attitude. I think I can't speak for everyone here, but I love David Cornsweet in this. He's such a great Superman. He's wonderful, but I really love this movie's attitude about Superman. James Gunn's love for Superman is palpable in this film. It never feels like it's punching down on him for his values and his personality. You really feel like James Gunn likes him, even if he probably doesn't identify with him as much as he identifies with other characters, like Rocket Raccoon in the Guardians movies. This is very different from that. But I really appreciate this movie's attitude about Superman. And in terms of the James Gunn sensibilities we're used to, as far as the rest of the movie goes, I don't think it's too excessive on language or adult humor or anything like that. It goes to those places a few times, but there's not like a forced token F-bomb or anything like that. I appreciated that. I don't need that for this movie. I like that we have a Superman that doesn't swear much, and the movie doesn't feel like it's making fun of him for that. It's really endearing the way it treats him, and I really appreciated that. My worst thing, and this was definitely confirmed with me on a second viewing, is boy, I wish this movie is like 10 minutes longer. And there's a lot I love here. There's a lot here that I think is great.
Massively second that? Because that was the big thing I had walking out the second time, where I was like, first time out, something was missing, and I was like, there is some kind of a pacing thing with this, and I cannot figure out what it is. And yeah, it needs 10 or 15 more minutes just to breathe. It's so packed.
Yeah, I don't think this needs to be over 2.5 hours long or anything like that. It's very economical and efficient. I didn't even have too many pacing issues aside from one scene, but it's not like anything major is missing. There's just some stuff that happens off camera, like some connective tissue between some scenes I would have liked to have seen.
It doesn't even feel like there's scenes missing. I'm not confused. Yeah. It's not for me a logic issue. It's just, let me breathe a little bit. Like, it's so roller coastery, and
absolutely.
That is a good thing. But I wanted 2 more of those Superman and Lois debate scenes, like that kind of thing. I wanted the movie to stop and just have a couple of people talk for 8 minutes, a couple more times.
Oh, that's fair. And part of my other thing, too, about my worst thing with his length, I don't just think it should be 10 minutes longer. There's also a couple of set-piece sequences I actually think could be shaved down a bit. Sure. That I had on... But since we're in spoilers, particularly when we're in the pocket dimension the first time and Superman's released and he and Metamorpho and company are trying to escape, I personally think that sequence goes way longer than it needs to. I don't know if anyone's going to disagree with me on that. But when Superman's stuck in that river thing, I'm like... okay, we can get out of here. This is going on longer than I need it to. And there's some fighting stuff with Ultraman later that I think goes on a little longer than it needs to. So I don't just want an extra 10 minutes. There's also a couple of set pieces like that I think could be shaved down by a couple minutes. But that's just my opinion. So where do I sign flip on this? Do I go green, Christopher Reeve, or red, EVS? Yeah, I'm going with the Christopher Reeve 2-film collection, which is weirdly titled, because it's not Superman 2, it's Superman the Extended Cut and Superman the Special Edition. Which one is which? Who's to say? But that is this 2-film collection. But yeah, I'm flipping green. I am feeling it.
Collection on having 2 cuts?
Neither of which are the theatrical version.
But yeah, so if anyone wants to know, the extended cut is the 3-hour TV version. which I've still never seen, but I
Okay.
heard is dreadful. But I have it.
I have multiple
So.
copies of that movie naturally, but I need that box. I want that so bad. Robert, I want to thank you for just doing my job for me. Like I don't feel like I don't feel like I have to articulate anything tonight or say anything. I'm just right there with Robert. As Robert just said what's in my brain right now. Let's go to Connor.
Yeah. Woof woof, arf arf, grr, grr. But I think that
He's
this
crypto,
movie was...
everybody. I know it's been a while since we hit that shtick, but that's why he's doing that.
Woof woof. But this was my most anticipated movie of the year. I'm pretty sure, and I was not disappointed. It was an interesting thing, the lead up, because for whatever reason, Superman has to be the most hotly debated thing by people online, and I'm like not that terminally online. Like I don't have a Twitter, so most of the online scuttlebutt was like going over my head, but still.
This and Ghostbusters, those and everything else.
Yeah, but yeah, I really like this. Leading into it, like everything James Gunn was saying, this is what I want to do with my Superman movie. I was like, yeah. But then there would be like a pieces of marketing, like clips, where I'm like, this feels like I can't really respond to this properly because it feels obviously trimmed down. But I don't really like this clip. And then I'll like go to the theater and I'm like, yeah, it was edited down. I was right. It's better in context. But anyways, I think that the best thing about this movie was it's what I wanted, like visually, like just everything from like the aspect ratio choice to the lens choices, like everything that when I watched The Suicide Squad and Guardians of the Galaxy 3, James Gunn has definitely been evolving stylistically. And I think the way in which he's evolved visually speaking, you can tell like how that's merging with the way he likes to structure and tell stories. And he puts a lot of faith in himself to kind of handle such chaotic and potentially unruly material here. And I only saw it the one time. There are a few things here and there that I'm like, maybe I just missed some stuff. Like, I don't know if you're a citizen in this world, if you even know what happened to the Hammer of Baravia. And that's like the first thing we see in this movie. I don't know if like Lois Lane even knows that that's actually Ultraman was instigated by but I guess she does. I don't know. It's not really like spoken about, but it's still like it's amazing how much stuff is here that is like packaged in such a it is chaotic, but like I was able to go with it in like a kind of a nutty Silver Age uh kitchen sink kind of way. Like it did remind me a lot of like a Grant Morrison comic book, and not even really All-Star Superman, which yes, they are clearly influenced here by, but like Grant Morrison comic books can get pretty nuts. And like this, I think is able to kind of convey what I like about comic books um, as a movie. And that's something that is like really cool because I've heard a lot of talk over the last, number of decades now, like after Bryan Singer and Christopher Nolan, some people have accused those people of being embarrassed to be adapting comic books. And I've just personally never really connected with that. Like they probably do like comics, but they're film guys. So like their understanding of artistic language is cinematic. So, but the thing is, James Gunn has been working at such a way that he knows how to cinematically realize the comic book stuff in a way that other people probably just don't have much of an interest in doing. And it is, if he feels unshackled, and it is genuinely exciting to see this exist. So that's probably my best thing. As far as my worst thing goes, there's honestly not a lot here that I really disliked. I think that there's a few things that are like, yeah, James Gunn, the what's in it a problem here is like not really a problem to me. But there are James Gunn stuff here that like, yeah, they've kind of hindered my enjoyment in the past. Like James Gunn graduates from the James Cameron School of not knowing when to end his climaxes. But I will say that like the stuff going on here it felt a little less indulgent than something like Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which not a bad movie. I like all the stuff that happens in it. I just don't need as much of it, right? Like I'm getting a little exhausted as it's happening. I love the way this looks visually, but the pocket dimension looks a little busy, but also visually indistinct to really feel like a really cool location. Whereas everything else in the movie, I think looks great. And like I like how well balanced pretty much everything is. I love Jimmy Olsen's subplot. I love how it like, gives us an into the JLI. I love all that. Being said, I kind of wanted more Lois with Clark. I was kind of becoming aware as the movie was going on that like Lois feels kind of distant from Superman in a way that I kind of didn't want. But I did really like this movie. I thought it was like kind of great, and I can't wait to see it again. And who knows, maybe after another viewing, I won't have the reservations I did, and I feel like the stuff that I now know is there. Watching it again, I will be excited to see it, and I will probably enjoy it even more seeing it again. So, big thumbs up for me. I'm feeling it. Green sign flip, whatever you want to call it. Really liked it.
I want to respond to two things you said real quick before we go to Austin. Just little minor things. First of all, yes, Bryan Singer was embarrassed to be associated with comic books. I will say that he had like a don't read comics on set thing. Like he went to the black costumes because he needed it to feel more like the real world, realistic. Like, yeah, he was a little embarrassed about the comic thing. Nolan verdict is more out on that, but I'm gonna say pretty definitively on that with Singer.
They made 5 comic book movies though. They made 5 of them.
They kept giving him work, and then. No, I know, and I think he warmed up to it more as it went along. But that first one. What were you say, Austin?
No, I was just gonna say I do think there's probably like a shift in terms of some of that stuff, and that shift to Superman Returns. But I don't know. I'm not getting involved.
I'm just
what Cap is saying.
Like I've
what
read
Cap
it.
is saying is the worst thing Bryan Singer has ever done is not like comic books. That
Exactly.
No, the worst thing is the hypocrisy. But anyway, so. The other thing I wanted to mention is I'm with you, Connor, and having seen this twice, I can kind of confirm this, but I have a guess. There are a few things like you're saying with the Hammer of Bravia where I go, just give me a line, just make it a little bit more explicit. The assumption that I think is a fair enough assumption to make is that there's information in the selfies with Tessmacher that would make it clear enough that the Hammer of Baravia thing is part of the conspiracy, but we're never told that explicitly.
Also,
and you're right, and like that is kind of like a way I can go, yeah, like it's there in the story, but like I feel like calling it out is necessary because it's the first thing we see in this movie is him fighting this guy.
Like I want to know if the people at large at the end of the movie know for sure about that whole conspiracy, because retroactively it makes it easier for the Justice Gang, the JLI, to get away with stopping that conflict and the larger world being okay with it. Like, as long as we know Lex Luthor instigated that, that kind of quiets the discourse, I would think, right? About superheroes getting involved in foreign affairs. When we thought that we were just that Superman was meddling, and he was, then it's a problem. But at the moment that we know for sure that Lex or another government entity or anybody else started that, then all bets are off. That should maybe be talked about at the end, too.
Also, I just realized that Ultraman is a reveal in a reveal. There's it's like, oh, the Hammer of Arabia is actually Ultraman. And then it's like, oh, Ultraman is really a clone of Superman. It's like, really?
Oh, that's true. It's a mask in a mask, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Bookended, I guess, yeah.
And
One
also,
thing I was-
neither of those are actual reveals for an audience that's read one Superman comic, right?
Yeah.
None of that is because, or I should say, like, if you know that Ultraman is a character in this movie, and you see the Hammer of Bravia thing, you're like, that's probably Ultraman, and then it's Ultraman, and then at the end, like. We've all been going into this going, Ultraman is one of two things. He's a clone or he's a Superman from another universe. And since we got a pocket dimension, I spent the whole movie going, I mean, I guess there's a chance that Ultraman is still a Superman from another universe. And then when Lex goes, it's a clone, I'm like, who is this a surprise for? Like, I guess there's maybe some people in the audience that don't know anything about, like, Lex and cloning people and all of that. But also, we've seen Superman fight himself on the big screen before. Like, I don't know that this is really that surprising of a reveal.
I think that was probably the worst part of the movie. Like, I liked all of the stuff with, like, Lex Luthor, controlling him and whatever.
1A.
Yeah.
1A.
I just didn't need...
1A.
I didn't need the Superman clone thing. And I wish it was, like, something else that wasn't Ultraman.
Oh, I should have made Robert Ultraman instead of Metamorpho, so that I could say 1A, and then he could just be over there, like,
Is he a
punching
clone
stuff.
of himself? Is
That means Jayson
No, you
hates
don't
you,
get
Robert.
hit. You're punching because you're Ultraman.
I don't know who I am anymore. I do think it's fun though that he's cloned from a strand of Superman's hair, like Nuclear Man. That's fun.
Yeah, that is
that's what I
true.
thought.
It also went over my head until I think it was Josh on Discord said to me, like, the pocket dimension's made up of cubes, like Bizarro World.
Oh, sure.
That's cool.
I wish, though, since
I thought it was a reference to Minecraft, which is also a Warner Brothers.
That's
film,
exactly
but-
what I thought of too. I was like, oh, Minecraft just came out. It's part of the universe, I'm sure.
Oh, no.
And we're all speculating, of course, that Ultraman will end up being Bizarro down the road, so that could be completely intentional foreshadowing with the cubes. But Austin, real quick before we get to your sign flip, I was just going to say, since we got a strand of hair that makes Ultraman, I wish there was just an offhanded line of dialogue about how Lex, like, cut that out of a museum somewhere.
I will say, Austin...
Well, we needed Ducky Luthor from Superman 4. He should have been in this movie.
Look, we've got Otis and Tessmacher. Why the hell not?
Exactly.
I can't confirm this. I saw it on Wiki and nowhere else, so I don't know if this is true, that Otis's last name is supposed to be Berg?
Yeah.
And that's hilarious
Oh.
if that's true.
I wonder if it's on his name tag or something. It's not spoken in the movie, but that's great.
Otis Berg. And some people probably won't even realize that Eve is supposed to be Tessmacher, but Miss Tessmacher's name is Eve Tessmacher, which I was not aware of until the Supergirl TV show, where she's referred to constantly as Eve Tessmacher, and in the movies it's just Miss Tessmacher. But I think Eve as a first name might predate Supergirl, but I'm not actually sure where it comes from.
Isn't it? Yeah, she's Eve Tessmacher in the original movie, right? Like,
Is she
for
actually
whatever reason, I
Referred to
associate
by her first name in that movie? Because if so, I've never noticed it.
I can't remember.
It's
It might
also
come from the
possible-
comics, if not that movie.
It's also possible that it's only in one cut, and it may or may not be in one of the cuts in the collection that Robert has.
Or she's credited as Eve Tessmacher instead of Miss Tessmacher. I'm not sure. That
Oh
could be
yeah,
it.
we should look that up.
Yeah.
that could be it. The only familiarity I have with that character is from the Donner film, so like that's I assume she's referred to as
And-
Eve at some point in that.
On Wikipedia, it says Eve Tessmacher. So
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, like, Wikipedia could just be getting that from one of the places that she's called that, and then putting that across, because it does the same thing with Otis Berg, and that's not his name everywhere. Austin, what is your sign flip and best thing, worst thing? And apologies for all the ground we've covered already before we got to you.
No, it's okay. I had a non-spoiler one because I thought we weren't supposed to have spoilers, so I have that ready. But I'll throw out a spoiler thing too.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's okay. So my non-spoilery best thing is that one of the ways in which they portray that Guy Gardner is an a-hole is that he sits around at a restaurant drinking a glass of milk, and I think that's very funny. But no, part of that though I will give to
I missed that.
it just being the world overall, in which you can have Green Lantern just sitting in a restaurant and nobody says anything, that he's just there full costume. Same with how like none of the civilians in Metropolis really care that like all this stuff is happening. Like in 1 week there is a giant monster, a giant robot man, or not giant, but like a big robot man, a giant dimensional imp, and the city also splits in half at one point. This is a world in which we evacuate like half of Metropolis for that sequence, and I can buy it because this happens daily.
And they all
have to
just
be
leave
prepared for
in
this.
like in an orderly fashion.
Yeah, exactly. They have to be prepared. It's happening daily. But no, for a more spoilery best thing, this movie captures something that I don't think we've really had a lot in superhero movies, because we've become like so ensemble, and there's a lot of characters in this movie. But it captures that like Indiana Jones sequel thing I like, where it just like packs so much on top of Superman, and then he just has to deal with it, and he has to, take care of it, and he doesn't really have help through most of that stuff. Like Metamorpho is there when he's flying into the black hole, but it's entirely Superman that gets them out. Same with like the action sequence with the city splitting up. Mr. Terrific's really just there to like type things into the computer at the end. Like all of this is just, we're throwing stuff at Superman, and he's just got to handle it. And I really liked how Gunn handled all of that. My worst thing, I'm just gonna lump onto what Robert said, because like Connor said, I think this is a movie where there's not really like a ton that I'm against. Like it's even when I'm like, oh, this isn't like amazing or anything, it's not bad. But I'll add onto the structure thing and say that just some of the cuts are really jarring, where you can tell they took out the like week structure that this was supposed to have, where it was days in a week, and we cut the title cards like the Suicide Squad. And some of those cuts are really jarring.
Specifically the cuts to black, and then we're in another scene. I was like, oh, that's
because it feels like we just took out those title cards and replaced them with nothing, and it was like just 5-second cuts to black.
And they should have left those. I can't think of any good reason to take that out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Especially because that helps kind of separate it. Like, we've never really had a superhero movie that breaks things up into a day structure like that. And that would be another unique way to be a like graphic novel or a trade of a miniseries, the way the Suicide Squad is, but broken up in a different way. Because this definitely has that kind of structure, that kind of feel about it. Like off camera,
Absolutely.
Austin suggested that this is kind of like the Fleischer, like the Fleischer Superman cartoons, if they were tied together with an overarching story, which I hadn't thought about, but I don't think I disagree with that. I can totally see it.
Mm-hmm. No, it's got that structure where it's like, here's the Hammer of Bravia episode, here's the Giant Kaiju episode, here's the Pocket Dimension episode, and like so forth, where it's like, I don't know, every like 10-20 minutes is doing something kind of different. It's got like a very episodic structure and very like loosey-goosey.
Yeah, the Suicide Squad feels like an arc in a run, like a 6-issue arc, like, oh yeah, this is the Jotunheim story, and then you get the Harley Quinn tie-in issue in the middle. This feels like a graphic novel, like All-Star Superman, Dark Knight Returns, or those are like 4 very distinctly different chapters, but it's one overall story.
But still stuff that was
feel.
released in singles in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I've been begging for years for this, and for this kind of thing in mainstream superhero movies, where I've wanted to see more experimentation in adapting the one format to another format. Like, how close can you get to comics while still making it a cinematic experience and not losing an audience? And I will say, I think he's real risky with, I think it was the Suicide Squad, I think it's definitely with this, because it's more of a mainstream thing that more of everybody is going to want to see, by making it feel like a thing that arguably is more for comic book fans than it is for not comic book fans, which I don't know that I would say about hardly any big A-list character movie that at least it's been made with more than $100 million, right? Like,
yeah, it feels like James Gunn is saying, you know what, people like comic books, they just don't know they like comic books, so I'm going to give them a comic book.
In the same way, in the same way as Donner said people like superheroes, they just don't know they like superheroes, right? Like,
yeah.
Because that
also
was
to jump onto my Superman thing.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say also to lump onto that. I just remembered Gunn's hypocrisy of this being like a very powered down Superman, while also he has maybe one of the biggest feats of any Superman on film, which is that black hole bit.
Yeah, that's true. Real quick, can I ask you guys? Well, Austin, did you actually do your sign flip? I mean, obviously you like the movie.
Oh yeah, no, and it's a good thing. It's a green thing. I mean,
it's a green thing.
So I will say
he's holding up his own copy of the Superman collection.
I have a teal water bottle. There you go. This is a teal movie.
Not the two-film collection.
We're just all picking up random objects.
Glass.
I'm just got like a kryptonite glass.
Yes. It's a Green Lantern construct of a Coke glass.
Okay. I was just thinking that would be a great Lex move. He just pulls out two glasses and one's a kryptonite glass.
Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, and he pulls it out of like a lead tumbler.
Yeah.
That would be great.
I just realized that we kind of spoiled all of our feelings on this movie because of the lines around the Discord boxes whenever people talk. Because they're all green, and so that just spoils it.
Okay, but if we do one of these where we all hated it, it will still look the same.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know that.
It'll have the same thing. Okay, let me read these super chats. Sorry, did you have the thing about the movie you want to say?
No.
Oh, darn it. Let me read these super chats real quick, and then we'll go wherever they lead us, shall we? Dubby, 499 super chat. Lex gaslights people. Gaslighting is when you just make everything so crazy it all blows up. Occam's razor. Whatever can happen will happen. That is true. This is simultaneously an updated modern Lex again, and also a very traditional old-fashioned Lex, and a combination of movie Lex, like the original movie Lex, and a more like Michael Rosenbaum version, and that was surprising to me. Like, that we did as much Donner stuff as we did with him. And I gotta tell you, I was really on the fence about it through the entire movie, until we got to the last scene. Like, I didn't feel like there was anything in this that was too horribly nostalgia bait or member-berry with Donner stuff, or with any other Superman things for that matter, even with the original Superman theme in the score, which I'm still on the fence about, but I felt like it carved out its own tone entirely. I just spent the whole movie going, I guess I was putting myself in other people's shoes, even more than my own, and going, people have been asking to get a Superman movie away from Lex Luthor for frickin' 45 years, and you not only did Lex as your main and only villain again, because I expected this to have a bunch of villains in it, and Lex is behind all of them. And so you've got not only Lex as the villain again, but he's got an Otis and a Tessmacher, and he's pretty, not just pretty, like insanely over the top, but like he's got a land plot and everything. Like we're back to that stuff again. But he finally gets to actually be the corporate mogul version and not just be the Facebook guy again.
Can I say
Also,
something?
he's a mad scientist. He's also a mad scientist.
He sure
Yeah,
is.
splits the difference between them.
Can I say something about Lex? Because
that seems to be the topic right now.
Yeah. Looking back on it, I'm not the biggest Lex Luthor fan. And I think
I did something wrong.
There are things about each adaptation of Lex that I like, but mostly I have found him to just be kind of an annoying character. This is like the good adaptation of Lex. Like, I actually really liked this version of Lex. And I think it's like the only kind of like perfect Lex that we've had. Cause like, I like the Donner movies, but their Lex is like kind of annoying. And like, I do like the corporate, kind of character in it, but
Well, it finally on the big screen brings us the traditional reason Lex hates Superman, that he's an alien and that he takes the attention away from Lex, and that Superman is proving that you can have that much power and be altruistic, and Lex doesn't like that because A, he's not going to do that, and B, again, it takes the attention away from him. And BVS kind of tried to do that, like it monkeyed with that idea a little bit, but it was so convoluted it just didn't resonate. And so it finally nailed that. I know one of the books that Gunn was apparently looking at in his version of Lex was Lex Luthor, Man of Steel, which I could definitely see some of in this. That's one of my favorite books.
Yeah, and to add on, oh sorry.
No, Robert, you beat me to it.
Okay. Well, to add on to Austin's point earlier, how it feels like a bunch of Fleischer shorts, it would be like how you'd string those Fleischer shorts together is just, oh, well, Lex Luthor's behind it. Like, he's behind the giant monster, he's behind the earthquake, et cetera, et cetera. Like, that's how it feels, because in this movie, Lex Luthor is behind everything. And it's like every version of Lex I've ever seen just distilled into one. And I think Nicholas Hoult did a really great job selling both the genius and of that character, and when he has to be reserved, and when he gets to be more over the top and just a pure sociopath. I saw a lot of Gene Hackman, more Gene Hackman in him than I expected.
A lot.
And of course, a bit of Rosenbaum. And my favorite Lex is still, just because I think Dan Schneider mentioned in the live chat, is still the DCAU one, the Clancy Brown one. That'll probably be always. That'll also probably always be my favorite, because you get multiple seasons with that character, with both Superman and the Justice League shows, where that just gets to cover everything, and he has a really great arc over the course of those shows. This is a lot of that, but distilled into 2 hours, and it's a lot to take in. But I do think he did a great job.
Well, yeah, I really liked Lex here, and I think this is kind of similar to the way I don't know if I've ever talked about The Batman on this channel, but to me, like, that was Matt Reeves saying, I'm just going to finally make the Batman movie that kind of exists collectively in everyone's heads that's never actually been made yet. I'm just going to finally do that. It kind of feels like that with Lex Luthor, like, where it's like, let's just do everyone knows what Lex Luthor is, but like, if you look at the movies, like, the Donner movies are kind of before the Crisis on Infinite Earths reinvention that kind of brings in like the more corporate thing, but then we also like mad scientist Lex and whatever. So this characterization of Lex is, I think, kind of one of those finally we're doing it kind of moments. And I think Holt is great. Like, I love him in this, and he is one of our great young actors right now. I guess he's not even young anymore. Like, he's definitely aged into like the movie star era of his established actor era of his career, and he's done so, I think, pretty remarkably. And he's so good here. I still think the best Lex performance is Gene Hackman, because I just love Gene Hackman in general, and I got to recently rewatch the original Superman in a theater, and the whole villain plot in the original Superman was always my least favorite part of that movie, and I was able to kind of appreciate that now in a way that I never really did when I was younger. Just kind of what it's talking about in terms of like kinds of dudes that suck, and the kinds of people that are attracted to them, and their like fraudulent nature. And this is kind of doing that same thing, where he's like, this guy sucks. One of probably the funniest line in the movie is Maxwell Lord going, finally, something conservatives and liberals can finally agree on is that Lex Luthor sucks.
That joke is great. I just wish we had another scene with Lord earlier, just to get to know him a little.
I love it as a
how
reveal.
he works with
I love it.
Okay,
It's so
yeah.
funny.
I don't know, the reason, I don't want to get too into this kind of stuff, like just the vitriol of fans that don't like Gunn and weren't excited about this movie, but I kind of liked that Lord had a 5-second cameo, because of all the people that were freaking out that Gunn's brother is in a thing again, and they're like, oh, you gave him a major role, and then he's on a phone.
He's barely in the movie,
and it's wonderful. Or he's just on the TV for 5 seconds. Yeah, that made me happy. Lex is really interesting in this to me, because I find it disarming that we see him behind the veil the entire movie. Like, usually you have and this is a Lex that is, of course, a master manipulator and that has convinced the world that he's as above board, I guess, as any other corporate mogul. People probably don't trust him, but they don't think he's this insane. And I couldn't put my finger on what was weird about him for me until we get to the final scene and we have that confrontation with Superman, and it's finally what I wanted. And I went, oh no, he's been great this whole movie. It's just we always go behind locked doors. We hardly ever see him pretending. Like, he's always with his minions doing devious evil things like the Hackman version is. And I'm not used to that. I like a Lex that I'm constantly seeing, like, saying one thing and doing another, and with this you get the curtain pulled back the entire movie.
I think you get like a little bit of that because you do have that scene where Superman breaks into the office and he's got to play there. You have him like on TV where he's got to like act and stuff like that. Like you do have like a little bit of that mixed throughout.
No, that's
his
what
best
I'm saying
acting
is you see how he's doing it with other people in a couple of places, but we're introduced to him in a room full of people going, here's how I'm going to kill Superman. And I'm just not used to that with this character. I thought that was crazy. Yeah,
for sure. I think Lex's best acting moment, though, is in that scene where Superman breaks into his office. And there's that bit where he grabs the desk and Lex like just grabs his coffee mug off before he throws it. It's so good.
And somebody asking in the live chat, or somebody in the live chat earlier was asking, well, why didn't Lex just kill Superman earlier if he could have? I think they explained that pretty well, where he not only wants permission to kill Superman because he's trying to destroy his reputation, but he's also trying to destroy his spirit. Like, he is trying to destroy this guy inside and out, not just physically, but also emotionally and mentally, before finally killing. He doesn't really try to kill him until the third act, like when he has no other cards left to play. And that's when even if he hasn't gotten entirely what he's wanted, he's still trying to draw it out as much as possible.
And I don't think it's just about his own ego and his vision for that and how it's going to make him feel. I think it's also about the world seeing Lex Luthor take this powerhouse down that everyone believes in, and that he says the entire conversation has been about. And like you said, it's important to him that it looks like he did it legally. And so, like, yes, he gets the authority to take him in, and he takes him to the pocket dimension, and he could kill him there. And I could see an argument for, I can see people questioning why he doesn't do it there. But I still think ultimately it makes sense that he drags it out the way he does.
And he's also questioning him. There's still information he doesn't have, like who raised him.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
Yeah, and he's working with the government there. Like
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah,
he still has to answer to the government in that scene. Like killing Superman would kind of cut that off.
Oh yes, of course, yeah. And now he's just a criminal.
Sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead, Connor.
Go, Connor.
Oh, well, I was talking. So I watched this with a friend of the channel, Rasco, and we were talking about it afterwards. And he was saying that like the movie has a lot going on, but the reason why like the story, I think, and he thinks, I agree with him, is that like it really kind of works, is because it all just boils down to everything in the movie boils down to Lex and Superman, and so like the JLI. That's Superman. When they're not really invested in the story, or they're not really interested in Superman, they take a back seat. They're not in the movie. When Mr. Terrific, he kind of shows up as like a surrogate, like so Daily Planet, that's Superman. The stuff with like Engineer, Ultraman, Baravia, that's all Lex. So like everything in the movie kind of boils down to like one of two sides, and I think that kind of helps anchor what's going on here.
And even though you only saw it once, and you're saying that, I do think that that's a big thing that makes this a double watch it's necessary to see it twice. Because I did not appreciate that as much until a second viewing, where I felt like some of that stuff was more disjointed on a first viewing, and I was agreeing with people a little bit that said, why do we have to shove as much into this as we can? And like maybe Mr. Terrific and Hawkgirl and everything is taking away too much from Superman, and maybe it's Gunn having to do his ensemble cast thing. He doesn't know how to make a singular character piece, and I do think some of those criticisms are a little valid, especially just depending on your taste. Like if you're tired of the ensemble formula with Gunn, I can see why you'd wish he'd got further away from that. I did too on a first viewing. It won me over on more on a second viewing. But Connor, you're absolutely right. I think it might take some people 2 viewings to realize what elements are on the Lex side and what elements are on the Superman side, and that it is a much tighter narrative than it watched to me on a first viewing.
Yeah, the other heroes are only here to like be inspired by Superman, like at the end with the Bravia stuff. Like that's all they're here for. Hawkgirl maybe has like 2 lines of dialogue in this film. Like it's not an ensemble thing in any way.
Yeah, and one of them is just screaming like a hawk. So yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one of the words you keep seeing thrown around in reviews and stuff, for both positive and negative, is a lot of people are calling this film messy, and especially after seeing it a second time. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. There's a lot crammed in here, and I agree with Austin that there's some jarring editing issues, and I wish the movie was longer. But there's still a natural progression. Like one scene is leading to the other. Everything is tied together. There is absolutely no subplot or character or anything that you could just take out or that isn't related to what's going on. The closest you get to that is the thing going on outside when Superman and Lois are having that conversation, which we all thought was going to be a way bigger deal than it was, and it's fine because it's happening in the background. And a big part of the point of that scene is, the Justice Gang's taking care of that. If they're not here, then that scene doesn't work, but it's like,
do we think that was also from Lex's pocket dimension? I cannot decide, because they were like, it's an interdimensional something, and I'm like, I want that to also be a thing that Lex sent just to distract Superman, and it's too small potatoes for Superman to even bother with. I think that's really funny.
My take on that is that there's a story where Jimmy Olsen rejects the sexual advances of a dimensional imp. So that is my take on this, is that is part of the Jimmy subplot. That imp came and was like, Jimmy, we're going to spend the weekend together. And he was like,
This is a Jimmy Olsen that at some point in his life is just going to give up women. Right? Like, he's just gonna be like, I'm starting to get the sense that he's almost repelled by the opposite sex by the end, where he's like, I don't know, is it worth it? Like, they're hot and all, but I'm just sick of them throwing themselves at me all the time. By the way, I did not like that subplot first time out, and I liked it a lot better on a second viewing. Once I knew where it was going, awesome. I enjoyed it more. But I found her just obnoxious, and I get that she's supposed to be, but I was like, that was a Gunn humor thing that was not working for me first time out. And when I saw how it was correlated to the rest of the story, it was a lot better.
I gotta say, that James Gunn, he's spent a lot of time in LA. I think 90% of the women he knows are shallow, vapid party girls that have feelings.
I also think it's a quality take or update on Tessmacher. Like, that's not far off from what her role in that movie is. She's just the shallow girlfriend that Lex presumably sleeps with, and then at the end is like, oh, well, now that this affects me, maybe I'll help Superman out. Maybe I'm not crazy about this Lex guy. This just goes a lot further with that, with him really turning on her. And I like the first bit, of course, is when they attack Krypto in the fortress. She's kind of scared and unsure about that, which then leads to what got my biggest laugh in the movie that I thought was just hysterical, is when we get that meetup with Eve and Jimmy, and she's first starting to spill the beans, and then it's like, I saw Lex torture a dog, and Jimmy's just like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, that
made me laugh so hard.
I love the casting for Jimmy. That guy
Perfect.
is great.
Love that guy. He was a kid on
Jimmy out of the comics with them in this movie.
If you guys haven't seen the movie Licorice Pizza, he's really funny in that.
He's also in Booksmart, and I think he's hilarious in that film.
Oh yeah, he's really good in that.
Oh, I don't even remember him in that. Interesting. Yeah, and I didn't fully appreciate that part of it with Jimmy is that he genuinely doesn't find her attractive until a second
Yeah.
viewing. Like I thought it was just like she's kind of annoying on a first viewing, and then on the second time it was like, oh no, he just genuinely thinks she's unattractive. That's really funny.
I think
I
it's
am
a
the
funny.
beholder.
It's a quality I think update on Jimmy Olsen, because like if you read like All Star Superman, the whole joke is like he's shameless. He will do anything for his story, and like I kind of like that. I don't know. I've never read Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, but isn't the whole thing in that like he's the coolest guy in the world because he's friends with Superman?
Yes.
Like that's
Yeah.
like the whole kind of concept. And so
He also stumbles into insane adventures and crazy things keep happening to him. So
And
make that
weird
spin-off.
romances
Yes,
with
a lot of
dimensional
weird
ends that Guy Gardner has to save him from.
I mean, he married a gorilla. Like nothing's off the table.
Yeah, I
Like you
saw
do.
it-
Like you do.
I saw in this two clear potential spin-offs. Besides the obvious thing, like we know that they're setting up Authority with the Engineer and things like that, but Mr. Terrific could carry his own movie no problem. I really enjoyed him in this. I really like the stoic angle with him. He's got a lot of really great dry comedy, and I thought he was kind of like Vulcan-ish at the start, where he just didn't show emotion at all. And then the places where he's surprised by stuff is just gets really fun. But I like how just cool and suave and no nonsense he is. The first viewing, I thought that he was a little too inhuman and impersonal and like kind of unsympathetic, and I couldn't tell what he believed in. And then second viewing, I realized I was just focused enough on other things, I wasn't really getting his deal, because I mistakenly on first viewing I thought that he was just too cool and didn't give a crap enough to go see Superman, and I kind of missed the plot point that, well, the government sanctioned his being taken in, so if you go break out Superman right now, you're breaking the law. And I'm an idiot sometimes on a first viewing. I missed some of that, and so on a second viewing, I was like, oh no, he and Green Lantern aren't like horrible people. I mean, Green Lantern a little bit. He's supposed
Drinking
to.
milk.
This is Guy Gardner we're talking about, but like Guy Gardner's pretty shallow. He's all about himself, but he's still got the kind of heart of gold thing at some point. But anyway, so I thought he could have. He will spin off great if we ever spin him off, Mr. Terrific. And then the Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen sitcom should happen. It's right there.
I also want a whole Daily Planet show just with that whole cast. They're all perfectly cast. And what you're saying, Cap, is that Mr. Terrific, this actor, stood out more in this film than he did as Darwin in First Class. That's your hot take?
Yes, that
night.
is my hot take. It is kind of sad that he doesn't get a scene with Lex, really, since those two actors were in First Class together. But
yeah, and Zoe Kravitz is Catwoman in a different universe currently, so can't get that reunion.
oh, that's true.
Rosenbaum-
I forgot she was in that.
So Rosenbaum plays a guard in this movie?
Oh, I missed that.
What?
He has a vocal cameo. Jayson, do you want to read the comment I was looking at? Because I was going to bring that up, the Captain Coon one.
I was just... Is there a...
I'm hoping Rosenbaum gets an actual physical role
yeah,
at some
okay.
point in, if not a Superman movie, just something in this universe, because he and Gunn are friends, and I think he deserves that. I would like to see that happen. And something more than a vocal cameo or his face is completely CG'd to be glass. Like something where I can tell it's him would be great.
Yeah.
A comment from Captain Coom. Fun fact, Rosenbaum is the guard that says Eve is stupid for taking selfies during Lex's schemes.
Oh, okay.
I'll listen for that.
I mean,
next time watch
I think they're talking. I saw like some article that they're talking about a Mr. Terrific and Jimmy Olsen spinoff or spinoffs for them. But they have
Terrific and Jimmy Olsen.
Yeah, specifically
I'll watch that.
just these two as a duo. But they need to do it.
And they'd call it Mr. Terrific's pal Jimmy Olsen.
That's
Or Jimmy
that's
Terrific. But no, we need a Jimmy Olsen one because how else will we introduce Darkseid to the DCU?
That's true.
Mr. Terrific's best line, hands down, was the circle sphere thing.
Yeah.
That's so
That's great.
funny. Circles are flat. Spheres are 3-dimensional. Circles are flat.
My
That actually made
dad's
the All-Star Batman line work.
Oh yeah, he's like, 'cause I'm goddamn Mr. Terrific. Yeah, that was good. That was great.
that was my dad's favorite line. He really likes that Mr. Terrific in the comics, so he really liked him in this movie.
And I thought his
Definitely
costume
stand
was
out.
good. Like the way they handled the mask on the face. It's not fair to make CW comparisons, but it does look a lot better not drawn on. Like, and I wouldn't have thought to do it that way because I think in the comics it is, to be fair, like spray painted on. I think I might be wrong. I don't know. I'm not a big Terrific
also
guy.
sometimes it's like nanites or whatever that just go on his face and make that shape. But I mean, how do you do that? Like for real? But
Yeah,
And
how
his white
they-
eyes look good too.
Mhm.
For like
Yeah.
AC and yeah.
Mr. Terrific is in the CW?
Yeah,
Where?
yeah, he's in the Flash. He's got a big role in that.
Huh.
Arrow.
Is it
He's
Arrow
in
or
Arrow.
not? Yeah, it's been too long. No, you're right. It is Arrow. But yeah, he's in a lot of that show. He doesn't show up until what, 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's 4 or 5. I think it's later. It's when people stop watching.
Yeah. No, you're right. I forgot where exactly that was, but he's okay.
Let's
in
watch
that,
through those
but
shows.
He's not cool like he is in that.
That'll be our next watch through. We'll just watch through everything.
So what's the next super chat here? Dan Schneider, $2 super chat. The worst thing Singer has done is Chad's World. I don't know what that is. I don't know what the joke is here. Nobody else does either. Does anybody know
I
what he's
thought
talking
Austin
about?
would.
We'll take your word for it. That must be the word.
I'm not a connoisseur of Bryan Singer.
that's
I don't
the
know. I've seen a
worst
couple
thing
of
he's ever
movies.
done.
of his.
I thought you were gonna say I'm not a connoisseur of Chads.
Oh, that either. I'm no
Uh,
Jimmy Olsen.
Manu has a super chat and says, thanks for the support tonight, guys. Wasn't Hammer of Bravia mentioned in the news at the end? I could not
Maybe.
remember if that actually
I
came
think
up. But I
Jimmy-
think there is a list of things, if I'm not mistaken, at the end of like Lex has been apprehended, or he's not apprehended yet, but like Lex has been outed, and there's this conspiracy, and here's all these things that the Daily Planet can confirm for sure that he's done, and that might be in that list.
Also, when they're in the Daily Planet walking up the stairs, Lois and Jimmy have a lot of exposition about the stuff he's done. I think the Hammer guys mentioned.
Oh yes,
during
Lois
that
does mention the
exposition.
Hammer Bravia
Oh,
in
there
that
you go.
scene. Yeah.
So they got that worked in there.
Well, and Lois seems to know at the beginning that he's not Baravian, at least, because there is that bit where she's like, "Oh, he's probably not even from Bravia," and Clark turns to give her like a
Yes. That's true. She's already got a sense of that. Hey, we've been talking for an hour, and some of the just like broader, like more obvious, important things about the movie have not been said yet. So I'd like to just knock a couple of those things off the list real quick and starting with, this is the best Lois now we've ever had, easily. And I like several actors that have played Lois. The way she, and I mean, like, I love her. Connor's right. I wish we got more time with her and Superman, but in Clark. But isn't it impressive how much we buy that chemistry with how little screen time they get? Like, oh my god! But so there's obviously tons of stuff I love about her. I love the contrast with worldviews, and that we actually really get into that like she's the cynic and Superman's the eternal optimist, but also just the way she delivers journalistic exposition. Oh my god, like she's as good at it as like Brent Spiner doing data on Star Trek. Like, it's so freaking believable. It's insane. Like, she feels like a real honest to god journalist all the way through the movie. It's really, really impressive.
Rachel, and I haven't even watched that show, Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, but I know my mom's a fan of it. But when she was first cast, it was like, oh, that's just correct. Yeah, Rachel Brosnahan, perfect. And then she knocks it out of the park. Like, she's amazing. I need a second viewing solidified. I want 2 more bits with her in this movie. I'll start with the farm scene, which I think is great, but I want a conversation. We get the conversation with Clark and Pa that I think is great. I want a conversation with Ma and Lois. That would be a place to sit there longer and breathe longer. I want to see more of a dialogue between Ma and Lois.
I also would have been fine with them having met before. I guess it's okay the way it is, but I mean, they've been dating for 3 months. It would have been fine if she had met his parents one time, but
Yeah, maybe. Also, I was surprised that like when they get out of the pocket dimension, I was expecting a bit of Lois saying like, "Okay, where to now?" and him saying, and Clark just saying Kansas, and then cut to then getting there. Was surprised we didn't get any type of bit like that. I also would have really liked one extra bit with her at the very start of the movie. Before we get to the Daily Planet, when we get the hammer fight sequence, I would have introduced Lois there before the Daily Planet and seen a brief interaction with her and Superman, and then Superman saying, "I'm going to get my Clark Kent interview later," something like that. So the way I would have done it is you get a Superman Lois interaction, and then the Superman Clark interaction in the planet, and then in their apartment, it's like that final reveal of, oh, she knows who he is and they're dating. I think you could have had an extra, and then you also could have really brought the movie full circle with their final Superman Lois bit. That's an extra thing I would have liked, and I do like that distinction. How when he's Superman, it's Miss Lane, and then when he's Clark, he's calling her Lois. Just those little distinctions are great. But yeah, everything we do get on screen, I like a lot.
So
I have some of the best chemistry in any superhero film.
Yeah. I had never seen Miss Maisel either, but I was a big House of Cards fan, and that's probably where she gets her start, or the first big thing she does. But she's a huge deal in the first season of that show, and so I had the same reaction when she was cast, where I said yes, of course, for different reasons. She gets lots of screen time. It's just not. It's just a lot of it's not with Superman. But I mean, like sometimes it feels like a turd movie a little bit, which I really enjoyed.
It's genuinely alarming to see a Lois Lane actually doing stuff of consequence in one of these movies versus like in Man of Steel. It's like, well, it's a Superman movie. Lois has got to do something, and so she's just kind of around stuff.
She's on the plane at the end.
Yeah, it's like.
And
Superman never saves her. I was kind of surprised that we never have that moment, but it didn't feel like it was lacking to me. But it was like
no. What I was going to say, it doesn't feel like we're overcompensating or anything, where we have to make her stronger to make Superman weaker or something.
Looks Mr. Terrific still has to save her in a sequence. Like it's not like we cut that out of her character. It's just
that's true.
That's a great sequence where we let him shine, and we don't have to force like any token moment where she has to punch a guy or feel like she has to do something. Nope, she's just there, and he's the one doing the action because that's what he does.
No, she still feels like a strong character. She doesn't feel like a damsel in distress. It's just the situations that you're in, and it makes sense. We don't have to be disingenuous about it, which I really appreciate. And it is not a given. And I'm a broken record with this these days, but I'm gonna say it anyway. But like, thank God we're bringing romance back to these things.
Yes.
And lately, I've been able to say this more and more, which I'm really appreciating. That some of these like big blockbuster movies are actually allowing romance again. And this movie ends with just Clark or Superman and Lois making out. Thank God. Made me very happy.
And there's a clear progression in their relationship being stronger by the end of the movie than it is at the start.
Yeah.
Like, I like that distinction where it starts with her thinking, and Gunn's talked about this, how to her it's more of a fling. She even says in the movie she doesn't make relationships work. Clark is the one who's a lot more gung-ho about it and thinks it's a lot more serious. And by the end, you get much more of a feel of them being like on equal footing. And that's great.
Yeah, because I would like to see more of them, but I do think for the story it makes sense that they're distanced for a good part of it, and then it makes it like really cathartic when they get back at the end.
We also don't do that thing where like their big fight or argument sequence is in the apartment with a debate. We don't do that thing where that's the last thing they say to each other for like 2/3 of the movie. There are more interactions they get after that scene where you see that they do still love each other. So that's nice.
I also
that they're not
like
hating each other.
That argument is, of course, kind of the crux of the movie, and it's not an easy answer. There's not a bow tied at the end. Neither of them really wins that argument, and it feels to me like that's the argument that will propel this whole universe. Like, Superman has a clear arc in this, But the end of the movie, tell me if you guys agree with me, because a lot of people are arguing about whether or not this movie is too political and what side it's landing on and all of that. Gunn's saying, don't overthink it. It's just about kindness. The movie's for everyone. I don't care what political part of the spectrum you land on. Everyone should be able to get something out of this movie. And I agree with that. But you get to the end of the movie, and I don't feel like it's saying for sure whether or not Superman should have gone and stopped that conflict or not. And I mean, like, it's maybe for the sake of the story, a little easy that it turns out the whole thing was orchestrated by Lex Luthor, because then there's a clear answer.
Oh,
Okay.
oh,
Am I still here? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here. I'm still.
Yeah, you're here, Robert.
Okay, everybody's
We
back.
got you.
Look, it's
Everybody
Discord.
got dust.
It's Discord, and we're at an hour. That's what happens with Discord.
Okay, so
Turned
it
into
wasn't
Lex
just
Luthor.
me.
He's back.
No,
No, it
everybody,
was like all shut down.
everybody flashed out for a second. Anyway,
Okay.
so I don't know how much of what you guys just heard, but I'll just ask the question: do you guys agree with me that when you get to the end of the movie, even though Superman has a clear arc, I don't feel like the movie itself is really coming down one way or the other or another. I feel like we get to make our own minds up about, because I think it's $100 million question, and I think it's a really impossible thing to answer. Should Superman, with the motivation of I just want to stop people from killing other people, not thinking about the larger consequences, go and stop a war? I don't think we really wrap that up with a bow. I think that's like I said, maybe going to be the big question for this universe moving forward, especially with that flag line at the end. About how like the metahumans are making the rules now. I think we've just kind of put a pin in that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
that's the guy with flag that says that.
That
Like,
says
well,
that,
they're calling the shots now, and that's like the one ominous kind of that we'll continue exploring this thread. And
We're going to adapt Legends.
I hope so.
I really liked the way the geopolitics was handled in this movie. You know, and I like how it does kind of address cultural and political things in the real world, but through the prism of the DC universe. So like optically, you know, the way the aesthetics look, it looks kind of like the Israel-Palestine conflict, but the actual reality of the situation is much closer to Ukraine and Russia. Because this is being written during like that breaking out. I think they may have pivoted when they were making it, but it's all very interesting because, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on about like this movie. Is this movie about immigration? I'm surprised anyone could watch this movie and come away with that. But like at the end of the day, what's Superman doing but like protecting border sovereignty? So like, it kind of doesn't give you any easy like didactic, we're trying to tell like a real world moral here. It's kind of presenting real world kind of political issues in a way that is, you know, warped somewhat, but like it's kind of cool. And I like how where this goes is that like you get this movie's version of the two nukes. In which direction do you go?
Oh yeah.
It's like there's a rift coming to get Metropolis, or you have to like go and like stop, you know, and save like all these people like that are about to get like killed by like an army or something. And like it's a really heavy like weight that you can feel on Superman.
That's
and what
a
I liked is
terrific
that
point.
And what I like is that
Yes, it's a Mr. Terrific point.
And but what I like where that resolves is that the Justice Gang stands into an international incident. They're going to be the Justice League International. Like,
oh,
that's
sure.
so cool. Oh, by the way, we got to see the Hall of Justice.
Yep,
that's awesome. So,
yeah,
anyways.
Absolutely. And Oh, go ahead, Robert. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, real quick. Just since we're on that, this for me, part of the fun of this, it was like for me seeing Super Friends on the big screen in the best way. Just this colorful, diverse set of weird characters in the Hall of Justice. It's great, even though most of these specific characters aren't in that show. That's just something I grew up with and got a lot of those vibes. And I think Connor's right that we're going in a very Justice League International route and start with it with the Lord side of it all, and all that's great. I like all these characters a lot, and I want to see more of them, which is a good thing.
Yeah. So to build off of what Connor said and what Cap asked, this movie did what I've been complaining at Marvel about, which is that it isn't afraid to say things.
Yep.
Yes.
And I was so thankful for that. Where it didn't feel like we were kind of dancing around stuff. It was like, yeah, like here are issues. Like Superman's got to deal with that, and he's got to be challenged by that.
Yeah.
And it was great that we were allowed to go to those places. I was very thankful about that.
Especially
And then
in a
you
year
can
when the
also have
Captain
Power
America movie came
Justice.
out.
Yeah, and I think, and I like the first three Captain Americas a lot, but I would say that this movie probably challenges Superman more than any of the Captain America movies do.
Well, and I was going to say that that big kind of political question mark of whether Superman should do that or not feels like the whole question about freedom versus security that you have in Avengers and Winter Soldier, because that kind of becomes a big theme for the MCU moving forward. We just keep going back to it, and I feel like this is the start of that for this world. And I think Austin's right. Like, it is definitely saying something with it, but I think it's being the kind of ambiguous it needs to be about whether that's right or wrong. I think you're getting all sides of that. And I love the contrast. So some people are saying, I just want this to be a Superman movie. I don't want these other superheroes in it. Some people are saying it's taking away too much screen time from Superman, and it feels like he's lost in the shuffle. And I'm hearing some people even saying that he becomes kind of shallow and underwritten because of these other superheroes being in the movie, which I'm not getting. But I think they're important for the sake of contrast, especially in developing your start of a universe with it, where, yeah, if this was just going to be Superman and we weren't going to do other superheroes, it might be kind of unnecessary to have them there. But we're building a grander universe, and so I really like saying Superman is unique because he is even more altruistic than these other heroes. So you have, and you have like a clear separation in morality between a Superman that sees the best in everyone and will save a squirrel in the middle of a giant battle. Oh my God. And I never thought I'd see that. See, we always talk about Superman saving cats and trees. Nah, man, a squirrel in the middle. I couldn't even believe what I was watching. Mr. Terrific is kind of more interested in the crazy science stuff, and like, yeah, he's there to help. And I don't even know where he lands on killing people or not either. He seems to almost be a hero just because it's fascinating. Is kind of the sense I get from him. And then you have Hot Girl, who has no prevailing character trait except she is willing to kill at the end. She's kind of there to be the hero that murders, so that you can see the contrast of that with Superman. And then Guy Gardner is all out for himself and just wants recognition and fame, and that's kind of it. And so I like that they all come at it from a different way, but are very clearly not Superman altruistic. And that's where the whole punk rock idea comes in, that I found extremely relatable and got me real hard, and I will admit that I teared up with it, because I gotta bring this up, and I know some of you guys know I'm gonna talk about this, but talking about Superman as punk rock, which is about the most James Gunn thing you can do, right? Like, James Gunn, big punk rock guy, he's always got to have like music ideas in his movies and use music as a either like a metaphor or a through line in some way, and he's always got to have a main character with very particular musical tastes to give you a sense of who they are and where they come from. The punk rock thing is wonderful, and I dare say brilliant, because as a way to really modernize Superman without losing his values, you say, look at the cynical world around us. The most countercultural thing you could possibly do is see the best in everyone and give people the benefit of the doubt. And that is why a lot of scholars have called Fred Rogers, even back in the 70s and 80s, countercultural. Mr. Rogers was punk rock. He was willing to do the right thing all the time. And nobody does that. And that makes you, by definition, anti establishment, counterculture. And that's what Superman is in this. And I couldn't even believe that that was the take. That, like, we use punk rock as a metaphor for altruism. That it's just correct. And in 2025, that's it, man. That's the right way to talk about it. I also found the Superman extremely relatable because in a very political film, your main character is apolitical. He says, "I'm doing the right thing. I don't care how it affects how we look at our country and geopolitics and all of that. And I am the most apolitical person I know." And we went, this Superman doesn't give a crap about politics, and he's Mr. Rogers. Like, you couldn't be more relatable to me than doing those two things with Superman. And that's why the movie gets an A.
It's so good. And I think in a lot of ways, Donner was approaching it exactly the same way in the 70s.
Yeah.
And that's why that worked then, and that's why this works now.
I've always said we had that cynical 70s thing in that movie. And that's why Superman lives in that world, and it's not that Batman 89 thing where it's a different... It's not set in the same time period.
It's A for terrific.
What? Anyway.
Wait. I forgot how to spell.
I thought.
And also with the kaiju fight, it's important that and Terrific's the one who kills it.
Oh, that's true.
That is kind of a darker moment for him, and Superman all through that fight is trying to figure out how to save it and get it out of there. So like you
and
said earlier,
Metamorpho
that
kills
contrast is really
people in the Pocket universe too.
Mhm.
That sounds like something
They
Mr.
deserve it.
Rogers would do. Like
I-
Mr.
I
Rogers
do
would
Save a squirrel?
Well, no. Yeah, probably, but also like try to save the kaiju.
Mhm.
I don't
Yes.
know.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I do wonder. It is kind of a curious choice. Like, it's the end of the movie. We've already done a lot. But, like, Hawkgirl killing the leader of that nation is kind of a big deal. In this story, that's kind of a big deal that doesn't really get addressed. Kind of interesting that we don't do anything
Yeah,
with that.
I could have used more.
but-
Oh, sorry.
It does lead to probably the best edit in the movie, which is the what are those called?
It was
I wanna say-
Kong Skull Island. Yeah, like the little seltzer thing.
Seltzers, yeah. I was thinking like Altoids, but I'm like, that's not what it is. But yeah, seltzers.
Yeah, I
that
could
was
have. I could have used a little more discussion about that stuff with the Justice Gang going to show up, but I think the movie makes it very clear that this is not Lord or the government sanctioning that. It's them being inspired by Superman and all,
Yes.
choosing to go there and put us up to that conflict. And like we
But,
mentioned with that line with Rick Flag earlier, the one guy saying, well, now they're calling the shots. Like, that's the most you kind of get.
Well, yeah, and what I
guessing.
like about that though is, and what I like about a lot of this movie is that a lot of politics right now it's so like populist driven and like optics driven, and I guess it maybe always has been, but like in the world I live in, that's what it is. And so like everyone hates on Superman. It's not just the monkeys on Lion. That's kind of a funny gag, but like it's the it's like the message comes out and everyone hates him because the optics are bad, and then at the end everyone's like inspired by Superman, and it's like, okay, they're calling the shots now because the optics are behind them. And so it's I kind of like how this movie is aware of kind of human behavior and like how a DC universe can get behind Superman as its figurehead. And I don't know, I feel like we're in chapter 1, which is like Gods and Monsters they're calling it, whatever, chapter 2 or 3 or whatever it is. Sure, I'm sure the winds are going to go out of the optic sales for the metahumans, and people are going to want to get rid of them. Like that's sure to come. But,
Well, and I feel like the only reason that the whole world doesn't fall apart based on that is, again, because everyone will know pretty soon that Lex was behind those two countries going to war. And all I need, I kind of wish we'd had this, is, and we have a lot of TV stuff at the end, so maybe it's just impossible to get this in there, but I think Hot Girl gets away with killing that dictator if everyone hears his genocidal speech. Because he has a speech where he's saying, like, I want to see the blood of all of the whatever the name of their enemy is on the streets. And, like, if we got that, then she's basically just doing an unsanctioned military action that no one will mind that she did.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Or that a lot of people won't. Yeah, it's in subtitles.
No,
He's
when
speaking
did
in
she
his,
kill him?
so she's got him up in the air.
Yeah.
And he says, I know you won't kill me because you're a hero. And she says, I'm not Superman. And she drops him to his death.
Oh, yeah.
And he comes into a camera lens. And then we go to black, and then we cut to a different
Oh yeah,
a
I
different
kind of
bit.
forgot about that.
I
I don't.
you know what
also,
I barely
Oh,
remember that.
oh, I was just gonna say also like the most
It's
Silver
the
Age
only thing
thing.
she does in the movie. I found it very memorable. It's the only thing she gets.
Also, the most Silver Age thing in this film is that Superman flew out and was like, "Hey, stop being mean to this other country," and then put him on a cactus.
I was gonna say, like, you want to talk about like challenging Superman? That's like golden age. Like, the
Yeah.
first thing
that
he
made me
does,
laugh
like,
so
he goes-
hard.
Yeah, I did. I love that. It was so funny.
Mhm.
It's like, wow, come on, the spikes were like not even this big. It's fine. It was so, like Spider-Man webbing down Jameson to his desk or something. It was.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, and I heard some people say that they wish the movie delved more into the politics and stuff, but I like that with Superman himself they made it. Like when he says people were going to die, that is all he cares about and all that matters and all you need to focus on. But also at the end, I'm kind of 50-50 on this because there is a lot going on at the end, and I could see him thinking that this would just make the ending go on too long and repeat too much information. But you know what I wouldn't have minded at the end, Cap?
What's that?
A Superman press conference.
Yeah.
Something of him actually talking to and addressing the world about everything going on. I think that could have worked.
Yeah, I guess the only thing with that is I would worry that it would wrap up that big kind of existential question with too much of a bow, where like he would address the world and say like I don't know how you write that without him saying whether or not he was wrong about that.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And that gets difficult because, again, I know I keep saying this, but like because Lex was behind all of it, that's almost like a cop out. Not like I don't even think too much of one, but it's almost like the sort of cop out that you have in the writing that makes it weird if you double back and tell us if it was. Like come right out and say that was right or that was wrong, like it would get really convoluted, right? If he was to go like, well, if Lex wasn't behind this, then I guess I probably shouldn't have done it. But because it turns out that he was, and like the United States was involved, I did the right thing. Like I don't really want that speech, and I don't know what else he would say. Like I feel like he has to talk about that.
I was gonna tell Lois Lane about it after he's done making out with her.
That.
So.
That's true. It is weird that we're gonna have a whole Daily Planet that knows Superman and Lois are dating without knowing that Superman is Clark Kent. That's a new angle. I've not really seen that.
I will say I'm a little disappointed. I thought that Superman had his, goofy broccoli haircut because, when he's Superman, he needs to like, oh, I gotta quickly disguise myself, and he would shake his head really fast and it would mess his hair up. And we didn't get that, but
Yeah.
No, you never really get him transforming, or
No, we don't.
yeah, it's surprising. There isn't even like the big classic like he rips the shirt off.
Sure.
There
Yeah,
is
he
a
is just in
cool-
costume a lot of this movie.
There is a cool counterintuitive choice that Corn Sweat makes. We'll get back to Super Chats in a minute, guys. I know there's a lot of them, and I appreciate you guys. There's another comment I want to read before that real quick, because I think it's important. But there's a cool counterintuitive choice that Corn Sweat makes in the one big Clark Kent scene. I do wish we got a little bit more somehow, where the way he's distinguishing his, I've never seen this, his Superman and Clark, is his Clark goes lower. And that's different. So he goes with this more like bass booming voice, and it somehow intentionally like way nerdier and like way dorkier, and it's almost like a guy who's insecure and dorky trying to seem not that way because he's talking lower, and I really like that choice.
Yeah, I was talking to Austin about this the other day, or we've talked about it a lot. But there's one review we saw talking about how there's like, and granted, you only do get like the one Clark Kent Daily Planet scene. Would have liked another one at the end somehow. There's just not really room for it. But for the one you get, there was one review complaining about there not being enough of a distinction between his Clark and Superman. It's like, there is, but also, this person liked the Snyder movies, where there is no discernible difference between Cavill's Clark and Cavill's Superman. So I found that criticism confusing, but whatever. I everything he's doing with his performance in this movie, I think is just great.
Well, something else that's really unusual in not having very much Clark, he is Superman through most of the movie, and it's a movie that's not concerned with Krypton. And we can talk about the Krypton thing later. I know there's people in the comments that were curious to know how I would feel about that, of course, because I'm a big Krypton guy, and we're seemingly throwing Jor-El under the bus. We'll talk about that later. I have thoughts, but it is really counterintuitive and kind of interesting to have a Clark that's in Superman mode the whole movie, and we're not really dealing with Krypton. Because usually that's what you do when you're aimed more at the Kal-El side than the Clark side. And this is very much a more Clark side, but he's always in costume.
And I'm very much going to get pushback for this, because this movie absolutely should stand on its own and not rely on having sequels and spin-offs and stuff. And for the most part, I think it does. I think the story they're telling here does hold together and work as a piece. Having said that, it's very nice that the very next movie we're getting is Supergirl, where I hope we keep talking about that stuff and exploring that stuff.
I almost guarantee you we will.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we'll see the destruction of Krypton in that movie, because Supergirl doesn't have the same luxury where like everybody knows their origin. Right. We will probably have some sort of showcase of that,
and you want to
probably
know
something
about,
similar to what the book does,
and you want to know about that stuff because that's where she's from. Like she's not raised as a human in the first place. Like when people, and obviously I don't want to get political, but I'll just say this real quick: when people want to make a big deal out of Superman as the ultimate immigrant story, I've always thought that was kind of odd. Like I get where people are coming from, but he's raised as a human in the first place, and in most versions doesn't even know that he's adopted or maybe he knows he's adopted, but doesn't know he's from another planet for a long time. The real immigrant story is Supergirl.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Why, no, I don't know why we don't talk about that more. But like she's an actual immigrant. She grew up on Krypton and came here and has to acclimate. That's an immigrant.
Yeah, it's like Superman's like the ultimate. Well, it's the secular Moses story. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's always been curious to me why he's always depicted as like Jesus or something.
No, I have that all the time, Connor. It's like he's Moses before he's Jesus.
Yeah.
No,
and although oh, sorry, Jayson.
Go ahead, Jayson.
Something I noticed in the movie is that we don't get a lot of, like we said, we don't get too much Clark and Lois. And but what we do get is interesting because when she's talking to Superman, he's not wearing a Superman outfit, and when she's talking to Clark, he's wearing a Superman outfit. A lot of the time, like at the end, when she's very much talking to Clark, he's wearing a Superman outfit. And at the beginning, when she's interviewing Superman, he's just still in his Clark outfit. And I found that interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with it, but it's true.
Yeah.
I think like it's a good way of kind of like communicating that like around her he's both people. Like
yeah.
And he is still figuring out what Superman is supposed to be. Like I really like this as a not origin but very early. Like there's a lot of comparisons like Connor was saying earlier to make with the Batman. And I was going to say that too. Austin, I was going to ask you if you thought before Connor even said that, if you thought that this was the same kind of blend of different iterations of Superman like that is with in the Batman. I
Yeah, probably. I would say so. I mean, there's probably like a weird trilogy of these kinds of reboots between this, the Batman, and Homecoming,
oh sure.
where it's like, we already know some of that stuff, so like let's just skip forward. The Batman and Superman are the only ones that at least tell you that things happened, which is nice. And the beginning of this film with the opening text crawl is like a perfect encapsulation of opening a brand new issue of a comic, and it's got like the little logo at the top, and it's like, by the way, this is who this character is, and then you just jump into the issue. I was like, oh, I've never really seen quite exactly that on film, like capturing something from a comic. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's true. And yet it also harkens back to old epics and things, right? Like
Yeah, and old serials.
the text crawl at the start of a Star Wars or a, you know, there's a lot of science fiction movies that do that. That I can't remember if Planet of the Apes does it, but like there's a lot of sci-fi movies that start with a short blurb to get you into the world.
Some of the Ape sequels do it.
Blade
Runner do that.
Yeah, but this also felt like the Batman in that it's kind of like a Superman year one. Like, I get that we're 3 years into his career, but he's talking the whole movie about how he's making mistakes and he's just trying to do the right thing, and he doesn't really know what like Superman is yet. Like, he knows what he wants to stand for in a way that Bruce and the Batman definitely doesn't. Like, that's a really stark contrast between those two movies that I like a lot. That this isn't a Superman that gets to the end and goes, okay, here's what Superman is supposed to be. But I do think he's gonna probably get more streetwise as the movies go along, right? Like, because I have heard some people complaining that their Superman doesn't go mess with foreign affairs. Like, he understands that makes him look like he's taking the world into his own hands and he's acting like a god and that kind of thing. And at one time I kind of felt that way, and I felt like this movie did a really good job of making the argument for why he would do that. I also think that as he gets savvier, this Superman might not do that. And I mean, you could ask the question of whether that would make him more cynical down the road. But
I don't know. We've been doing stuff like that with Superman since Superman was created. Like, I feel like we do that in every age too. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's just a part of Superman.
Yeah. And
what do you
I
mean,
think
that he would go stop foreign conflicts?
With stuff like that, yeah. Like, we've been doing that in comics for a long time.
The Fleischer cartoons do it. A lot of the war
kind of
type stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I think the difference between something like this and something like Batman versus Superman, where you have a similar inciting incident, right, is like we know what Superman stands for, which is like, I just don't want people to die, but also they mentioned that, what's it called, like Jaipur, like that's the other country, I think.
Yeah, like Jarhanpur, yeah.
Yeah, Jarhanpur, like that place. I think they talk about as like a nationally recognized country, and so like, I think Bologna, whatever it's called,
Bravia.
Bravia. I think Bologna is like a real place, right? Whatever. Oh geez,
It goes on a sandwich, I think.
Yeah, jet lagged everybody over here, but like, I think like they are like breaking international law, and so like he is kind of justified in stepping in, and whereas in Batman versus Superman, it's just like, well, I just want to save Lois. That's literally my only motivation. If anything happens to Lois, I'm going to go nuts, and so it's like
that doesn't even extend to Jimmy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's his intentions feel more self-interested and malicious, as opposed to something like this, where you could say he kills Ultraman. I mean, I don't think Ultraman even really qualifies as a person. He's like a biological machine. Like,
let's get into that, because that was the next super chat.
Okay.
So go ahead, Connor. What were you gonna say?
Like, I was having a discussion with like all my friends that I went to go see this with. We were like, yeah, but like, you know, Superman, I guess, kind of kills somebody, but like, to me, like, I I don't really even see Ultraman as like a person, but
Mhm.
like beyond that though, like the world is going to like literally end, you know, and
Yeah.
it's like we've shown like him try literally everything he can think of to try to like de-escalate the situation, and it's like, okay, we're getting down to like the brass tacks. Like if I don't do something, and I'm getting like completely demolished right now by Ultraman. If I
Gunn
don't
is
do
also
something,
so. Let me just read the super chat because this is what we're talking about. Manu
Yeah,
was the
okay,
next
go.
super chat. Thoughts on whether Superman killed his clone. So here are our thoughts. I think Gunn, and I didn't notice this till the second viewing, draws the line very clearly in saying this is not a Superman who is extreme to the point that he won't kill in like ridiculous situations where of course he's gonna need to. It's an unfortunate line he'll have to cross. There is a place, and I can't remember who says it, where it's said explicitly that this is a Superman who believes in killing only when it is absolutely necessary. That is said. And so when you have him killing the clone at the end, that feels like it's in that line. And like Connor said, that is an automaton that I can't even tell.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a line of dialogue. I don't know if he has a mind of his own. And like, would Superman save him if he could, like the monster at the beginning? Yeah, I'm sure he would. But I mean, he's been fighting this guy for 20 straight minutes. He's got exactly his power set. How else is he gonna get out of this? There is no difference between, except for the fact that he survives, between Superman killing his clone at the end. And he doesn't do it like super maliciously or anything. He like traps him in a vehicle and then he gets sucked into a vortex. There is no difference between him doing that and killing Doomsday in Death of Superman. It is exactly the same thing.
And I also think he's still alive. It'll probably come back later as Bizarro or something like that.
Sure, but that's a technicality. Superman probably
Yeah.
thinks he's dead. And if Superman thinks he's dead, we do need to talk about the morality of it. And I feel like there wasn't anything else he could do. Now, should he maybe have a line after it and sort of feel bad about it? I would be fine if that was there. I do think it's maybe a little bit ambiguous as to whether or not this was a person.
Yeah. DC characters always care about not killing until something is deemed mindless. And then they're like, even Batman's like, yep, I can kill these parademons. Let's do that.
No, you say that, but again, earlier in the movie, Superman didn't want to kill that monster, who was pretty
but that's not
mindless.
but that's an animal though. Like
Okay.
Ultraman's just straight up like a mindless clone
an
that is
abomination.
puppeteered by Lex.
he needs to have his like
Yeah.
motions and actions. 1A, 3C, go.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's literally puppeteered.
I also want to go on record and say that Superman killing Zod has never been my biggest issue with Man of Steel. Like, I have a lot of other problems with the movie. I also probably like that movie more than anyone else here, but I've never been the, Superman killed Zod, that ruined the movie. I'm like, I don't even think that's the biggest problem with it. It's just stuff we don't talk about and how it's framed
This kind of
and executed.
happens.
Yeah.
No, and I don't want to get back into that, but my issue with it has always been the rest of the movie doesn't match it. So, like, you gotta build to that, and it feels like a thing that just happens because it's edgy, not because I'm supposed to think about it. But I wanted to. There's something I was going to ask. I can't. Jayson, did you have any particular feelings about that? I want to ask you about that.
About what?
His killing the clone. Because that is bothering people. I am seeing some of this, and I am seeing people equate it with the Zod death. It is not the same thing, even if you don't like the Zod death. I don't see them as at all the same kind of thing. And I think there are places where I don't know. My Superman kills when he has to, and then really feels bad about it. And I have read comics where he's obnoxious about not doing that. And he seems almost immoral going the other way.
Yeah, it feels like I see it as just like he's one step closer to defeating Lex with that, and Lex is already just using that clone because it's a clone and not a robot, right?
Yeah.
But is he programmed at all? Like. You know what I mean? Because he has these, like programmed
Yeah,
fight things.
he seems basically remote controlled.
And so I feel like that makes it better.
I would like some discussion about whether he has his own agency at all. I do wish that was in there, but
he does feel pain. That does tell you there's some degree of quote unquote life to this thing. That he does feel pain. That should be said.
And there
He does notice Miss Tessmacher on the phone in the closet too. No one had to tell him to go do that.
I missed that.
That's true.
Hey, there does need to be enough to him that we can mold him into Bizarro if that's where that's going. So he can't be completely mindless. There's got to be some building blocks to work with.
And in my opinion, sorry, Connor.
No. Go ahead.
My last thing I'll say on this, in my opinion, because I've also read and seen a lot of Superman stories, there is a difference between Superman knocking a superpowered Abomination clone of his into a black hole in the heat of battle when the literal world is ending. There is a difference between that and him snapping Zod's neck. Like it's just framing and execution.
It doesn't feel intentional at all. I mean, he was just trapping him so that
it's in the heat of battle.
Yeah, so that he could get out of that, and then he gets sucked into a vortex. Like, I don't even know if he could have saved him then. Mike T asked a question that is related to this that I really wanted to hit. He says, Lex could have easily used Superman's clone to frame him. Kind of odd that he didn't think of that. I've been seeing this criticism a lot. And this is another reason that I think it needs to be more explicit as to how much of a brain that thing has, because from what we have, I don't think that would work, because I don't think that clone would be very convincing as actually being Superman. More than that, I don't think it fulfills the plan Lex is trying to accomplish. Let's play this out for a second, because I've given this some thought. If Lex wanted to simply frame Superman, he gets kind of lucky that he goes to the fortress and he finds information about Krypton, where he's able to basically frame him with real information. It's kind of more like a blackmail thing, where he doesn't have to make up anything. As far as we understand it, he just goes, "Oh, this message is very incriminating. I'll just use it and spin it." And if he was going to frame him, yes, he's had the clone a while. He could have done it well before he goes to the fortress. But what would he have to do in order to make that work? Well, he'd have to take Superman off the board, because you can't just send out a clone, hope nobody notices where the real Superman is right then. We live in a world where everybody's got a camera in their pocket. We're going to see that Superman is in two places at once. You can't do this like you could write the story 50 years ago. Everybody's going to find out very quickly where the real one was, right? So does Lex have a way to take Superman off the board? Yes, he does. He could bring Metamorpho, who can turn into kryptonite, and then he could incapacitate Superman and then take him into his prison and then send this thing out to frame him. Okay, what does he do after that? He lets Superman out to then be framed and hopes that he was able to keep Superman from knowing where he is and that Lex was How would this plot work? Exactly.
He's already taken him out.
He's already taken him out.
Yeah.
How would this plot work?
That, and he's sickly white, because he's 100% going to be Bizarro, but he's not an exact. Yeah, he's not an exact clone.
I'll say, I think he kind of just even taking even if he never becomes Bizarro, let's just assume that. I think he kind of already is a good way of taking all of the bad Supermen adjacent things and just putting them together. He's called Ultraman. He has a containment suit like Doomsday. He has the U, which kind of looks like the Ulysses costume. He is a clone. He's a botched clone, like Bizarro in certain interpretations. It's a bunch of different kinds of evil Supermans all kind of lumped into one. So we can just get it out of the way.
We got that out of our system
next time.
As much as I still like
out of our system.
As much as I still like Cyborg Superman at some point, we got it out of our system. But you know what? Do Cyborg Superman and make him not even Superman in the first place. Just make him the evil cyborg, and then make him a Green Lantern villain, and you're good. Because he's also a great Green Lantern villain.
Do you think they could, in this universe, introduce a better cyborg Superman than we got on Supergirl? Is such a thing even
I'm
possible?
Cyborg Superman.
Yes, but the squirrel that Superman saves in this movie is a better cyborg Superman than that cyborg Superman. So yeah.
So, I might be leaving in a few minutes.
Yeah, you gotta get to bed.
But the problem is there's so much to this movie, and so there's just so much that I could talk about. But I have some gripes with this movie.
Yeah.
That I want to
go ahead and
mention.
get any thoughts out you want to get.
Because I have like my 3 major gripes with this movie, and I want to know if I'm wrong. If you can convince me that I'm wrong.
Okay, but if anybody thinks he's wrong, I want you to like Kevin Spacey yell at him.
Yes.
Wrong! Okay, I'm ready.
So
I'm
the
warmed
first
up.
thing is I feel like this movie. I'm a big fan of James Gunn.
That, by the way, is the worst thing Kevin Spacey ever did. Anyway, that's very good.
I'm a big fan of James Gunn. That's not my gripe. And I actually really like how this is I think a good mix between a good classic type Superman movie as well as a James Gunn movie. But there are a few things where he's just doing the same thing that he did again. Like, there are a couple scenes that are just the same thing as some scenes from the Guardians films and the Suicide Squad that are just kind of redone again. The 2 main ones in question are the Mr. Terrific scene with his balls, and which is literally just the Yondu scene in Guardians 1 and 2. And the scene where Krypto is getting all the spheres and all the computers are like dying, which is the Guardians 2 scene, where all the gold people are playing the video games.
Oh, that's true.
And I don't know, I just feel like he's redoing himself a little too much, but I don't know. Especially with the Mr. Terrific scene, he's doing it in like a new way.
And there's a lot of these you can do, like Lex in the pocket dimension is the Collector again.
Yeah.
Well, with the Mr. Terrific scene, it's like that's just his weapons from the comics. That's just what he uses.
Sure.
It doesn't look like either of those sequences either.
And the
I
context
wouldn't have
is
even
different
thought of
enough
that
that
if you hadn't said it.
No, but it's framed really similarly. Like, it feels that way because we've got the incidental music that then becomes the music that's scoring the scene.
Yeah.
And like there's a lot of kind of oneers in it, and like, no, I had exactly the same thing.
Well, and Gunn does that a lot in all the superhero movies. And
Yeah.
No, all of his movies have that scene in one way or another. Like the Harley Quinn in the scene of the Suicide Squad is kind of that scene again. Like there's always like the big song that scores a big action scene that's somebody walking through a place taking guys out.
And in terms of needle drops, like that's like the one big one. Like there are very few of those in this movie. This
Which
is
is
still the
interesting,
score.
but yeah.
Well, to the point where I was kind of surprised we had any. Once a couple came up, and I wasn't sure how I felt about it. But I had the same reservation with that. I like that scene a lot better on a second viewing because I liked that it was all from Lois's perspective.
Yeah, from
that was neat, but it just felt like cannon fodder for anybody that is tired of Gunn doing his Gunn thing. And I have heard a number of people complain about this. Like Jayson is not alone on this. I don't usually look at reviews before I do reviews. I cheated and saw a couple before this one, and what I'm finding is there seems to maybe be a consensus from not comic people that Gunn only makes one kind of movie, and he's just doing that again with this. And it feels like people that know more Superman lore and Superman comics are appreciating this more, and people that just watch movies aren't liking it as much. And I don't know if that's perfect across the board, but that's kind of what I'm hearing right now.
Well, yeah, and I do want to kind of echo some of Jason's stuff. Like, I also really like James Gunn. I think he's a talented guy. He definitely but he's a guy, and so, you know, when a person makes enough movies, they're gonna kind of hit familiar territory. Like, I thought Peacemaker, the first season anyways, I thought it was bad. I did not like that. And I thought a large part of it was it felt like he was just clearing his junk drawer out in terms of the jokes and just having rambling, never ending like jokes. But I also thought the emotional like character core was just taken directly from Guardians 2, and they just said, okay, now it's gonna be like John Cena. And I was like, what? But, you know, like Jayson, I said that, and a lot of people were like, no, you're wrong. So I'm like, okay, whatever. It's okay. I guess, you know, people have different sensitivities.
Well, the line is really blurred, right?
Compared
between like just a filmmaker's sensibilities and going back to the well. And I don't always know where that line is exactly. Like, I think it's a glass half empty, glass half full kind of thing, and I think it just depends on whether or not you. Well, I was going to say I think it depends on whether or not you like this filmmaker, but that's not fair because you guys have had this with things and you like this filmmaker. So I think it's just hard sometimes to say, like, is he just plugging in for his formula? I'm making a Superman movie, but I've got to have the like these same things I always do, or does he just come by that naturally because he's who he is, and so he's not even thinking of it that way. He's just writing a script, and then it comes out that way. Like, if I write 5 movies, I'm gonna have hallmarks. You know, like there's gonna be no way around it. And like the movie I just made, there's a lot of Spawn year in it. Like I'm who I am. Like,
yeah, I recently just finished writing another screenplay, and I shared it to some friends, and they said, you know, you do this thing in like all of your scripts, like you structure it very similarly. I'm like, oh, I guess I do. Like, now that you're pointing it out,
not even on purpose. Yeah.
Yeah. The question is, does Gunn know he's doing that? Does he not care? Does he do it on purpose? Does he have a template? I don't think he has a template, but some people talk about him like he's got a template.
Well, how much do you begrudge a writer for just writing what they know? And what I appreciate about this
and when does that become self-indulgent? Like, some people are not liking Crypto because they go, "Guy, he's so freaking obsessed with dogs, and I don't care about dogs, and like why does he have to do that?" And I'm like, well, again, glass half empty, glass half full. Is it he's writing what he knows and he's writing from personal experience, or is he pushing his obsessions on people? Yeah, here's
what I'll say. Like he likes writing stories about fathers and sons.
Yeah.
And I think like the Yondu and Ego and Star-Lord kind of like choosing your adopted father, like this is actually the person who raised me. I think this is kind of a similar thing going on in this.
Mm-hmm. And I'm hearing people complain about that.
But what I'm getting at is I think in this one he finds like Superman and his parents are unique, defined people compared to like Star-Lord and all them, whereas I think the stuff going on in Peacemaker isn't. I think it is just Yondu and Ego and Star-Lord and a tragic backstory that also relates to like this like kind of music I listen to is tied to like my traumatic backstory. Like, to me, like Peacemaker is basically just like redneck Star-Lord, and whereas this one, like, it's kind of a similar thing with like an adoptive chosen parent, or like choosing your adopted parent as like your true thing. But I think like that's James Gunn, like he likes that kind of familiar character beat, but this one finds its own way. That's, I think, kind of.
And I heard a review that said the end of this is just the Yondu thing again, where he like realizes who his real father is, and I'm like, yeah, but the difference is Peter Quill thought he hated Yondu, and this is a Superman who was raised by human parents and loves them and thought he had 2 sets of great parents and realized he's only got 1 set of great parents. And so the end of it is I'm following my upbringing with them, and I'm realizing they're who really made me who I was, and it's not this thing I was destined to do, even though we don't talk about destiny and free will in this movie. That's kind of subtly handled. That is what that is. So I didn't understand that point at all. It's not like, yes, he keeps going back to father-son stories, but like all of my favorite authors have like themes that they repeatedly go to and deal with in different ways. But I also have some reservations about some of those individual elements where I'm like, I kind of wanted to see you stretch a little bit more. So I'm a little conflicted about it. It's not ruining the movie for me at all. Austin, where are you coming down on this?
No, I mean, I think it's just, different artists have certain things they go back to. I don't know. I think this is different enough to the Star-Lord thing.
And also, it's not a major thing like the Star-Lord thing. Like, that is handed to you, and that they don't really do much with. Yes, I don't know what
you're saying.
Are we talking about
now.
Superman? With
James Gunn at large.
sure.
Relating to Superman.
Well, we were talking about like Superman at the end of this movie with the pictures of his father.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Versus Yondu, like he gets to the end of the movie at the funeral, and he's like, "Yondu was my real dad."
Yeah.
That's what we're talking
That's
about.
not, and I'm saying I just don't think that was as much in the foreground as the thing with Star-Lord and Ego.
Oh no, you're absolutely right about that.
And so I'm fine with that.
It is bookended.
It
was more in the foreground to me on a second viewing.
Sure.
Yeah. And with Connor's thing, I don't agree with him on Peacemaker. I think there's a lot of
No one
differences
does, apparently. Yeah.
going on there. But in this movie, I
No
don't
one
know.
has more F-bombs.
And that's true. And there's some people. It's like, look, if you don't like James Gunn's movies, like that's totally fine. Like you like what you like, and you're allowed to dislike what you dislike. But for some people, it's like you just can't win because it's like a lot of the discourse around those movies is like, oh, all the gun humor is here. I'm like, I don't even know what that means anymore. Like what I think of as James Gunn humor, and this includes the Guardians movies. It's long non sequiturs, a lot of sexual adult jokes, a lot of language. Those are PG-13, but still, and a lot of graphic violence played for comedy. That's what I think of as gun humor, which obviously he doesn't own. It can be found in other things, but there is hardly any of that in this movie. Any of the things I just mentioned, like, yes, there is a lot of comedy, but this isn't as irreverent or whatever as some of his other work is. So I just think there's humor in places that are mostly appropriate that you want in this type of movie.
Can I fight you for a second?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, so again, I'm somewhat playing devil's advocate and putting other people's shoes on. I did have a little bit more of this on a first viewing than I did a second viewing, so I get where people are coming from to some degree. But it's not just comparing gun movies to gun movies; it's comparing Superman movies to Superman movies. And when you look at the Superman stuff we've had, this feels much more like it has a lot more language and a lot more violence and a lot more of Gunn's token humor. So like compared to other Gunn movies, it doesn't. But I was even hit by that on a first viewing, where I'm like, there's a lot more language in this than I would expect from a Superman movie. There are a couple of scenes that are violent enough. I questioned taking my youngest children to it.
I can't agree with you with that after BVS exists.
Well, I'm discounting BVS, right? Like because
Man of Steel, I think is a more violent movie than
that's
this.
a movie that has a rated R cut. Like I'm like that doesn't even feel like a thing that children were intended to ever see. Like, so I wasn't even thinking about that when I said that. But what I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make is when I say comparing Superman to Superman things, what I'm really saying is people went into this as of course you would, with expectations and hopes. And I think the hope for a lot of people, or I think the picture people had of what this would be, was like a almost PG rated thing. Like I think there are people that went to this that equate like Superman with so wholesome that certain subject matters would never be tackled. And one of the things I love about this movie, of course, is that it is not afraid to tackle those things through the lens of Superman, where he himself is not cynical, but he's in a cynical world. And I think that's what's off-putting to people, is that Gunn still goes to some of those places. It does feel more muted compared to his other movies. But, like, I guarantee you there are people that go, I don't want to hear the phrase secret harem in my Superman movie. I guarantee you that's happening.
And I thought that joke was really subtle, and kids watching won't even know what they're talking about.
Yeah, it's
like
gonna
I
go
was,
right over
I
our
was
kids'
expecting
heads.
that to
They're
go
not gonna
way
let them
further than it does. And there's a lot of sexual innuendo in the Donner movies. It's played very differently, but it's classy and stuff. But
I'm mostly just reporting. I'm telling you, there's people that feel this way about it.
sure, yeah, absolutely. I just don't agree with them.
Well, to that point though, like I think like one of my friends made this observation, which was that like Gunn's writing sensibilities are still there, like, but the framing, he kind of frames things differently this time around. Like if this is Guardians of the Galaxy, this is what one of my friends, an example he used, like when Superman is talking to Lois and he's like, I'm punk rock, and she's like, you're not punk rock, like the soundtrack goes out from the bottom and then it becomes more of like a what, I'm punk rock, no you're not, and then it kind of goes on for a little longer. But like this one, like the dialogue is still kind of familiar James Gunn like banter, but like the way it's delivered is different, the way like the kind of music accompanying it and like the framing of it, the storytelling part of it is different. And I was really happy about that, because based on like what I was saying, like when I first heard James Gunn was doing Superman and everything behind the scenes where he was saying, this is what I want to do with Superman, got me excited. And the reason I was excited about this is I wanted to see James Gunn kind of challenge himself, at least in perspective to tone. And the early reviews I saw, some people were like, that's not happening. He's just made another nutty James Gunn movie. And I was a little disappointed to have heard that. But then when I finally watched it, I thought, oh no, he made the movie I hoped he would have made. So like I kind of like how tonally.
And that's where I'm saying I think it's separating the comic fans from the not comic fans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think some of the wacky comic stuff is what people are looking at and going, see Gunn just always does this, he makes the same kind of movies, and they don't realize that some of that is just adapting source material. We've never had a Superman movie that goes to those places, and I also think there are a lot of screen Superman fans that actually wouldn't like a lot of Superman comics.
Oh, absolutely.
I've always thought that.
That's
yeah. And yeah, that's right, Nicholas Bodo. Like the word rapist is said in the first Donner movie. I don't think harem's worse than that, but
it keeps
that's more
keeps
pointed.
coming back. They play it as
like
it's a running joke.
It's a repeated
two
gag.
it's 2 or 3 times.
Yeah,
And
it's only a
kids have
couple
no idea what
times.
that means. Yeah.
But I actually have a big thing with Superman swearing, which is I really like that you do have like a lot of old word phrases, like when he falls down after the healing thing, he's like, oh golly, and then when he's yelling at Crypto, he's like, what the hey. But when he has to deal with something that does have a swear word in it, like when he talks about the me and hashtags, he just says it because it's like, this is what I'm talking about. And it's not that like awful joke I hate in Age of Ultron where Iron Man swears and then Cap's like, oh, language, you don't swear. And it's like, yeah, no, because this is like how an actual person talks. And I really appreciated that.
Mm-hmm. And to Cap's point, like expectations are certainly a factor. Like I think the Guardians movies are way darker and more adult than this is, and many families took their kids to those. But you didn't know what you were necessarily getting with those. People have different expectations.
It wasn't a Superman movie. Yeah, I think that's the other reason that this requires a couple of viewings. Like I hardly ever say this. People that are really down on this, I would suggest give it another watch and see if you still feel the same way about it. Because I even had a certain degree of, this just was not what I was expecting. And I always have to see Gunn movies more than once. And I think there might be some folks out there that don't realize they have what I have with Gunn, that just need another watch with it.
Even people, not just the sensibility stuff, but saying, oh, it's messy or stuff doesn't come together or whatever. It's like, you're not giving the movie enough credit. Like, you're not gonna say you're not paying attention enough, but some of those things may be fixed for you on another viewing.
Well, in
when you know where
Guardians
everything's
3,
going.
Guardians 3, The Suicide Squad, and this are movies that just launch off and like don't care if you're not willing to launch off with it.
Yep.
And I think they're my favorite Gunn movies because of that. Like it's
Yeah,
just
Suicide Squad.
No, I like
Well,
that
There's a
too.
level of respect he gives his audience of just like,
Yeah.
you're with this or you're not. Like, if you're not keeping up, then I'm sorry.
Well,
I
and
think
that's another criticism I'm hearing where people go like it's overstuffed and it's oppressive and there's just too much stuff all being thrown at you. I'm telling you, they didn't expect that from a Superman movie, and
Mm.
if you give it another watch and you know where it's all going, it might feel a lot less that way.
Yeah.
Because I felt a little like I didn't find it oppressive. I'm trying to figure out what the right word is, but like I felt overstimulated on first viewing when I did in the second time, and I had exactly the same
Same here.
thing with the Suicide Squad. I thought the Suicide Squad was massively overstimulating. I don't have that now, and I don't think that's lowering standards. I think it's adjusting expectations where it's just now you know what the guy is doing. It's not the way somebody else would maybe come in and handle this, but there's still enough substance to what's happening. It doesn't feel like a Star Wars prequel or something. And I'm hearing people say it's because this seems to be sort of polarizing. I think more people are liking it than not, but I'm seeing just like a wide birth of different opinions being thrown at it. Like it seems like no two people feel exactly the same way about this unless they're me and Robert. And even then, I think Robert and I have subsequently disagreed on a couple of things, which I don't like because I thought Robert was my Ultraman. I thought he was my clone, and I could just say 1A over and over again, and he would beat people I don't like. But now I'm not sure if he'll listen to me.
Listen
my
to
bad.
me now.
Well, and I will say on my second viewing today, there were a couple of older ladies in my row who seemed to be with the movie for the first half, and then a scene we haven't talked about yet is when Lex kills that guy in front of
Yeah.
Superman. One of them was not happy about it, and she was saying stuff like disgusted, disappointed, and after a while it was like, okay, lady, you don't have to say all your thoughts out loud, but whatever. But as the movie kept going, it seemed to kind of win her back by the end. Like, she didn't walk out or anything, but that specific part of the movie was like, oh, this went way darker than she was expecting or comfortable with. It was not happy. But then when Krypto came back, she seemed to be liking the movie again. So, good
Yeah,
for her.
because he who was tired of crypto is tired of life.
So,
Okay.
you guys want to? Okay, so my second gripe is Crypto.
I like Crypto better on a second viewing. Like that's not the take I wanted with that initially, but again, like I get it. I'm okay with it on another viewing.
So my second gripe with this movie is Crypto. I don't. It's actually worse on a second viewing for me.
Oh, really? You just didn't like Crypto?
No. Here's the thing. From the beginning, I think I like Crypto, but it just I didn't need it to be. It just turned that character, if you can call it a character, it's his dog, into a gag. Like it's not a character anymore. It's just a running gag. But the problem is the gag takes like 30 seconds to last every time you do it, and it happens like 6 times throughout the movie. And it's just Crypto beating the crap out of people. And after a while, it's not funny for me. And the problem is, on a second watch, you're watching it 6 more times.
Jeez, Jayson.
And the other thing is, I just don't think Superman's very in character when he yells at Lex about Crypto.
Oh, I'm not with you on that at all. I'm fine with that. I like righteous anger Superman.
I think he
now,
gets
maybe,
too far.
Now, I could see you saying it's a little over the top since it's not actually his dog and he doesn't like Crypto.
Yeah.
I can kind of see that, but it's like. But it's like I've never actually gone and met Lex Luthor. I'm tired of his crap, and now he's messing with my stuff. Like I get that. No, I'm not with you on that. I'm fine
Yeah.
with it.
He's
and
also
it's-
watching his cousin's dog. Like, that's his
Yeah.
responsibility.
Yeah.
And then Lex came in and took crypto.
And he
I
could
just-
be dead. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
I
He could
totally
be
buy
dead.
him being as pissed
Yeah,
off
and
as
also
he is.
keep in mind he's not just mad that Lex took his dog. He found his way into the fortress.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
You know, it's like you
sure.
broke into my house and you took my stuff.
Yeah.
No, one of his best deliveries to me is when he's like, I'm going to go get arrested now. And Lois is like, why? And he's like, That could be the only way I find my dog, and he's
not
not
very
a good
good
dog,
dog.
but he's out there.
Mhm.
He's
Yeah.
alone, and he's probably scared, and I'm gonna do it. I'm like that. It's Superman.
And I love that that's the reason he's willing to be arrested. He probably wouldn't do it otherwise. That's great.
And I don't
No,
know if
you're
we're
right.
gonna disagree on this, but I like the Supergirl scene a lot, and the way how we see her interact with Crypto and how she's cool with the roughhousing was like, oh, perfect. I thought that
So-
was a great payoff.
I'm mixed on it because I think I would be weird with it if I hadn't read the book that her movie is based on. Because I know where they're going with it. And this is another
Yeah.
place where I feel like there's almost a prerequisite where it's like anybody that's like, God, that's not what I want from Supergirl. I'm like, read the book or wait for the movie. I guarantee you're going to like her. But it's a weird first impression. And the other thing is there are a couple of sloppy things like that where I just don't buy the setup. I don't really buy the premise. Like, how is she drunk if the idea is supposed to be you can't get drunk on this planet because of your powers with the yellow sun, but she can go get drunk on another planet and then come back here and be re-irradiated but remain inebriated? What?
I just
I think,
assume
like,
the
it
effects
wears
hadn't
off.
worn off yet.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
just wears off. Yeah,
I would think it would
It's the
wear
same
off
with Superman
immediately. I don't
healing.
really understand that,
but
but
same as
I'm
Superman
not-
healing. Like it just
Yeah.
it takes a little bit
how
of
long
time.
has she been there? We don't know.
She
It
just
looks like
Yeah,
she
we
just
don't.
got
She
there.
probably
She
literally
just got
landed
back.
Like
straight
from space?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine if that's the case. I didn't get that from it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize she had just landed.
Now here's the thing: I have not read that,
Yeah.
and it makes me that scene like I actually like her in that scene. I don't know if I want her as the main character in a movie, you know, and like and that's probably what you were saying.
Yeah,
It's
I think
like-
a lot of people that don't know where they're going with that are going to be like,
I
oh,
don't.
like
I have no idea what.
we got to watch a petulant child for 2 hours, just going on planets, getting drunk. I'm like, okay, like I understand that. It's a weird first impression.
Yeah.
And the thing
That was a
I'm
big thing with it.
the thing I am mixed on about it, that I'm not sure yet if it's a problem with this movie or if I just have to wait and see how her movie turns out. Again, it's really nice that that's the very next movie. Is I really need a conversation with him and her about the Jor-El message stuff, because at least in most iterations of Supergirl, she knew Jor-El personally.
Yep.
So this is something they should be talking about. Again, in the tone of the scene and everything that else is going on, we're winding down. It's an epilogue. It's not a big problem for me, but I'm like, boy, I hope I get to see that
And
conversation.
she would know how
That's great. I hope
despotic
he's in
that world
movie.
is. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we've got a bunch of super chats. Apologies that we haven't gotten to these yet. I'm sure I'll be surprised if one of them is not about this. But since you broached that, let's hit that real quick. Are you going to stick around or are you going to go to bed?
I'm probably just gonna go to bed.
Okay. Well, thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
Jason.
We know that Jayson, he hates crypto, he hates Lex Luthor. If he loves Booster Gold, then we're really in trouble.
No.
Like, this is going to be a problem.
No, I like.
I really did something wrong.
I like this Lex Luthor, and I like a lot of things about other Lex Luthors.
Cool.
Was there anything else that you want to make sure you get? To
I
say?
mean, I had a third gripe.
You want to say it real quick?
Yeah,
Sorry, man.
it's that Superman is weak some of the time and strong some of the time, and I can't tell if this is supposed to be a weak Superman or a Superman who just doesn't really have his power, has as much of his power some of the time. I don't know. It feels like in scenes Gunn makes Superman weak when he needs to be weak and strong when he needs to be strong. And I don't know if I'm the only person that thinks that, but
He is on the back foot this whole movie, maybe to a fault, because we are literally told up front, like, he has lost his very first battle. So what you're supposed to be thinking is, oh, he's had 3 years of doing Superman stuff with no pushback or
Yeah.
struggle. We just don't see that on screen, so you just have to take the movie's word for it. But I just took it as, like, okay, this is like DCAU Superman the Animated Series power set. Like, he's strong, he flies, he's fast and stuff, but, like, it can still be a struggle. Like, he still struggles to lift heavy things, and I'm cool with that for Superman. I prefer that. I also I prefer him not to be faster than somebody like the Flash, because then what does the Flash have to contribute? Superman's just as fast as him. I've never liked that. So yeah, I'm fine with like a not mega powered Superman personally.
So are you saying like, do you have any other examples besides the black hole? Like, is it just that? Is
It's
it just
the
like,
black
how does he
hole-
go against the black hole if he's supposed to be, a weaker power set, more of like a John Byrne Superman?
And also like the fight against himself and there's-
Engineer.
Yeah, an engineer.
When he is like still a little bit powered down, I think, in this climax, isn't he? Because Mr. Terrific says like, "Oh, you need 2 or 3 days to
Yes.
get over your kryptonite poisoning."
That's a good
Right.
point.
So I do think he is rocking up at like 60%.
But also
Go ahead.
he's
but he goes against the black hole.
Yeah, he gets it like right after that. And there's too much in this movie that I can't go back and be like, oh, where does he fight someone? And he's but there are parts where I'm like, I don't know, I like this as like a kind of weak Superman. I like that idea, but
Sorry, go ahead if you weren't finished. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
I wasn't finished, or I was finished.
No, I was just gonna say I think what I like about it structurally, and it kind of starts with like the point where it swaps is probably the black hole scene. But I do like that it has like kind of Guardians 3 like oppressive thing where it's like everything's coming down on Superman, and then that is kind of the switch where it's like now we're gonna start having him kind of pushing back, and then now we're gonna flip and it's gonna be cathartic because everything's been coming down so hard on him through the like earlier in the movie.
The elevator pitch of this is Superman has a really bad week.
Yeah.
That's what this movie is.
I think it's a massive risk, certainly, to have him on the defense the whole movie like that. It is the perfect argument against people that say Superman is too perfect and nothing can hurt him. Why tell a story about it? And I think Gunn is compensating a bit for that. And as Robert said, perhaps to a fault a little bit. Because you are walking a line between making a Superman vulnerable enough, both emotionally and physically, that we can kind of relate to him. I like that this is Superman who really is just a guy. That's wonderful. But the line between doing that and being like powerful enough that people are still worried that if he wasn't on our side, he could take over the world. That's a tough balancing act, right?
Yeah.
And I could see people saying, well, after this, I don't know why people would be really that worried about Superman taking over the world or something. And that's where, Robert, you're right. Like, for 3 years, they would be. He's never lost a battle.
Oh, also, before I leave, I want to hear you talk about your least favorite line.
Okay, so this is you really want me to bring this up?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the best thing that you
okay, so this
ramble
is a nitpick, but in the opening, and this is more of a language thing I've always hated when people do this. So in the opening, and I've already complained to Austin about this. In the opening words on the screen, it says Superman revealed himself 3 years ago. Everyone's known about Superman for 3 years. And then in the scene that introduces Lex Luthor, somebody, I forget who, in that scene says, Lex has been studying Superman for years. And I'm like, so 3? So 3 then? For years? Like, that's a little hyperbolic. For years! Like, he's been all this time. 3.
I think it was the guy with glasses that thinks that he's gonna do something but never actually does.
Only 3 years.
That's
I think
years.
Otis said that.
I know. I
So-
hate it when people do that.
It's not incorrect.
It's not, but it's irksome. I've never liked that. If you're going to say
How
years,
dare this guy who works for Lex be hyperbolic?
he's hyperbolic. He's like he's been studying for years.
I think
Anyway.
Otis said it. So
For
take
the
that what it
record,
says.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
That's supposed to be Otis.
Yes, his name
Yeah.
is Otis,
Oh.
but we don't get it until real toward the end of the movie.
That's the guy
Yeah, I
with
forgot that Otis was in this
The
film.
black guy.
so-
He's the black
Oh,
guy.
the black guy.
Yep.
Oh no! It's not him that says that.
No, it's somebody else that says
it's,
it. I
it's
forget.
the guy.
who.
It's the guy with glasses
Alright.
that's like supposed that like
Yeah,
keeps
that's
trying to
Mustache guy?
yeah, he keeps talking to Lex and trying to bring the thing down so that it doesn't so the world doesn't crack in half or whatever. But then he tries to help and then he never actually helps.
You know, a great acting choice I love that Holt has when he's first introduced. They're controlling Ultraman as the Hammer of Baravia, and Lex is talking to his minions, and he comes down behind one of them and just starts rubbing his shoulders. That's awesome. I love that choice.
I love the lighting. I love the lighting in the Pentagon scene where he's sitting there like in the dark with the light against his face. It's pretty good.
Can I bring up a nitpick? Oh, sorry.
Are you going to bed?
Connor,
I just quickly
take
make one more.
Okay, good night, Jayson.
One more.
Jason's going to
Night,
get good night,
Jason.
Bye.
And then
My
we will
favorite,
finally hit these super chats and read all the reviews. I'm so sorry about how long this show's going to be. Anybody that needs to get going, feel free to get going whatever you need to. We're already on almost 2.5 hours, but we still have much to do.
Go ahead, Connor.
I really like the way the bridge in Luthor's tower becomes like a hover ship. It was awesome. I like cackled out loud in the theater when that happened. I was so happy.
It was
It's
that,
so
and in that first scene where Ultraman comes in as the Hammer of Bravia, and they're like, haha, like, we did this, and it, like, starts to pan out, and, like, the engineers landing on, I'm like, oh my god, this is right out of Goldmember, this is amazing.
I also really liked Lex Luthor's theme. I thought that was a nice like music choice.
I gotta listen to it again. Nothing stood out to me with that. I was not high on the score overall.
I liked it.
It's
well,
fine,
it's funny,
but it didn't get me. It like pumped or nothing. It didn't really. Oh, real quick, Lex in this is the Terror from the Amazon Tick Show.
That's true.
I just got to throw that out there because he also does that thing where he's got a ship in a building you didn't know about. Remember the T at the end of that show that comes out of the building, and Lex does the same thing in that.
The best thing about the score, though, is because they released like little snippets like on the premiere day, and there was one that people were like, "Oh man, this sounds just like the Batman score." Oh man, they've been hiding it. Pattinson's gonna show up at the end of this movie, and that little snippet of score plays over Ultraman handing the president of Bravia a donut, and that makes me smile. That was the big piece of score. People are like, "Oh man!"
I love that quirky stuff with Lex. When he hands that guy the donut, and the guy like freaks out about how good it is, and the Lex goes, "I know, right?" This is so weird.
That actor who plays the president of Baravia, he's very good in a movie called Triangle of Sadness that came out a few years ago. If anyone liked that actor, he's very funny. Anyways.
Yeah, I like the composer John Murphy. I like his stuff in 28 Days Later and The Suicide Squad. And when I found out that was the same guy, I could hear so many parallels, and I could hear a bit of that in this too. You know, he really likes his electric guitar riffs. But although Gunn also said that Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick being such a big influence on this movie, I could actually hear a lot of Top Gun in the score too.
Interesting.
Which I enjoyed. Again, I didn't love it or anything. I don't know how much I'll go back to this on its own. And I will say the moments that stood out to me a lot are just when we're doing the Williams theme, which I thought were well placed. It totally worked for me, and currently I'm cool with it. But it was some of like the villain stuff that could stand out a little more than just I've heard this before.
I guess I'm mostly with Cap on this because like I didn't notice the music a lot of the time, and I am kind of mixed on going with the Williams cues, but I did like the Lex theme. I thought that in the moment I was like, ooh, that's cool.
I thought it was totally tasteful. I still like the way the fanfare is kind of like reworked to sort of be its own thing. I'm still on the fence about whether I think they should have done it. I don't know.
Me too.
I can't decide.
I will say, like, characterization wise, I forgot to mention this at the start. The part of this movie that like amped me up, where I was like, "Yes, we're tying the knot, baby," is when Lex is like, "I'm not trying to kill you to like create this international incident. I did all of this to kill." I'm like, "Yes, we get it. This is
so
perfect."
Good.
I so happy.
Cap,
No studio notes. Perfect. Shoot it.
Cap, you've talked about this before, but would you be more or less cool with it if we also do this with Elfman in the DCU Batman movie? If that riffs on the Elfman thing.
Boy, I'm on the fence about all of this just as an initial idea. I think I feel funkier about that, but it's because I expect a more lighthearted Batman in this. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if their characterization isn't very gothic, why on earth would you use that?
Mm-hmm. Gunn hates 89, so we don't have to worry, thankfully.
That's true.
Yeah, but he
Well,
could go to something else. Like, I don't know what, but like there's lots of Batman music.
The 60s show.
Yeah, just a real dramatic, like, no. But really slow to the point where for a minute you don't even realize that's what it is.
Can we get the William Shatner cover of the 66 Batman theme?
You know what the natural extension to that question is Wonder Woman's theme? Are we going to do the...
No, they'll never...
No.
Yeah. But at least with the Williams theme, though, like, we do go back to it a lot, like Smallville, like other things that aren't canon with that, so that helps it a little bit. Also, just speaking for myself personally, it's used so much better here than something like the Justice League theatrical cut, which was off. I will still never for the life of me understand why we used the John Williams score when Superman is acting crazy and out of his mind and fighting the Justice League. I will never understand that. Absolutely baffling. At least it's used correctly here.
Yeah, it's just the 89 theme is the closest thing to that with another superhero, where it has come back in other things, and animated series has it reorchestrated, and that means that we were still hearing it for years on end after 89. So yes, we know that Gunn doesn't like that movie, but if another filmmaker making that wanted to do that, would Gunn say no just because he doesn't like 89? I don't know. So I still think there's a chance it happens. Personally, I kind of hope it doesn't, but okay, let's go ahead and hit these super chats. There's a bunch of them. Jay Forever King, $2 super chat. I like Jimmy Olsen didn't get shot in the head. Yes, me too. There's a part of me that I kind of hopes that that he didn't really care for this movie very much, but he liked that about it. Like, that's the one positive thing he could think of for this, is just, well, Jimmy Olsen didn't get shot in the head, so I guess it's okay. Chewbacca's Lover, I'm just kidding. Chewbacca's Lover, $2 super chat. Is there Bruce Timm influence? I think there is. Yeah, I mean, again, it's like the Batman, where there are a number of different Superman influences that you can see. I think the Donner stuff stands out so much that some of the other things might get buried for people that aren't as in the know, whereas the Batman felt like such a homogenized kind of thing that you either notice none of it or you notice all of it. But yes, there has to be, and I've heard a lot of people say this feels like just a big episode of DCAU, and I was getting that more on a second viewing than I was on the first viewing, but it's definitely really like that in that Superman. We are doing that world building. Superman isn't in this larger universe with these other heroes. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I noticed it primarily in like coding Lois in purples, like with her wardrobe. I associate that with DCAU. It probably has another origin.
I have the same thing. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of DCAU in this that I saw, and I appreciate it, and some stuff that is very different, but also a lot of the Tim stuff I don't like with Superman isn't in this movie, so that's nice. But yeah, obviously the Jor-El stuff's very, very different, and I do like the DCAU Jor-El a lot. But yeah, also the suit. Like, we haven't talked about the suit at all. I don't know. Like, I can't say this is my favorite live action Superman suit, but boy, do I love the color on it. It's the first suit since Christopher Reeve or Dean Cain, I guess, where, in my opinion, the blue, red, and yellow, like, we get all correct. So just for the color alone, I really like this suit.
Yeah.
Just want to throw that out there.
I agree. I didn't find it distracting at all through the movie. I had my reservations about it before it came out. I just don't like the lines, and I don't need the textures and stuff. Yeah. But it's serviceable. It works. I'm a little curious as to how it was made. Like, I assume his mom made it in this version, but I don't actually really know that.
He has the yellow S on the cape, which you really wanted. So
Yes, I did. Well, you know what, I say that, but Supergirl also has it, so like it could be a full-on Kryptonian thing. We don't really know, actually.
yeah.
Hmm.
Who knows?
I did see a great interview with Corin Sweat and Gunn where they were like, "Oh, what is the meaning of Superman's S?" And Corin Sweat was like, "Well, sometimes it's like the House of L and it means hope." And Gunn was like, "No, it's an S. It means Superman."
Well, to be fair, until they say otherwise, because that S is on the fortress entrance, that's telling me that's something Kryptonian. That's
Yeah,
how
no,
I'm
it
currently
probably
interpreting
is.
it. Yeah, but that is funny.
Well, and again, Supergirl's got that suit, so like, why
Yeah.
why does she feel the need to wear the same thing he's wearing if it's not Kryptonian? And like, there can be an explanation. I'm just wondering what it is. I was gonna get into the Krypton stuff earlier, and I kind of forgot about it after we talked about all Jayson stuff. So I guess we might as well hit that now. So I am, of course, not the biggest fan of in what is now our like movie mainline Superman making Jor-El, throwing him under the bus like that and saying that he sent Superman to rule. Like, I never wanted to see that as the main way we did it, especially because there have been some kind of more Elseworldsy, off the beaten path things that have done that really well. I like that being an alternate thing, and almost everything else about this version feels definitive to me. And so that's the one place where I'm going, boy, it works really great thematically for the story we're telling with the nature nurture stuff, and say, or sorry, I should say the destiny free will stuff, and saying that Superman is not the altruistic person he is because he's following a plan set out by his Kryptonian father. I love all of that. I was feeling really weird about it, and then on a second viewing, I went, boy, it's all really cryptic and ambiguous and intentionally weird, right? Like, the fact that Jor-El is only ever speaking in Kryptonian. I realize that we have a translation, but like, that is really distancing us from it. The fact that Supergirl is kind of a party animal and she has a dog that came from Krypton, so we have some of that whimsical stuff still. There's a lot that is not adding up about that, and I think it's going to be exactly like the setup for Quill's father with Ego in Guardians 2, where there's a big question mark with this, and we're going to get the answers later. People that are immediately going, and I get folks that go, well, I don't want to wait for a sequel, or I don't care about sequels, or whatever. Just keep in mind, like, this is a standalone movie. The story is great by itself, but he's building a universe. It's the first like not necessarily chapter in a trilogy or whatever. It could end up being that down the road. It might end up being a lot like Guardians in that way, but like, I'm really withholding judgment on it because we've not heard any Kryptonian side on this, and Supergirl is the very next movie, and as we keep saying, we've got to get her side on what Krypton was like and what her upbringing was and all of that before I feel like I can be that upset about it. There's more going on there. I'm not ready to pass judgment on it yet.
Yeah, that's just the kind of part of this story that I found the most kind of clunky. And as you said, I don't know if you said awkward, but like, stuff's not adding up. Where when it came out, like when they were like, we have the whole message, here it is, and it's like, and they have it translated, I was like, so this is obviously like fabricated or doctored or whatever. And it's like, well, we have top linguists. Like, well, what linguists know stuff about Kryptonian like language? Like, I was kind of like, just, I was like, okay, so this is obviously fake. And then the movie just kind of expects me to go along with, no, we're telling you the truth. And I'm like, I just don't really buy it. So, I mean, I guess it could get fixed in a future movie or not. I like what this gets us to on a story level and a character level. Like, I like how it challenges Superman, and like, I like what it does for like the geopolitics and stuff. You almost, like, half of your sneeze was in it, and it was really
nearly
funny.
muted it. you almost that was the most
Oh no!
that was the most semi-professional thing I've ever seen.
I sneezed in your general direction.
That was like a fighting game, like when you're like punching, like it was so good. But yeah, I just felt like I like where it gets us to on a story level, and like it could get rectified on like a future, but like as is, like right now for this movie, I was like, that felt like an obvious, like flimsy narrative thing when the rest of the movie is much more solid than that. So that's
Well,
what I
and
thought.
Connor, there is precedent for darker Jor-El stuff, like we have
I
done
know.
that in comics. So it's
I'm
like
not,
I'm
I'm not
currently
against
taking.
doing a darker
Yeah.
Jor-El. I just think like the justification in world just felt so flimsy to me.
There's a little bit of like hand waving it, like
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
where I was
But
hoping
again,
we were
on a
going.
second viewing, I felt like it was kind of intentional. Like I'm starting to be more okay with it. Where like it felt like an unreliable narrator thing, where it was like wait for late. And I mean, it's not blatant about it like it is in Guardians, where you get to the end and it's like, oh, his dad, that guy was a jackass, and it's like we're setting something up. Like I kind of wish this was more set up in a way, but on the other hand, I kind of like that there's not a lot of sequel bait. So I don't know.
Yeah. Like, and I got nothing against like being pure to Jor-El. Assassinate the character out of Jor-El all you want. Assassinate him 5 times over. I don't care. Just like I just think like in the context, it's a little. Like,
Even the Brando version, I don't like when we get to 2. I think the movie's on his side too much, but that's a whole other conversation. And this is actually like the complete antithesis to that Jor-El. How that Jor-El's like, you must be a virgin, you cannot have children, and then this one's like, dude, have all the wives you want, like go for it. I was like, oh, okay, that's different.
that was the other thing that felt like so this is fake, right? Like his message is like almost like comically like
bad sounding.
Earth societies hear it, they won't like this.
Yeah.
But there's also parts of that message though where he does say very Jor-El things that just obviously we're not gonna interpret well. I really hope, or at least how I view it, is more of just kind of a lost in translation or misinterpretation stuff going on that we could expand on in other movies, where it's stuff like humans are primitive and weak and stuff like that. It's like, well, that's not incorrect. People are just not going to be happy when they hear that, and not far off from how the Jor-El is typically depicted. It's the only line I don't like that for me got like, because like the idea of like Kryptonians being cool with polygamy is like, that's different. That's a side of their culture we've never seen before. Okay, right on. The part I don't like is you get to the very end, and it's it's 2025, you know. But you get to the end of it,
I
and
feel like we're learning things about Robert that I didn't necessarily want to know. Robert, look, I want to be like Superman with this and be apolitical. Okay, I know this is a can of worms that I don't need to open on this channel. Oh man,
Robert, you have a secret harem.
You don't know.
Confirmed, Captain Logan and his entire panel are pro-polygamy.
But the
Geek
one
Evolution secret harem.
Who are you running damage control for, Robert? I want to know. Tell me now.
No, but like Connor, to what you were saying earlier about like, okay, so we're top linguists. Like, okay, what does that mean? Who is an expert on Kryptonian? It made me think of like the movie Arrival, which is all about language. And there's a really important plot point in Arrival is people not being able to tell the distinction between the people not being able to understand the distinction between offer gift and offer weapon. Where that's a big plot point of that movie, where obviously those are very different sounding things, and I hope we're doing something like that here. My argument just crumbles a little when you get to the very end, where the last thing he says is "rule without mercy," and I'm like, oh, I don't need that, and the whole tone and vibe just doesn't match the rest of that message. Or I'm like, how do you go from the start of that to "rule without mercy"? Because later when Clark says like they sent me here to hurt people, it's like, well, that's not exactly what they said, but then you get to that bit, and it's like, I don't know. I prefer more of the gray area misinterpretation take with
And also
that
think that
stuff.
happened very fast. Like
Mhm.
In 5 minutes, they were able to like get top linguists to decode all of that. Hmm?
Yeah. Also,
I don't
there's
know if I
two.
believe
Lex has lots of resources, okay?
They're
that
very
is true,
cunning
that is
linguists.
true.
Yeah.
Uh, the last thing I'll say on that is that whole montage of like when the truth comes out and we're getting like all those reaction shots of, oh my god, Superman was sent here to conquer us. I need 2 cutaways during that whole sequence that we don't get. I need a cutaway to Ma and Pa watching that on the TV.
Oh, sure.
Because we see later that Superman has some missed calls from them, which is important, and I think I noticed that on the second viewing, but we should actually see them reacting to that. I need a little more presence from them in the first half.
Yeah.
That would have done a lot, just seeing them watch that on
I'd
TV.
like more presence from them in general, because I think the
Okay,
casting
before
is
you
really
get
good. But
before you get to that,
don't
before you
get
get
enough of them.
I also need a cutaway to that Ali guy, just to remind us of him before where that goes. Because my problem with the Ali scenes is both of them are very exposition heavy, and then it's like when the big thing happens where Lex kills him, it's like, oh, that's dark, but that scene is like the big sequence I wish was a little longer.
I didn't even
and
catch it was the
more
same
drawn
guy
out.
on our first viewing. I needed 2 watches before I realized that was even the same person.
Sure, I didn't have that problem, but yeah, like
I'm an idiot with first watches.
Well, I
It's
can't blame
fine.
you though.
But
I shouldn't review anything
interacts with a
after
lot
only
of
watching
people.
it once.
no, and I do think that scene's really cool, really great, and I'm glad that we get to see Lex go that dark. We need to see him do something that evil in this movie.
Dude,
I wish that sequence was longer.
call me superficial. I don't know why. I've longed forever to see like the mogul kind of Lex Luthor on the big screen with just a big ass silver gun. Like, I'm so happy to finally get that. Made me very happy.
Also, his
also-
is it a White Martian? Like, who is that guy?
Is
like,
it a White
River
Martian?
Styx-
Thank you. That was a big question I had.
And
Mr.
I
Handsome.
I love that whole just
Sorry,
like,
what,
River
Austin?
Styx thing.
He's Mr. Handsome. That's just what Lex calls him. He's got like a little picture of him on his desk.
Yeah,
I did not notice that. That's funny.
Austin, did you have the White Martian thought?
When I saw him in the trailer,
I was
I
thinking
was
that
like,
too.
is that a white Martian? And then just in the movie, I was like, oh, it's probably just another weird creature Lex has made.
But Martian comes up in the dialogue
It
and
does.
like
In that
says same
scene.
diff or
Mm.
same difference.
Which would make me think he wouldn't want to have a Martian like operating his little
Yeah, but
River
he's using
Styx
it as a
boat
slave.
ride.
Yeah. But what I also like about that sequence though is it's very evocative of All Star with like Lex going under the prison he's in to his lair or whatever. Like both things are looking at the same thing, but it's not literally that scene lifted. It's just the same imagery we're evoking. I thought that was cool.
I also like the costuming in that, where it's like it looks like he's like wearing a tuxedo, like he just got out of like some kind of black tie event to just go kill somebody. Like that's some
Mhm.
good like bastard villain thing for him to do. I liked it.
Absolutely.
He's also kind of
Implied
doing that
narrative.
Stryker thing where he hates metahumans, but he's using a bunch of them.
Oh, okay. Can I bring up a nitpick / potential?
Yes, and then we
Potential?
have to hit these super chats, or
Sorry.
we're all gonna fall asleep on camera. Good.
I'm feeling great. Sorry. Okay, one question I have, or at least reservation, or one thing I thought was weird. So the first thing we're told is Superman's been around for a few years and he's never lost a battle before. We are also told that we know about kryptonite, we know what it is, and also that we've gotten rid of all of it, and that's why he has to use Metamorpho.
Well, that's
Later.
interesting. That's
So-
interesting.
Superman's never lost a fight, but he's also dealt with kryptonite before. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you kick Metallo's ass.
Like maybe, yeah, sure. Like that can be what happened. I
Sure,
was just
but
like,
like
does that
the
make sense?
first time he gets hit with kryptonite, has no idea what it is, makes him double over. He finishes that fight, but then he has a fight with the Hammer of Baravia with no crit. Now, I guess that makes sense though, because he is going up against his own power set and doesn't realize
Yeah.
it. So I mean, like, I'll give him that. But that's a terrific question, Robert. It is kind of weird. Now, it's
Thank-
possible that, because a lot of the time we play kryptonite as being extremely ridiculously rare, which means being rid of all of it could mean there was a sliver. he could have gone up against it one time, won the fight, and we got rid of that kryptonite. That's possible.
Also, one of the things Gunn says like isn't canon anymore from the Suicide Squad movie was Bloodsport shooting him with a kryptonite bullet and putting him in the ICU. He's like, oh,
that would be a battle
not
that he lost.
But I disagree. I can make it work, though. All you have to say is that it was an assassination attempt, possibly by Lex.
Not a battle.
Not a battle. He's put in the ICU. That's why he's not there for the Starro fight. And then he recovered, and it's like, oh, now I have to take care of this kryptonite thing. An assassination attempt is not the same thing as a battle.
I like
Superman has never lost a battle. He's been to the hospital like 60 times from assassination attempts, but it does not count.
Exactly. I feel very strongly
That's the way
about
Lex wasted all of his kryptonite is he just made 60 kryptonite bullets, and they all failed.
He shot him on 60 different occasions, but not a battle.
I love this loophole. It's wonderful. Okay, great. $10 super chat. There's an interesting parallel between this and the Batman. We did talk about this a little bit. And apologies for super chats that will come up that we've already kind of hit. But let's read through them. Parallel between this and the Batman, in which the main hero discovers their driving motivation is a complete lie and have to overcome that to become a representative for a higher ideal. Well, I guess that's true, and it's also in a weird way. Both of them revelations about parents that are uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's a lot of the Batman in this, and that was the big one that like I should have seen coming, because like the very first thing Gunn says about this movie is it's going to be about Superman reconciling with his Kryptonian heritage and figuring out where he stands as a human. So like I should have seen this coming a mile away, but I was
The
like, oh, this does feel a
was
lot like the Batman.
Subtitle.
Yeah.
And both land exactly, if we're going to do it, where I would want them to, where the Waynes aren't exactly evil. And then I'm fine with Jor-El and Lara being evil. That's cool. The Kents are far more important. They're the ones that make Superman.
Well, that's true. And again, it works great for the story. It's just... and I won't keep beating a dead horse, but like obviously I like Jor-El as a character in Krypton and stuff, and I think you can make an evil Jor-El work. It's just traditionally I like Jor-El as a contrast to the problems with the rest of the planet and what destroyed it. So like the idea that he is special and is the only person that would have even thought to send his kid in a rocket. You've got to flesh that out and give me a better sense of why he went all the way to putting his kid in a rocket beyond just keeping Krypton alive. Maybe that can be enough. I don't know. I need to know where exactly they're going with it, because I want it to be, if that is indeed what it is, and it's not it's not a fake message somehow. Because I still think that there's either a lot more to that story or somehow it is actually fake, like Connor was saying. But like I need it to stand apart from the other like decent bad Jor-El, bad Krypton stories we've done, like My Adventures recently, because that's a thing we do often to deconstruct Superman in other like not Superman things that are doing Superman analogs, like with Invincible and that kind of thing. And I am hearing people complain that we're just doing Invincible again, which is not really what this is. But in just having an evil Jor-El again, I get why people are irritated about that. And again, me being a big Krypton fan, I don't love it right away. I could be won over on it, but I got to know more about it.
Well, I mean, you still have like their parents. Their planet's dying. They send their kid off because they love their baby, and they're just like, hey, while you're here, like these people are primitive. Like you are going to be above them. Like I don't think you'd really lose like the most important stuff about Jor-El and Lara like through that. It's just they have a different take on like what you're gonna do when you get there, which I think is fine. But like I don't even necessarily think that they have to be like evil. Like just they're not great.
Yeah, then that's if they had gone more the John Byrne route, I think I'd be more critical because the part of his take I really don't like is the whole birthing matrix thing, which you could go if you want to go more evil Jarell of like, oh, we're just sending our DNA out just to keep our race going. Like, no, I need the baby take. Like, no, they love their son and are trying to save him, but I'm cool with a more morally gray Jarell. Like the way I would
Oh,
have
sure. Yeah.
the way I would have handled it, Cap. Like,
I don't need
even
him
though
to just be Superman in the first place, because then Superman's not, himself
Yeah.
is special, certainly.
Yeah, how I would fix it, or at least like what my preferred take would be, it's like so you set up the message early, and then Lex gets the rest of it and puts the really bad stuff out, and that tarnishes his reputation and gives him an existential crisis. I would have played it as well. Lex put out like the worst, like most bad sounding part without some context that we could get later. That's how I would have gone with it. Where it's
I
like,
can't,
oh,
I don't even want to come up with ways to rewrite it until I know where it's going, because I'm telling you, there's a plan.
mhm.
And I'm just fine with the message. Yeah.
No, and I think the message at the end of the movie is great and wins me over on like the story and the themes going on. It's just I like the idea of Lex just putting out the middle stuff of oh people are stupid and primitive and weak, and then but it's the part that loses me is rule without mercy. Like if that is to be believed, it's like okay that doesn't match even the tone
Yeah, no, that
of
is
the first part of this at all. Like in the movie it feels out of place, but whatever. That's currently where I stand on it.
Victor Herman, $10 super chat. The way the Justice Gang were contrasted with Superman really highlighted how unique of a hero Superman is. Yeah, I made that point earlier. It felt like Gunn's mission statement was to remind the world who this character really is. And why he's relevant now, and to make a case for how you could still have that character in the really kind of bizarre and arguably like more and more dystopian society we're finding ourselves in. Because I hear people all the time say Superman just couldn't exist now, and I'm like, I don't know. He made a pretty good case for it here.
Mhm.
But that's why the punk
Well,
rock thing is necessary.
Well, I've always said Spider-Man is more interesting in the world of Marvel than he is when you take him and put him in just a world where he's the only hero. And I feel like James Gunn went, well, this is also why Superman's more interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, and a lot of people that aren't, into comics are just not accustomed to Superman, like, palling around with other heroes, and even knowing what that dynamic is. And so, I don't know. My hope is that people that aren't real into this will still give these movies a chance, and that they'll, if the stuff continues to be good, will kind of become accustomed to more of that like comic storytelling and world building that we all like, that I have wanted to see permeate superhero movies more, and that has just been too sanitized sometimes with MCU. Like not always, but often. Like we've complained for years, a lot of us on the channel, that the Marvel movies don't always feel like they're really made like for comic people. It's like taking that material and finding a way to simplify it and kind of sanitize it. And this is not doing that at all, which is why some people aren't liking it. And you could even say that, like, the fact that, like, this is, I don't know, for people that aren't liking this, this is going to sound like a stupid thing to say, but like it seems like a thing where if some people aren't liking it, he's probably on the right track. Like I kind of like almost like that he's taking the risk of making a thing that's not necessarily for everybody, which may seem like a bad idea when you're starting a new universe, but it's kind of just letting people know what they're getting themselves into, right?
But that's what Gunn's always done. He just makes the best movie he can in the way he can, and sometimes he's able to appeal to a pretty wide audience. But as we were getting close to this, I was like, "Oh, this isn't going to be acclaimed across the board. Not
Yeah.
everybody is going to love this." And I think the Rotten Tomatoes score it has is very good, but about what I expected in like the 80% range. So yeah, substantial amount of people don't like this movie, and that's fine. But for the most part, I still think he nailed it.
But what
With what he's
shocked
going
me
for.
was how high the audience score was.
Yeah.
I couldn't have guessed that in a million years.
Mhm.
I don't know if it's still as high as it was when I first saw it, because before I saw the movie, it was at like 96%. I was like, that's nuts.
Hmm.
I just think
Yeah,
it's
and
like
it's
a movie that, like, as a crowd pleaser, just normal audience members who maybe don't go see every movie, try to have like the most like, this is everything that's wrong with it, this is everything that's good, like, you know, kind of try to be analytical.
Yeah.
I think just if you're just a regular person going to like watch something, you probably like it. You're not like questioning what the intentions are. You're not trying to think about how it remixes mythology. You just want to see a Superman movie with other superheroes in it, and like Superman's fighting Lex Luthor, and he sucks. He's in it. He's a bad person. But you're gonna get that, and I think you'll probably be entertained and satisfied. I think even like the action scenes, I actually remember action scenes in this movie, which is something I can't say about like Thunderbolts, for example.
Yeah,
Like
Superman
the
spinning with all those guys on him.
yeah, well,
It's so
I like the
good.
part where like the engineer like has like latched herself onto him, so he's like using her
Flinging
to
her
like
around.
like
That part was
great.
amazing.
Yeah, like so I
Yeah.
think like it's one of those things where a lot of like normies are probably going to watch this and not be turned off by how overwhelming it is. They'll probably just kind of not pick up on everything, but be along for the ride and walk away from it feeling emotionally satisfied.
I
So
think
that's
What's
normies
same
probably
with like
of sorry, good.
I was gonna say, well, it's same with like, you know, a lot of us will talk sometimes about like, oh, okay, you know, does this do a good enough job like introducing you to stuff because we're not doing an origin? Like, is it maybe confusing? And then I've talked to a lot of people who just don't know anything about Superman, and they're like, oh yeah, no, like I got it fine, like just gelled with the movie. I
Right.
do think that sometimes when you have enough of a knowledge, you question that.
Yeah.
And you can't like really see what it's like for somebody who doesn't know anything.
And I think kids have a capacity of just going along with that stuff in many ways more than adults do, at least when it comes to just imagination and this type of escapism.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, it's just like the Incredibles is a world we're just thrown into, and you get what's going on. And there's a lot of characters and stuff going on in that movie.
But it's basically like that Grant Morrison quote where it's like, you know, adults see Superman. I'm paraphrasing. It's probably not exactly, but it's like, oh, you know, like how can he fly? That doesn't make any sense. Kids see it and they're like, oh, it's part of the fantasy. Like, yep,
Yeah.
that's what he does. He's Superman.
Well, to that point, Connor said that normies will just see this as a crowd pleaser and not be analytical about it. I think that's true of normies of a certain age. I think the older you get and you don't know the actual comic material as much, and this obviously isn't true across the board. I don't mean to pigeonhole people, but I am hearing a lot of this from people my age and older, people that, especially people that feel burnout on superhero movies, and even if they're not super analytical, it's the overstimulation thing, and that is the place where I feel like maybe, you know, I'd love to see like the pie chart with this, like the graph with this, where like maybe the older you get, like I don't know if I'm right about this, but like, you know, the older you are, the more you need to be accustomed with the material before you don't feel oppressed by it. I just wonder if that's
true. I was talking to my mom and I said, "Don't watch this. You would hate it." Like, I think like, I don't know how I would be discerning on who I recommend this to over the age of 30.
Yeah.
If they are parents of children who are like around 10, you probably would want to take your kids to it because the kids will probably like it. And then if your kids are having a good time, you'll probably be having a better time by proxy. So there's stuff that goes into this, I think.
Well, that's part of why I had more fun with it on a second viewing, because I took Mikey, who's my 7-year-old. It's Mikey's birthday on Wednesday, by the way. And
ooh, happy birthday,
and Mikey loved it. And it's the twins' birthday today. So 3 of my kids are in the same week. We just had a birthday party for them all on Saturday. But yeah, so Selena and Cassandra. Yes, for people that don't know, I named my daughters after Batman characters. Selena and Cassandra are 4 today, and then Mikey is 7 on Wednesday. Isn't that nuts? How are they that old now?
That's
I didn't
crazy.
realize they were 4 already. That's
I know.
crazy.
And Connor met them last year. Connor got to hang out with the girls quite a
I
bit.
did. They were so sweet. They are the sweetest.
Aw, thanks, man. And I've got a
It
picture.
was really cute.
I actually saw it today
Sorry.
because I've got a TV upstairs that just cycles through photos, and there's a picture of Connor holding Autumn, who was not even 1 when he met her, and that is an adorable.
So-
They
picture,
were
Connor.
falling through a Minecraft lava river, and he was like, "Ah!"
I remember chilling in your, like, the whole family was in your living room, and Selena and Cassandra, like, I can't remember which, but one had brought out both of the chairs that they sit in into the middle, and like,
Oh, yeah.
had like got one for the other sister, and like it was just really cute. It reminded me of like me and my brother, because I have a twin brother. Anyone watching who doesn't know, and it's like I'm hyper aware of like if I'm going to do something to like sit down in this room, like, well, I should probably get something for my brother because he'll want to sit down next to me, and it's just it's adorable.
Real quick before we get to the other super chats, Connor, do you remember the first time you were at my house, and in the middle of the night, Mikey broke into the fridge and into the freezer and started eating ice cream just in
Yep.
the middle of the night?
It was a nightly occurrence, and then I remember like we had like Vince and Adam were over, and he went, "Wait a minute," and he like ran upstairs and like, I got him in the act."
Anyway, thanks for indulging us on that, guys. Victor Herman, 49 Super Chat. With that in mind, how definitive do you think the DCU's Bat family will be? I think he says definitive in like how off the page, like how much will we buy them as not alternate versions, but like the versions. That's hard to say because even more than Superman characters, I feel like there's different iterations and different ways to do those characters that more than one I would feel could potentially count as definitive. I've always felt that way with Batman, but even with some of the supporting characters, and especially because like there's a lot of different Robins. Which one do you do? Are you doing an amalgamation of 2 or 3 like we've done before? Which Batgirl are we doing? Are we starting with Cassandra Cain? Are we starting with Barbara Gordon? Or doing Barbara Gordon as Oracle? Are we looking more at a late 80s kind of tone? Are we looking at more like a mid 2000s kind of tone? So I feel like there's more of a wide berth that with those characters where you can still call them definitive.
Mm-hmm. Batman just has to have trunks. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I think when it comes to these things, like, I think most people know that like you're not really going to get the definitive version for everybody. Like this is going to be the definitive version for probably a generation of one audience. Some people probably aren't going to like this, and they'll go back and discover the DCAU. And I think like we've just had enough screen superhero stuff that like it just is what it is. Like my friends, they're a couple years younger than me. Like I remember being in high school. Look, their Flash is Grant Gustin. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm sorry to say. Like they love
They're
the
already
CW.
doomed.
They loved the CW shows for the 3 years they watched it, and then it became too much, so they kind of dipped out of it. But they have fond memories of Arrow and Flash, and that's their DC. That's their definitive thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah,
we should be so precious about it.
and I will say, this doesn't top the Donner film for me, specifically the first one. That one's still my favorite, but it is nice that we have a new one that I finally really like, and enough variety that to me what this felt like was. We were talking about like how it feels like reading a comic book or jumping in a new run or whatever. To me, it feels like reading a run of Superman like after a reboot, which is literally the case with the movies. But I mean, like jumping into like reading some like pre-crisis Superman and then jumping into a post-crisis Superman run, where some of the continuity is not going to match up, but you're going to get the gist of what's going on, and it'll still feel like at least a spiritual progression to some degree. That's kind of how I view this movie.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think on Letterboxd, I was hanging out with friends in my brother all weekend, so I couldn't write much on it. Hence why I'm here, so I could talk
You
about
did
it
have
at
the
length.
best
Oh,
letterbox
thanks,
review
man.
of this movie, though. It did sum it up.
Oh yeah, I just said, "Oh my goodness." I didn't say that. I said something else, but I said, "Oh my goodness." I actually got an actual Superman movie in my lifetime. Like
Yep.
Yeah.
it's a great feeling. It's a great feeling. I think I'm with you, Robert, though. I do prefer Donner's original, and I think I prefer Superman 2. Um, I just I like Superman 2 a lot, but this is definitely, I'd say, if not quite in that tier, definitely close to it. So I'm satisfied and happy with it.
Yeah, I love Superman 2, but both cuts of that movie have issues for me, so I'll probably end up putting this above that personally. But I do love Superman 2.
See, I finally got a bunch of stuff with this that I've always been wanting, which is just it's actually looking at comics, which is making me, and so yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna put it over the Donner movies, but it's finally scratching an itch, right? And I'm kind of just impatient for the next one, and I don't know when they'll do a full-on sequel to this, but like, I love Lex. He's my favorite, but we got him out of our system. I'm sure he'll come back. But the next thing they do will have to have a Metallo or a Brainiac or a certainly a Bizarro or a Parasite or like Superman. Like people don't like Superman's Rogues Gallery as well as Batman's or Spider-Man's or even the Flash's much of the time, but he's got a Rogues Gallery, and it'd be really nice to get some of those.
Yeah.
And so I like I'm just impatient to get to more of
Me
this.
too. I am desperately hoping, like, the top of my wish list is we got Supergirl next year. Next Superman movie is our Superman and Supergirl movie, and Brainiac is the main villain.
Oh, yeah,
Like, that is,
sure.
I am praying to God for that.
In fact,
Because
I'll even go this far. And Austin won't agree with this, but that's fine. I am more impatient to get to the next Superman movie than I even am the sequel to the Batman, and it's preposterous how long we're gonna have to wait for that. But I've gotten good Batman villains on screen before, so like I need this more right now.
yeah,
I mean, I would say that for having a good Superman movie and a good Wonder Woman movie over another good Batman movie.
Sure.
To be fair.
Sure. Yeah, but you know me, I'm not a Wonder Woman guy.
And to Cap's point, personally, as much as I enjoyed this movie and like it a lot more than Superman Returns and Man of Steel, I also can't say this is literally the Superman movie I've been waiting my entire life for, because Brainiac's not the main villain, and
yeah.
that's just all I want.
You guys mentioned Superman 2, though. I just want to say I had a Superman 2 color thing with this, where in all of the trailers, I was like, oh, Ultraman has a black costume, and then in all of the merch, he's purple, and I was like, why is he purple? He's clearly black. And then in the movie, no, he is in fact purple.
Yeah.
And it reminded me of that Zod thing, where like Zod's supposed to be red in that movie, but it like didn't capture. I think you can see it now on like Blu-ray and 4K. But
I thought you were going to say that Superman didn't throw a cellophane S, and that killed the movie.
that's my biggest criticism of every superhero movie besides Superman 2. Like, that is an immediate ding to every single one. Superman or otherwise. Like, that goes for other characters. Iron Man did not throw a cellophane unibeam.
How is it going to work for that?
I'd have to say I'm so glad that Brainiac wasn't actually teased at the end of this like I thought he might be, because that would be the kiss of death. If Brainiac was teased at the end of this, it would have tanked at the box office and it wouldn't have gotten a sequel, because that is the history of Brainiac teases. It happens over and over again in animated movies. Anytime we say Brainiac is a-coming, it never happens.
Yep.
Well, I guess we can also throw out, like, I'm glad that Gunn was like, we're not doing the after credits tease thing. Like,
yeah, I'm really glad about that.
And the Supergirl one is
like
in the movie.
We tease Supergirl. It's in the movie, and you don't even have to know that her movie is coming out for that to make sense. Like, it doesn't actually feel like it's setting up anything unless you know what it's setting up, right? Like I know a Supergirl movie is coming, and you might go, "Oh, there she is." I'm sure they're spinning her off, but like I know that's coming, and I know that the story they're adapting has her planet hopping. So, like, I know that's a setup, but it doesn't feel out of place because it explains something in the movie. That's the other thing, is it's not just a cameo. It's Superman's relationship with Krypto is freaking weird, and until you get to that, and like you have to have that, or it makes no sense.
Yeah, and he says like at the midpoint or
Talking
first
about
act that
fostering.
it's a foster situation, and that scene was weird on a first viewing. I don't know if
Yeah.
you had this, Cap, but like that like emotional down moment after like the truths come out and he's talking to Lois and he's having his existential crisis. That was just the structural thing really weird on first viewing, where I was like, this feels like the second act downer moment, but I know there's a lot of movie left. And then you
Yeah.
get to the farm scene, it's like, oh, that's actually that. Okay. Again, much more adjusted to the pacing and stuff on a second viewing.
Do you guys want to take just a real quick break and then finish these super chats? Because it's kind of preposterous how long we've been going, and I'm sure somebody probably needs to run to the bathroom real quick. Are you guys? Is
I'm
everybody
fine.
good, or does anybody need to leave?
I'm good either way.
No, I just mean, does anybody need to leave after the break? I guess is what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't.
I got to get up for work in 5 hours, so I'm probably
Oh,
gonna
Connor.
dip.
I'm so sorry, buddy. No, we understand that.
So-
Hey, anything else that you didn't get to talk about that you want to bring up?
No, I think we pretty much covered it up. I was very satisfied by it, and I'm excited to see what comes up. I guess lastly, what I'll say is, I kind of hope all of these movies do this thing where after the initial credits, we get just sort of like not even a scene. It's almost like a piece of iconography that kind of sums up the spirit of the movie and just kind of like a moving image. And there's like a poster bait kind of like image. And it would be cool if like all of these movies kind of did something like that for all of their heroes. Like it kind of reminds me of like in the Mark of Zorro, and like
Yeah.
at the beginning he
Oh,
steps
yeah.
out and like as like a thing that's not for anything besides iconography, and that's what I kind of got at the end of the initial credits with Superman and Krypto on the moon.
I love
Let's
that
just
shot.
keep doing stuff like that. Let's just keep doing that.
Well,
That-
that,
that
felt
was
like
cool.
that felt like
That's like
there's this image from All Star that Gunn really wants to get in here. That was probably one of the reasons that even made him want to do Crypto in the first place. It's like, where does it go? And so he just put it there.
and that's the first image we see of Krypto from this movie, and
Right.
then it's on a poster. Like he wasn't hiding it, and then it's in the actual movie, and it's great. And Connor, to your point, for me, it's like Batman and Robin in front of the Bat Signal in the Schumacher movie.
Yeah.
It's
Yep.
like I love that type of.
It's the
iconography.
007 gun thing, except we
Yeah.
didn't open with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's perfect. Loved it.
All right.
Connor,
It
thanks
was
for
a
being
pleasure,
here, buddy.
gentlemen.
Yeah, good talking to you, Connor.
I'll listen to the rest of it at work tomorrow.
Thanks for your
There's another
insights.
3 hours left, so you got a lot
Thanks-
to listen.
Thanks for your insights. Thanks for staying up too late. We appreciate you. I hope you're not too dead at work tomorrow.
I'll be fine. I'll be dead anyways. I was on vacation for the last 5-6 days. So, all right, guys.
All right,
Ciao.
bye, Connor.
See ya.
We're gonna go to just a real quick break, and I gotta fix our windows here. Every time somebody leaves,
Oh, no.
it makes us look as almost as unprofessional as Austin when he's sneezing
Yay.
into his microphone. Yay, unprofessional. Anyway, okay,
My
guys.
favorite-
I know this is absurd. We are going to beat the record for longest spoiler cast, I'm sure. But we'll be right back. We'll finish all these super chats. We'll read the reviews. We'll try not to take 3 more hours. We'll be right back.
What's up?
There he is.
Are you guys waiting?
Come on, Austin. Speaking of
We were
unprofessional.
going for a break.
Yeah, I know, but you gotta wait until I put the scene back. So you just start talking while I've got the logo going.
I thought we were muted. I don't know.
That's not. I mean, I guess I could have muted us. I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Okay. All
See,
right.
I know you used to not mute it, but then I thought you like learned from me coming back and talking. So then you were like, oh.
I see. So it's my fault for not anticipating your nonsense.
I'm just a dog chasing cams, Cap.
Oh, so you wait. So you've gone from Guy Gardner to Crypto?
Well, Crypto left, so we have to have a Crypto. So I guess I'm Crypto now.
Oh wait, he was. Oh, that's right. He was Crypto because he was like barking.
Yeah.
Look, it's been 3 hours. I don't remember. Okay, let's hit the rest of these super chats. Thank you guys for sticking around.
And then we have to do the Patreon ones.
We'll get through them. We'll get through them. I appreciate both of you guys hanging out with me, and I appreciate Connor too. I mean, 3 hours is kind of nothing, but he was here, so we got to respect that.
I think Connor was just on stream, and Spencer was controlling him, being like, "Okay, like 1A, like you throw this
1A.
criticism." Yeah, exactly.
Victor, I want that on a t-shirt now. It's just real big letters 1A with like Lex freaking out in the background. We did Victor Herman's already. Bob the Hunt, $5 super chat. In comics, Jimmy does date a chick that is the same species as Mixelplick. Oh, yes, I remember this. She looks like a hot chick and not a midget, so Austin might actually be spot on.
But she's the imp one. She was the one that the Justice Gang were fighting in the window. They're at the side of the window, not in the window.
That's what he's saying, is that you could be right about this.
Yeah. That's when he becomes Porcupine Man or whatever. He takes on one of his many roles.
Sorry, I'm trying to. God, there's a lot of super chats. It dropped down real hard, and I gotta find everything. 1 second. Okay. Next super chat. Matthew Base, $5 super chat. Given what the Barovian conflict is obviously a stand-in for, I'm surprised Gunn got away with that. Well, we addressed this a little bit at the beginning. It seems to be kind of a stand-in for a couple of different conflicts. And to people saying they wanted it fleshed out more, I think part of the reason Gunn didn't do that, and how he's quote-unquote getting away with it, is to not make that the focal point of the movie and have that be a somewhat background issue. And also
it is in Lex's plan.
I was going to say, and also in having Lex be actually responsible for it, this becomes, I mean, the social commentary with it ends up being, in my mind, less about like Middle East warfare, although the United States being involved with that, of course, is in there, and kind of more, just more broadly and generically, how like the kind of power rich elites have in being able to manipulate such things. It's kind of more about that, really.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that his country would have had Luthor in the name. There's like Luthertopia or whatever.
Yeah, and it's very relevant in a Superman movie, of course. It goes without saying, to discuss types of power. Mm-hmm. And so you want, a big, powerful, scary mass manipulator like that. And if you're going to modernize the Superman and try to make the case of how he could exist in our world, you got to show something from our world. But you want to do it in, again, balancing act. You want to do it in a like heightened DC kind of way. So you make them countries that don't exist, and you put it in a movie that is still in a lot of ways anyway, light and fun and very escapist. Like I think this is simultaneously very political and very escapist. And
And
in
it was
working
just
on
cool seeing the dictator thing from the comics like be brought into a movie and like work under a smaller villain plot, or like be a smaller part of a villain plot.
that's another
Next.
place where if you know the material, it doesn't feel as like oppressively current political, right? Because like you know that comes from a place in the comics.
There's things never change. Like Byrne was doing this in the 80s.
Yeah, exactly. As long as we do the Joker Death in the Family stuff next, we're good.
If Joker shows up and he's like the Baravian ambassador, instant 10 out of 10 best Batman
Perfect.
film ever made. No notes.
And if Joker then hits the previous dictator in the head with a sink, Austin will jump that up to 11.
Yes. And then he gasses the UN and Superman breathes in all the gas.
Yes, that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Austin and I have.
Don't worry,
agreed that-
Batman. I got this.
Well, one criticism I've seen from some people is, oh, this is just stuff we've seen in other Superman movies before, which I find a little disingenuous. Like, yeah, oh, it's another Lex Land scheme. It's Superman fighting an evil version of himself. It's like, yeah, okay, but if you're just looking at the movies, there's tons of stuff in this that we haven't done in Superman movies before, like Krypton. So I found it refreshing, and I don't know.
Yeah,
And also
people
some
are
of the
calling
stuff
on.
is just kind of hallmarks. And then,
Yes.
you know, like the
Yeah.
clone thing. And then the land plot is such a small aspect
Yeah.
of Lex Luthor's plan. It's basically just like a little homage in the middle of his overall plan. Like, if it was straight up just, this is what I'm doing, I'm going to do this land thing, then sure.
Well, I see that whole thing as a really clever payoff at the end, where it looks like just a standard land plot, and then you find out why he's doing it, and the whole thing is just to get at Superman. That makes it kind of great. But I was gonna say something. Sorry.
Well, you know what the
I've
best
lost my
thing
train of
is,
thought. Yeah,
Cap?
good. What's that?
Superman's greatest feat wasn't this.
Yay! Oh, yeah, you were right, Austin. You said some of those things are just hallmarks, and I wanted to say that. I am not going to begrudge anybody, like I said earlier, that comes into this and goes, like, I'll look at this more on the comic side and goes, God, we've had Lex, like, so much, and like you're adapting in a movie more movie stuff, even though we're doing some comic stuff we haven't done before. Why can't all of it be new? There's plenty of Superman stuff to go to, and to that I say, everybody's mileage is going to vary with how far they want homages and influences to go. But with Superman in particular, and I don't think any other superhero has this like Superman does, too much of what is in the zeitgeist and what people love about this character starts on screen. It starts for people with the Donner movie, even before that with the Fleischer cartoons. Superman has a long storied history on screen. Almost every decade has had a TV show, or a radio show or films. You've got Superman on screen in the 40s and the 50s and the 80s and the 70s and the, like, it goes on and on and on. So to say you have to stay away from screen when you're adapting specifically Superman is not fair, because too much of the foundation of even things in comics with Superman starts on screen. Superman flew on screen before he did in comics. So to say you got to stay away from screen, I think is unfair.
Well, and also just in terms of Lex being the main villain, if you're doing a back to basics movie, Lex should be the main villain of your film, 100%. And then, in terms of what Robert was saying, like, we went back to the well too much. Is anyone saying, like, you fought a clone in Superman 4, you can never do that again? Like,
well,
really?
I think to be fair, it's with just movies, you saw a scene where he fought himself in 3. Then there is a clone in 4. So, I mean, like, there are 2 of those. There are also movies people don't like.
That's what I mean, though. They're the ones that no one likes.
But then beyond the movies, if you are a bigger Superman fan and you've watched a lot of TV stuff and you've played games, et cetera, there's a lot of evil Superman and there's a lot of Superman fighting himself. And so I get that complaint the thing for me is that's just what Lex does. He clones Superman and he sends his clone after him. Like,
Yeah.
I like that we got it out of our system.
Well, and
Even-
I gotta say too. Go ahead, Robert. Go ahead.
Well, even Man of Steel kind of has that, just visually with Superman fighting Zod. It's like, oh, he's
Yeah.
fighting an evil version of himself. Like, and
Yeah, for
God, do I
sure.
hope we don't do Zod in this universe.
Yes.
We've done it.
Never
we've done
do that
enough.
again.
If the next movie is Superman fighting a evil version of himself, whether it's a clone or another Kryptonian or whatever, then I'll be more critical of that and start to cry foul. When you could do Brainiac or Toyman or billion other characters.
Yeah. No, for sure. Oh God, what was I gonna say now?
Oh no.
Oh yes. This is a step for DC to do the thing that Marvel could never pay off, which is actually have characters who have an arch nemesis that we can then also build on, like we do with the heroes, which is something that the MCU never paid off well.
Yep.
Lex can now come back and be in multiple movies, and we can build on their relationship. And I think he should be in all of these Superman movies. He doesn't necessarily have to be the main villain every time, but he should be there, and we just keep building that relationship because, it works really well with these heroes, and we still haven't learned on film that it works really well when you do it with villains, too.
And we got that moment, and I'm surprised that it works considering just how insanely over the top sadistic wanting to see Superman die Lex is. There is still that moment where Superman has, I don't know if respect is the right word, but he cares about proving to Lex that he's wrong about him. And there is the potential for more of a like almost respectful relationship between them moving forward, like we've seen in some other things. And it's kind of shocking that worked. Also, I'm gonna do one better, or I'm gonna do one better, Austin, and say I don't not only want to see Lex be in all of these Superman movies, I would love this Lex in a Batman movie. I've always wanted to see that. And again, he doesn't have to be the main bad guy. He can team up with somebody, but I like it when Lex comes to Gotham. I would really like to see that in this universe.
I don't necessarily need that, but I mean that's fair. You can throw him in a Batman movie. Definitely, we need to do the world's finest Joker and Lex teaming up, though.
Yeah, that'd be great. But Lex and it's always kind of interesting and fun to me to see Bruce Wayne have to interact with Lex Luthor, and I just want that.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, I agree with that. That'd be cool.
Well, and to almost contradict myself from a minute ago, but with the emphasis that if this is the third or fourth movie, I absolutely want that all-star sequence where Lex actually gets his powers. And you do the robot suit first, and then we build to the all-star thing where he actually gets Superman powers, and you get that speech of, if you could have saved the world if you wanted to. And there's shades of that in this movie when he's yelling at Lex. He's not just yelling at him, he's also pleading with him. You could do so much good if you weren't mad at me for no reason.
So
yeah, that's great.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say, because I fully expected Lex in his green robot suit in this movie, partly because his soldiers have them, and partly because I think there's action figures that have been put out, and I was wrong about that. I really didn't think anything in the figures that would not be in the movie, but if I'm remembering this right, I think there is a Lex in a robot suit.
There is, and I remember because we kind of debated on that, and I was like, but I don't know if they would sell toys that are just a bald man in a suit. That probably makes sense that they put him in.
I'm shocked I lost that argument.
I mean, I also thought he was going to be in the power suit. I just said I didn't think the toy thing proved anything.
Yeah. So
there's another toy thing that's not in the movie.
So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, it broke my heart.
Oh, what is that?
The Yeti.
Okay.
They put out the toys of the Yeti thing, and they were also in a book. They were also in a picture book, and I was like, "Oh man, we're getting Yetis in this movie. That's gonna be crazy." And then they weren't there.
I'm gonna go out on a limb
heart.
and say if Gunn had been willing, because it seems like he was holding himself to 2 hours as much as humanly possible, and he wound up with 7 extra minutes. If and on the business end, he's 100% right about it. I mean, they're going to sell more tickets. Parents are going to be more likely to bring their smaller... yes, I get it. If the movie was 15 to 20 minutes longer if Gunn let it go to that length. This movie ends with Lex in the robot suit. I I think what he'd do is have Superman and Lex have their big showdown, and then the news happens, and then Lex finds a way to momentarily escape, and then he puts a robot suit on, and then he fights Superman. Because I was really surprised they didn't do it, and that's
the
how
Daredevil thing.
like I can see how you get there.
Yeah,
So
but-
I kind of think he might have done it.
I don't think there's any chance with the movie we have here. Like, I think. Just go ahead, Robert.
I don't think there's that much fighting with Ultraman in the third act, and then also doing Lex and the robots.
Oh, sure.
That's just
Yeah.
We
too
already
much at
have
that
Lex fighting through him. Like, that does feel
Yes.
like he's fighting through this person this time, and then we'll probably get the power suit another time. And the Hammer of Bravia will probably be the like some sort of prototype for his suit. In the same way that I feel like Ultraman getting sent off in the black hole is setting up Bizarro, or
Yeah,
him to
that's
just
fair.
be Bizarro.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
power suit just seems like a weird thing to set up for a sequel. Like when you're gonna have a Lex that gets outed at the end and everybody knows is bad. Like I'm a little surprised we didn't go there.
I mean, we'll still probably do President Lex. I still
think
feel
so,
like
too.
we'll get there.
I think so too. But Lex Luthor can come back from anything. He can still put the robots. Although if he's
goddamn Lex Luthor.
if Gunn is saving it for President Lex, then good on him for that. Like if his plan is, I don't want Lex in the robot suit until he just goes nuts in the Oval Office and runs out and is like, fine, everybody knows how evil I am. I'll just put on this suit and fight like he does in the Jeff Loeb comics. If that's where he's going, then I'm totally fine with it, because that would be hilarious to see on screen.
Mm-hmm. People mentioned in the chat thing, but the like 1A bit is such a good, like, he goes over the top in like being evil, and that's the reason Superman can beat him, because he's talking through the speaker, and he's giving them like written commands so that Superman can't hear that that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
And then like finally he's like, "Oh, I'm killing you right now! Boom, 1A, boom, 1A," and like that's the thing that makes him lose. Like that's perfect.
No, I like that.
I'm gonna reference the thing that Cap doesn't like. That scene when Lex is like, no, when Lex is like really relishing it when he's using Ultraman to just beat the hell out of him. I was like, oh, this weirdly reminds me of that Doomsday scene where Lex has the clone and he's just using it just to beat up Superman, and it goes to like a weirdly dark sexual place where he's like literally dominating
Oh my
him.
God.
Like, it's
Yeah,
not
that's
it's
true.
not the same thing, but it reminded me of that scene.
It is kind of like that.
He became
yeah.
Jimmy Olsen for a second.
And then they go in that movie. He's talking about the animated Superman Doomsday movie. We go to, and then they take it way too far. Where James Marsters is Lex Luthor, and then we take it way too far, and he says,
Yep.
"Is it who's your daddy?" Is that the line?
Yep,
And
he does say that.
yeah, I'm still losing sleep over that. I like.
He didn't even say that in this version, and Superman was still like, "Dude, your obsession with me is getting a little weird."
Let me complain about a moment though, and I want to know what you guys feel about this and if you can justify it, because I imagine some detractors with this movie were bothered by this, and I like the movie overall, so this didn't ruin it, but I thought this was a little sloppy. Tell me if you guys can justify this. First, Superman says brain beats brawn, calling back to something Lex had said earlier. And the way his brain beats brawn is just he thinks to whistle for crypto.
No, the brain beats Brawn there is because Lex got over the top and was like called out what he was doing, which is that he's having Ultraman beat the crap out of him by yelling commands. Because, like I said before, he's writing the commands down so that Superman can't hear that.
That's what that meant.
So
Okay.
That's the moment of your Brawn got too ahead of you. I can outthink you now that I know that this is what you're doing.
But I still have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because Superman then looks around and sees all these orbs that have been flying around as cameras so that Lex knows what he's doing. Why didn't he try to take those out earlier? Like, sure, he didn't get that Lex was calling out commands.
I think he was just too distracted. I think he just had
Yeah,
Ultraman on him that whole time.
Yeah.
I will say, the one thing I would change about that bit, though, I would have had him whistle first and then say, "Brain beats
Yeah,
brawn."
that's
and
so. That's
like,
my
why'd
that's my
you
other
whistle? Like,
that's my
what are you
third issue
doing?
with it is.
Mhm.
Why
That's
does
fair.
Lex just stand there and let him whistle? Like he started.
Yeah.
Lex should have been like, he's doing something weird, like 1A again, like because Ultraman at that point is not in any way incapacitated. Like, why doesn't he try to have him
Right.
take his face out as he's doing? I didn't understand that.
Yeah, that's a little change I'd make for sure.
That's fair.
Manu, 50 Mexican pesos, thank you. In my opinion, the movie agrees with Superman. The narrative concludes that him, I said earlier I thought this was ambiguous. The narrative concludes that him being reckless was good because it inspired the Justice Gang to also be reckless but good. Yes, and we still have the line at the end to flag suggesting that there will be consequences for that. And that's the main reason that I say the movie is not 100% coming down. Like that's a very to be continued kind of thing. We're not seeing the eventual backlash.
I also think there's a difference from Superman showing up somewhere to stop a place being invaded and to literally save lives. I think there is a difference between that and him, say, disarming all the nuclear weapons around
Yes.
the world. Like, we're not there yet.
No, it's saying that Superman in the short term did the right thing, but if you take that to its furthest conclusion, it's more complicated than that. It might be a bad idea because we also have to have kind of two conversations, right? There's the moral conversation, and then there's the strategy conversation. Like, just because it's right doesn't make it smart, and just because it's smart doesn't make it right. And so I personally, on a singular level, want to see Superman do the right thing all the time, damn the consequences. However, if those consequences are great enough, I'm gonna look like a monster depending on what the consequences are, which is why this conversation is interesting, and why I like that it's still open to some degree at the end, and I like that we don't get to the end and Superman doesn't have a speech where he's like, I saved those people, or sorry, I stopped that war. I was wrong. I see the error of my ways now. I really like that we didn't do that.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm convinced that their first Justice League film will be really looking at Legends and New Frontier.
I'd love that. Also, apparently, I've seen this movie twice. Both times didn't catch it. I guess on the Hall of Justice there is like a big Justice Society type mural with a bunch of
I
characters.
seen pictures of it.
Cool.
I didn't see it on my second viewing either. I couldn't find it.
I was so distracted in the first viewing trying to be like, okay, who do I see? Who do I see? And all I could see was Jay Garrick and Wildcat. But
Yes, Alan Scott's there.
Oh, I didn't even see him. Okay, I've heard Our Man as well, but I didn't see him either. That's going to be one of those things where I don't think we'll get a full breakdown of who's on that mural until after. But apparently that was a thing where that mural just already existed on in that terminal where because it's the same outside as it is inside, like it's the same building. That's the building that the Hall of Justice is based off of, and apparently that was just a real mural. So to cover it up, they like changed it into just the JSA.
Oh,
like,
that's cool.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So the assumption we have to make, and this will be obvious to you guys, but I just want to break this down for a second for the audience. So the assumption I guess we have to make is it's the Hall of Justice because decades ago there was a Justice Society, but we don't have a full-on Justice League yet. So the word justice is going to be in whatever team they do. I just want to mention that because I get irritated by we're arguing about the team name. We can't just have a team name. in a lot of things, or we're arguing about the name of the superhero. We can't just have a superhero name. That bugged me on first viewing. I didn't really put together the Justice Society thing. I didn't see that mural, and I was like, I mean, I guess they have a building, but they haven't come up with a name yet. Like it felt like the Shield thing in Iron Man, where it's like, why don't you have your name yet? And so it makes a lot more sense knowing that that is an old building and there have been Justice teams before. And so they're just trying to decide what the second word is on it. Okay, like I'm much more okay with that.
And this is something that Lord like just put together.
Well, and they are still building
and
the
that's
Justice,
the thing.
the Hall of Justice.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they're just now building it.
Well,
It's
or
like some
renovating it.
They're
Like
maybe
yeah,
renovating it. Like there's
Okay.
construction
Okay.
inside, and they're putting the words on the front because I think it's missing an E.
I
Like
missed that.
they're still putting it
But
up.
the idea that there's a clear, long-standing history of a team of teams with Justice in it
Yeah.
makes me much more okay with the whole Justice Gang thing.
And
Because that seems like a very kind of 90s comic book thing to me.
Mhm. I'm just
well,
surprised they weren't like the Justice Lords, like since Maxwell Lord.
Yeah, that would've been
gave them
there
a
you go.
name.
There you go.
That was
And
fun
to
to them.
Austin's point, like if we're implying that there was a Justice Society, it's like, oh, we are doing. It's not just the New Frontier thing, but like just the post-crisis thing of, oh, there was a Justice Society in the 40s or 60s or whatever, and then the government stepped in and made them go away. I can see that.
And that's a
Canada's
part
universe.
of the Justice Gang thing that we didn't talk about earlier, with the like different morality contrasted with Superman with them. The fact that they are like sanctioned by or funded by a corporation obviously makes them very different, and that's a contrast when you have Superman going, I don't stand for anything but myself. Like, I'm not representing America, I'm representing me. They're representing a corporation. So
Yes.
that's important.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll maybe get the Justice League, and then like the corporate thing is they're like, oh, the Justice League is big. We're the Justice League International, because that's obviously they're kind of the setup for that. Like Maxwell Lord runs the JLI, and then we'll have like a main Justice League. I wonder if that's kind of where we're going.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But the Justice League will form later because Gunn has already told us that like the Justice League isn't currently there. That this is the closest thing to a Justice League there is.
Yeah, we'll see that form.
Just for anybody that doesn't know that. Super Billy, $5 super chat. I think they're going to address Hot Girl's murder of the Baravian president in future films and replace Swift with Hot Girl in The Authority. I could see that.
It's a good idea.
Possibly, yeah. I didn't think they would do something like that, but it's possible. We could.
I meant to look this up. Is that actress the girl who played Trini in the 2017 Power Rangers movie? Because she looks a lot like her.
No, this is Isabella Merced. She was in Madam Web. She was one of the other girls. in
Okay.
that movie,
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
And she's on The Last of Us. She's great on that. And
She was Dora, and she was in Alien Romulus.
Oh, okay. I didn't remember.
She's in a lot of stuff.
She's in
Okay,
a lot of
she
stuff
just
right
she
now.
reminded me of that actress, and I wasn't sure if that's who it was. She's wearing a mask in a lot of the movies, so it's like that.
That's true.
What?
Nothing.
What's so
It's
funny?
funny.
Killer Moth returns $5 super chat. He's always laughing at me. I don't know why. It's the same reason he's Zero Doomsday, no other option. And Ultraman was wearing the containment suit. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that as a containment suit. Shows
The
you,
mask is very
Goggles.
shows you how
Doomsday-ish, yeah.
good of a Death of Superman fan I am. I didn't put that together, but there
They
you
made
go.
it purple, so it's something new.
But I think he's just backing up our argument that it was as justified as a killing with Superman as ever going to be.
Exactly.
Thanks for the super chat. Snooze Around Friends is a name I don't recognize. Welcome. $4.99 super chat. Box office is good, not great so far. I think there is a real shot they bring Pattinson in. It's probably a bad idea, but I think it's possible. I don't know that if the movie underperforms compared to what the expectations are, and I don't know that it will, and I don't exactly know what Warner's expectations are for this. I wouldn't think that Gunn's immediate reaction to that would be, oh God, we need Pattinson's Batman to save it.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be the reason they do that if they do it. But
Me
this is a
neither.
weird case where WB
I
has
could
come
see
out
them
and
doing
said,
it, but I don't think that would be the reason they do it. I also think it could work, even if it's not exactly what I want. I'll say that too.
no, and this is a weird case where WB has come out and said, like, this is our expectation, which is
Oh, I missed that.
they're expecting it to just be a starting foundation where, like, it does well, but, like, we will be making billions later.
Oh, good.
This
Good.
movie is more so about bringing fans back and being like, no, we have quality again. And I was really surprised they said that, and it didn't really like damage control because, like you said, it is still doing well. Like it is still
Very well.
That means they've learned
yeah.
the right lesson if they stand behind that, Austin, because when Man of Steel didn't do $1 billion, I mean they panicked. And
Yeah, well, and like Blue Dragon
Completely
Warrior
different
says
game.
in the chat, like this film did make 96% of its budget back in one weekend. Like it's not
Yeah.
doing badly. Like it is I think the highest gross or biggest opening weekend for a Superman movie.
But they're smart if they're not scared to death that if this doesn't break $1 billion, they have no chance, because they have to factor in the lackluster performance and lack of interest in DC films in general and Superman or in superhero movies at large right now. And they are looking at the superhero fatigue thing and going, we don't know how real that is. I guarantee you that's what they're thinking right now. And they're going like, if this movie does pretty well, we can maybe like bring the interest in that whole thing back. And also they also have to be looking at MCU right now and going, at least we don't have the competition we used to. Like,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying that just to throw shade. It's just the truth. It's just where we're at right now. When Man of Steel happened, they went, how on earth do we get people to pay attention to us when all the rage is over there? And now they're going, oh, nobody's looking over there. They're like very often. Most of the movies they've made in the last 5 years have underperformed or bombed.
And they're specifically greenlighting different types of things too.
That
like
too.
a Sergeant Rock movie, you know, a horror, body horror, Clayface movie, a like HBO detective mystery, the Green Lantern show. Like
You're right. They're not even directly competing with some of that stuff.
well, I just mean like if they're worried about superhero fatigue, they're doing different things. Like
Yeah.
they're not just going, this is the formula, we're gonna do it for all of them. Like they're putting eggs in different baskets.
Which means they're treating it like a real studio. Like I said, Marvel always should have done more of.
Yeah.
We're also in an era where it's like, guys, we haven't even had $1 billion hit in general this year. Lilo and Stitch is close. That remake that might get there, but like,
I was surprised Minecraft didn't make it. It was close.
and with
Go ahead.
well, with the Man of Steel thing, it was just funny. Like to WB, that was disappointing. Like it still made like twice as much as Superman Returns did. It's like, what'd you expect? It's weird. And
I think
Gunn
it
has
was
talked
like
about this
the height of that stuff, you know, shooting off. But Blue Dragon Warrior also makes a good point, which is this is also the best performing superhero film of the year.
Right, that matters.
That is
And-
another factor.
And Fantastic Four will not take that. Even if it
No, I
does
don't think
pretty
it will.
well, there's no chance it does better than this is doing. And I'm not usually willing to be that definitive in a prediction because I'm wrong a lot, but I'll be shocked if I'm wrong about that.
And capped to what you were talking about, like Gunn himself has been talking about this. Like, oh, people are saying this needs to be like a $700 million to be a hit. That's nonsense. We're not worried about that. We just need it to do okay. And I'm sure it needs to hit close to that with how much they seem to have spent on marketing. But yeah, if it hits $700 million, great. That's plenty.
Apparently, I heard today they only spent $100 million on marketing, but I don't know how true that
That's
is.
wild.
It was just like a number they threw out. And
It's
so that could be a
so
thing where we throw out.
everywhere, it's hard to believe that.
It's hard to believe, but
But if this hit, but I'm saying that if this hits 800 million, then we're popping champagne bottles. Like that's
Yeah.
amazing. Like that would make it like the highest grossing solo Superman movie. You know,
Well,
like,
and the other thing to your
it doesn't
point
need to make $1 billion,
to
guys.
keep in mind with that is you go all the way back to Batman Begins, and it did
Yep.
fine, but it didn't do crazy numbers because people were trepidatious about just Batman on the big screen. Even that many years after Batman and Robin, there wasn't reason for people to get super excited yet. They weren't sure. And then of course Dark Knight was insane. So imagine, if you will, that this does like that same thing, but breaks records for Superman movies. Like if the next one does the same kind of percentage over, like it might not. But
That was what WB was saying. That's their expectation. Is
Yeah.
they're like they want to build that,
Which is good.
which is correct.
And the
And-
thing people always bring up with Begins, it's like, well, that made just as much as Superman Returns did. How was one seen as a success and the other as failure? It's like, well, because A, Superman Returns cost at least twice as much to make, and B, Batman Begins was a much more acclaimed film critically.
Yep.
Like you said, Cap, it was a better foundation, at least critically speaking.
If they'd made a sequel to Superman Returns, it wouldn't have done the numbers Superman Returns did.
Mhm.
I mean, it might have,
It would
depending on
also have had
on what they
Superman
made.
kill his own son. So
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it would depend to some degree on what they made. But what I mean is, people saw Superman Returns and then they thought about it for 5 seconds and they went, I don't know how I felt about that. So like the sequel wouldn't have likely done a lot of guns. Whereas Batman Begins was one of the most critically acclaimed movies of the year by a lot of not superhero, not genre people. We got to move on. Snoozer and Friends, $10 super chat. I could have gone for less swearing, to be honest. Super shit, Superman saying piss, better on second viewing, but I was caught off guard. And I was saying that earlier. These guys weren't really with me on this, but that was the experience I had with it as well. And it's not a hard R, but 90% of this movie was family friendly enough.
Yeah, I think so.
Some of us can agree to disagree. That was the experience I had with it too.
And I was listening for it. Again, there's no token F-bomb, nothing like that. The sexual humor doesn't go nearly as far as like the Guardians movies does. And my 2 cents, my opinion, obviously mileage will vary for parents and children, but I generally think like if your kid is like in proper grade school, like out of kindergarten, they'll probably be fine. And I think you can take them into this movie. That is, of course, my opinion, and it depends on the kid.
yeah, I don't know. We were able to say the S word in the Transformers movie. I don't know. I don't think we go too far with that stuff.
And other Superman movies have had language, like Man of Steel, like, and BVS especially, which, like Kev said, has an R-rated cut. So, yeah, that's where I feel it.
Yeah, well, and even when Superman says piss, like, okay, I'm going to break down Superman swearing. Like I said, I think it's okay for Superman to say something when he's referring to a thing. Like, I don't need him to be, like, prudish about language, like that MCU Cap joke. And then when he says piss, it's like a really weak moment where, like, he's at his lowest point, he's dying from kryptonite, and they're about to execute a man in front of him, and it's like just having a moment of power over them where he's like, you know, you're not like this amazing thing, like this is how low I've seen you. But anyways,
And I really appreciate that we had a Superman who could say golly and gosh especially. And
yeah, it was
not
great.
feel like the movie is making fun of him for that or punching down on him. Like that, I really appreciate it.
No, there is no joke that Superman gets up and goes, golly. Anyways, back to the fray.
Well,
It's Superman.
what made me happy about it is we somehow had a Superman that repeatedly uses the word dude, and he didn't lose his, like...
That's punk rock.
What now?
That's punk rock, you know, dude. Like,
Yeah,
it's just
like
the lingo.
I don't know how I'm okay with that. You know, and also it's interesting that we've got the the John Williams score in this with a Superman that acts very differently from that version, even if he has the same values. Like this isn't the like you know, he's real positive and and sends a hopeful message and everything when he's in costume. But he's not the stalwart, put his arms on his hips and make like you know, like declaration or tell kids not to do drugs or something, kind of Superman, and it all still works. I also think he gets there eventually. That's the thing is I think this is, and I don't think this is being talked enough. I think this is early Superman, just as much as the Batman is early Batman. Like I think he gets to that.
And I've heard some people complain that he's more Superboy than Superman, and I'm like, why is that a problem? It's the first movie. He has an arc. He's still growing. Yes, he's been around a few years, but he's still figuring it out. Like, I think that's a fine place to start.
And also, we do so many first movies with things where the character doesn't seem at all to be the character you went to see until the last 5 minutes, and it doesn't have that. He's just, it's just early. Yeah.
The Batman, though, does have a very similar arc.
Yeah.
Where he is figured things out and more like comic book or my quintessential Batman by the end of that movie. You know, it's the same thing for me.
No, Superman's arc is more that like refusal to change, like kind of arc. He's just like, no, I'm Superman. This is what I do.
And also, what I wanted to mention earlier, just before I forget it, it's also kind of an anti the Batman, where in being more of a bittersweet ending, and this being a bit more optimistic, where this ends with him getting the girl, and the Batman doesn't.
Yeah,
that's a big
that's
difference.
A good point too. Yeah, like this ends with they're making out in the air, and that ends with they go separate ways.
Yeah,
but they're both good romances.
Which is part of, because that super chat was like, oh, they'll bring in Pattinson. If we were to do that, and not specifically because of money, but like if we decided that was the way to go, their Batman and Superman are so divided and like exactly what you want in a world's finest type situation.
Yep. No, I could see it. And I needed to see the movie before I could say whether or not I'd be okay with it. I think I would, like, I can't remember if it was one of our viewers or somebody else, but I saw somebody today say in a post, like, I would actually see that being in this universe. Like I could buy it. Yeah, I could buy it.
Like, I'm fine either way. If we continue the path and we make a DCU Batman, that's cool. If we bring in the Batman, that's cool with me too. I think either would work.
I think my preference is still they do their own, just so that we can have an established Bat family and all that stuff already. But I think it could work. Like,
Well, it's basically just a difference between, are you going to start with an established Bat family, or are we going to build the Bat family? Like, that's basically the biggest difference in terms of an overall universe thing with that aspect.
Because I'm impatient. I just, like, I already want Oracle to be Oracle, and, like, I want that stuff to be there already.
Yeah, I want Oracle first.
Yeah, how I'd approach it is I would want, then, if we folded that into the DCUs, I would really want to introduce Robin, Dick Grayson in the Batman 2, and then you could spin him off into Teen Titans and stuff, and then hopefully soon after that do Barbara
and that's still not done. So
Batman 2. So
say again.
So when I already want Dick in the Batman Part 2, so it's like
I don't think you'll get
agree.
That, but
no, there's certain things where I'm like, I feel like there are things that might be different. Like, I still stand by I can see powers in the Batman universe. If we keep them separate, we probably won't get that.
Right.
But but I do think you could do that.
That script is done now, apparently, and I doubt very seriously if Robin's in that script. But
Reeves and Pattinson have both said they're open to it and that they like Robin. Just saying.
And Pattinson was specifically like, if we do Robin, he has to be 10 years old. So I love Pattinson.
Yeah, no, that's great. I still doubt they do that, but I'm not opposed to it.
I don't know.
Einstein Jet, $2 super chat. It's not a S. On my world, it means harem.
It's true.
That's wonderful. Travis Warren, $2 super chat. This is the worst DCU movie. I loved it.
That is correct.
His S could stand for harem, because Hope and harem both start with an H.
That's true.
Einstein Jet puts in another $10 super chat. Thanks a bunch, man. I like that they kept the John Williams theme. If other franchises like Godzilla and James Bond can keep their classic themes after rebooting, so can Superman. We have been over this on the channel quite a bit, so I'll try not to repeat myself too much with that. But the difference for me with stuff like Superman has always been it's connected to a certain iteration, and there are lots of other Superman themes, and it's complicated because there is precedent for it. But for most superhero themes, there's not. Like usually they get their own, and so it's not the same thing as Bond. Godzilla is a little bit more complicated, I guess, because there are different versions that don't have that theme, but I mean, like it does come back and forth. So I don't know, but like I don't see it as exactly James Bond. My thing is, it could have been like that, but we chose not to do it that way for decades.
Yes and no. We do go back to it in Smallville. And
Well,
stuff
that's
like
what I
that.
said. Is there's precedent,
or the Black Adam.
but it's not what we usually do. And
This
when we've
Returns
done
do
it
it?
before, yeah, Returns does it.
okay, I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
I figured it did because it's kind of.
But
a sequel,
Returns
kind of.
doesn't count to me as part of the precedent because it wants to be connected to that material. It's having its cake and eating it too, but it's pretending
It's
to be
kinda muddled.
sort of a sequel to that. Every other example of precedent that Robert is talking about is homage first. It's never we've decided to make this the theme. It's we're hearkening back and nostalgia baiting you with it, and that's the difference.
When I would rather it be like this, where like it is that theme, but like it's not exactly like they did remix it. They do it with like electric guitars and stuff. Like it is a little different.
It is not
that way. It is kind of like when we first got rid of Connery and Bond, where we did the Bond theme, but like with different instruments. So it was a little different. But my point on this will always just be, I'm fine with it for Superman because I don't like any of the other Superman themes. This is like the one that works, so I'm fine if we keep it. But I'm also fine if somebody comes in someday and finds another sound that works too.
And to Cap's point, the other difference is there's plenty of Superman music that predates Williams. Williams is just the iconic one that we choose to go back to. Like the Fleischer cartoons have a very distinct theme, and why can't we riff on that too?
Yeah, Bond starts with a theme that we continue, and Godzilla
absolutely.
starts with that. There's not another one like that I can think of besides Batman, kind of, just because there was other Batman stuff with other music before that, but none of it was dark.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, with the exception of the serials, but that doesn't really have a theme. It just, has music.
Yep.
Captain Kuhn, $10 super chat. The message is still partially corrupted, so he could be saying something like, choose what you want to do with humans, help or conquer. It is your choice, but I hope the Kents raise you well. Sure. I think it's going to be different than what you and Robert are suggesting, though. And Austin and I are going to do a speculation cast on this eventually, and I'll talk more about this, I guess. But like I don't think it's going to just be the message was interpreted wrong. I think it's going to turn out that there's either something about Krypton we don't understand that completely colors the message, which is accurate, or there's some kind of an evil plot behind it. And people are speculating that that's the start of a Brainiac plot. And I think that's plausible. Who knows? And there's a lot of wild fan speculation that I always go, I mean, I guess it could be, but that one I can see.
I think after we see Supergirl, we'll have a better idea if there is a grander conspiracy that Gunn's plotting, or if we just have to take this movie at face value and we're just moving on.
And that's not just wishful thinking on my end. Like, I do kind of hope that there's more to it than what it looks like, but I also it just reads to me like that's what it is. Like, regardless of my opinions on the Krypton stuff. Like, and we're so distant from it. Either that's how little Gunn cares about Krypton, which is totally possible and fair, except the next thing we're doing is Supergirl, and it will have to have more of it. Or I'm right, and there's something else going on.
Your Guardians comparison with the Quill dad thing is great.
That's what it feels
Whether
like.
you're right or wrong, that is an excellent point.
Well, I mean, we're already
Thanks.
saying that there are things that feel like that already in this film. Like, I think all three of us agree that how we take out Ultraman feels like set up for something else.
Yeah, and Gunn's got a history of this, where
Yeah.
when we look back after sequels, we'll go, oh, he was laying foundation for stuff you never would have guessed at. Like he does this.
Even the Suicide Squad. A few weeks ago, I re-listened to his commentary, and you get to the end bit with Weasel, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't think Weasel killed all those children." And this is years before Creature Commandos comes out. Minor spoilers for that, but he already knows when he writes Suicide Squad that, oh yeah, the thing we said about Weasel that he ate 27 children. Oh, that's BS. That's something else actually happened.
And if
that
I
you will then learn
ever
about
did
in
anything
Creature
with that character again, and that's probably the sole reason
Yeah.
Weasel was there, to pay that off. Like that's probably why he used him.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I remember hearing him talk about that with Creature Commandos, where he was like, obviously I didn't know the exact story, but like when I'm, doing these things, like I will have notes in the like under these characters where it's like, here are possible things that you can move forward with, and like that was one of them with Weasel, for example, where it was like, this is kind of what I want to do for like what his backstory would be.
And there's lots of unreliable narrator stuff in his movies.
Snoozer and Friends 49 Super Chat. When Superman called his robots Superman robots, I knew we were in good hands. I can't wait for more in this universe. I gotta tell you, I never thought I would see the day where there would be a major internet controversy over Superman's robots being called Superman robots, but here we are. It's so fun to read a super chat that says the opposite of what I'm hearing from some people that are using this as the big example of how generic and lazy Gunn is as a writer. He just called the robots Superman robots. So then you'll hear people that are into comics come back with, well, that's what they're called in the comics, and then the detractors will come back with, well, that's stupid. He should change it. Do you guys have an opinion on this? Do you land anywhere? I don't know why. I don't know why it's a problem that Superman's robots are called Superman robots. It's maybe a little bit weird for Superman himself to go Superman robots, but I also just like how goofy and comic booky that is. I don't know.
But then at the very end, when Forrest says like, "Oh, I'd like a real name," he's like, "Oh, okay, like what, Gary?" And then seconds later, he calls him Gary. It's like, oh, they've just never had this conversation before.
I missed that. That's fun. I missed that he actually calls him that.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying, Austin?
No, I was going to say, when they all popped up, I was like, look at all those Superman's robots.
I'm probably the only person that appreciates that.
I knew you would be, and I was like, that's okay. If only 1% of the audience gets that joke, I will take it as an absolute fact that I have to say it.
Am I explaining this joke, or do we move on?
It's up to you. Dealer's choice.
So, in Sonic Heroes, which is a terrible game, I played that back in college, and my wife was hanging out with me while I was playing it, and a very early, I'll never forget it, just because you guys know me and grammar, the one of the very early lines in that game, Tails goes, "Look at all those Eggman's robots!" And that's what he calls them, Eggman's robots. That's their official name. Look at all those Eggman's robots. And
but it's funny with that because they did have names before that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they were like the Badniks or whatever. Isn't that what his henchmen were called?
Well, yeah, in the 2D games, but those are like actual robots that don't have. So the Badniks were like, nobody cares about this. I had like animals in them.
But they have that in the 3D games.
Do they?
When you smash the robots, they have like the little animals, and you pick them up and you can give them to the chows.
I will say I didn't think those robots were themselves referred to as Badniks. I thought those were a different.
It might not come up, but like still at some point, like his henchmen did have names, and we just went, look at all those Eggman's robots.
Okay. Well,
That has
anyway,
to be a YouTube short.
you like, yeah, I need to start doing those again. I I don't know, Austin. You kind of made my day with that reference because it's perfect, and I thought of it too, but I would have never said it because nobody would have known what the hell we were talking about. Tobin Belpons, 49 Super J. He's back. Tobin is back. What is his verdict? What is the Tobin verdict this evening? How are you guys? How are you guys still streaming? Movie doesn't suck, by the way. Hi, Connor and Robert. And he said that back when Connor was still here.
Which is like an hour ago.
And he didn't say hi to Austin.
Well, that's just because he doesn't usually see you guys. He just means you guys are like the guests, and yeah.
Okay.
No,
okay.
he just doesn't. He just doesn't like me. It's okay. I get it. I get it.
But Cap, should we also talk about the other Superman robots controversy? Because I thought that's where you were going with that.
Oh, there's another Superman. Oh, just in that. Is it that they're too comedic? There's three things. It's that they're too comedic. It's that. Hang on. Let me do this real quick. It's that they're too comedic. These are the things I've heard, or that they are contradicting themselves about whether or not you guys about whether or not they have feelings, or that one of them is gay. Which of those three?
Wait,
is
one of the robots is gay?
I mean, totally, but that's not a problem.
That's what
I've seen this twice, and that went completely over my head.
Well, I keep hearing people go, they got to do the gay robot thing like with Star Wars because the guy at the end wants to be called Gary, and that's like a gay sounding name.
What are they, the producers of the Incredible Hulk show?
Dude, I don't know. Dude, I don't know.
God,
all I know is I should stay off the internet. That's all. That's all I know.
Is he gay because he stabbed himself in the brain with a pencil? What does this mean? Like, what? Where is he gay?
No, I don't think people are saying they're literally. And I'm not naming names or anything.
Okay, it's just like the Star Wars, like C-3PO's.
Yes,
yes, that was stupid because it's Alan Tudyk. He's just doing his K2SO performance from Rogue One. Did people love that kid? Like, it's the same performance. He's just it's that. It's the robot from Rogue One. It's not C-3PO. Idiots.
I don't know, man.
That robot was also gay, I guess. Right?
Wait, so what's the controversy that you're talking about? Is it any of those three things?
You were right on the second one. It was the media illiteracy thing where, like, he just said that they don't have emotions, and then the girl giggled. That's a plot hole. That's inconsistent. It's like, oh god, we've gotten so much dumber. Like, Jarrell is right. Like, everything he says is right in this movie. Like, we're the worst. Like, how do you not understand? And if you watch the movie and see it in context, it's like, oh, he's like the one who's like, oh, we don't have emotions, but I totally do. Could you call me Gary? Like, that's the joke. Like, yes, they do. And then one of the robots says, I think it's the
how he's
Palm
gay.
One.
Gay people famously are like, we have no emotion. JK.
So, Austin, I'm sure you could recognize the Palm Clementif, the Mantis one. Like, she says, oh,
I actually couldn't recognize them. Oh, she's that one? Okay.
Yeah, she's not the first one, the first lady one. She's the other lady one. It says, "Oh, our poor Superman." I was like, "That's Mantis." Apparently, one of them is Michael Rooker, and I couldn't catch it.
I knew that they were robots in this, but I couldn't recognize their voices.
So, Cap, final thoughts on that controversy? Do you think that's a plot hole? That the robot says they don't have emotions, but they do have emotions.
I mean, I'm indifferent to that whole thing. It was fine for me. That's another thing. And this isn't fair. I keep saying I don't want to pigeonhole people, but that's one of those things where if I read it in a comic, I wouldn't think twice about it. And it's like people just not accustomed to that kind of quirky stuff. And yeah, like MCU will do that kind of stuff, and then we'll just kind of go too far with it, and it doesn't seem like overtly obnoxiously comedic to me. Like, we don't have to stop everything and have them like dancing or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, they're just kind of quirky. I also keep this in mind. There's every possibility, and we're not told. I don't think we need to know. There's every possibility that Superman programmed them. I mean, after all, they are called Superman robots. And they probably don't come from Krypton that way. you know, and
Well,
like his sensibilities are pretty dorky. And
Yeah.
here's a question: what's the business with this robot is new? Like, I guess they're being manufactured there in the fortress, and occasionally they replace themselves. Like in the comics, what we do often with the fortress is it's Kryptonian technology that like replenishes itself, and it does its own thing, and Superman just works with it. He doesn't understand it. He doesn't know what the hell it's doing. He just, I guess I have robot servants that help me. Okay, and I'll deal with them. And I guess I need this big key to get it. Okay, I guess I'll do that. You know, well, no, actually, that I guess he probably does himself. But what I mean is, there are certain things in the fortress that he puts together, and there are certain things that Krypton gave him.
Mm-hmm. I imagine he made like one or two, and then they like continue to make more when needed. Because even the main one is 4. Like it's not like he's 1.
Yeah.
There's stuff we didn't get. Like we don't even get the Bottle City of Kandor in this, which tells me we're probably gonna do something with that. We'll see how that stuff is used at Supergirl. But I think there's a lot of Fortress stuff we could build on in future movies that isn't there yet.
Well, very often the Bottle City comes from Brainiac in the first place, and if he's never met
exactly.
Brainiac, he's not going to have a bottle.
Right.
So I'm glad it wasn't there,
Me too.
because I would have a tough time with Superman's never lost a battle. But he's got the Bottle City of Kandor. Like, I think he should lose against Brainiac once. I'm just throwing that out there.
Now we just need the T-Rex and the giant penny when we get to Batman.
Yes. And that you don't have to wait until, well, I guess it depends on who he's fighting, but you don't have to wait for those necessarily. Joel Davis, $5 super chat. Thoughts on people saying this game changer to the genre, and we could be witnessing the birth of the next 20 years of what superhero films are like? So I get the superhero fatigue thing. I'm not gonna deny that some of that is happening. I also have always said, because the quality has been not great lately with a lot of things, and because we were oversaturated with them for too long. So two things can be true at the same time. It is true that people feel burnt out on this stuff. It is also true that if they're good enough, people that like this kind of thing will go see it. Maybe not as many as used to, but if enough great stuff keeps coming out, they might come back and try it again. Any way you slice it, unless just movies themselves are done in 20 years, the genre will last at least that long.
For sure.
Regardless, we've got 20 years left in superhero movies. So as far as like this will be what superhero films are like in the future. I don't know, because part of the mission statement... Sorry, Robert, I didn't mean to step on you. I just had a part two. Part of the mission statement is Gunn wants to let filmmakers make different kinds of movies. So my hope is there's not a house style, and that Gunn movies might feel like this, but other people's movies might get to, gasp, feel like their own movies. That's the hope.
And that's what Gunn said. He just said, no, Superman's not going to be the template for the tone or whatever. Like, everything's going to be very different.
I mean, we're already seeing that. Like, just the fact that we have, like, a dark HBO Lantern show. The Clayface movie.
Yeah, what I wanted to expand on to Cap's point, it's this movie needs to be successful. It is the foundation. If everything coming out next year is also successful, then yeah, you're looking at least the next 10 years of DC. Because no matter how much they may stumble after that, because as we saw with the DCU, it doesn't matter how many bad movies you could put out. You could still keep trying and keep it going. But next year is going to be the important test of, like, okay, how does Lanterns or Supergirl or Clayface turn out that aren't directed by Gunn, that are directed by other people?
If the MCU,
and with Supergirl,
but if the MCU had completely fallen apart in the midst of that, they might have gotten gun shy and quit. Like, some of that was, there are still superhero movies making money someplace else.
That's true.
And with Supergirl, they have the benefit of Krypto will be a big part of that movie.
Yep.
So,
and as always,
like
if they do fall in their face and this whole thing does fall apart, they're going to put all their chips on Batman, and we're at least going to still be getting Batman movies, because that is the one thing where 90% of the time is your guaranteed money maker. So this stuff is never ever going to go away like 100%.
Whether you like it or not, it's not going away. And that means you're gonna be stuck with me. You have to listen to me, but I'll be here. Yay. Hopefully, yay. Hopefully.
Because as we know, when Cap was a child, he got a message saying that it is your duty to review every superhero film ever made. But the message was damaged, and he never heard the second half of that. And
It actually said impregnate all of the geeks.
Eventually, I found out that I'm supposed to have a secret harem, and that was weird and hard to hear, and really difficult to tell my wife about.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he didn't start Geekvolution because of his secret harem. He started Geekvolution like to start a secret harem.
Dan Schneider, $5 super chat. Brainiac won't happen. He's cursed. We keep almost using him and then not doing it, though I do want to see him. Also want Lex to be put on a robo-suit. I guess he wants Lex to put on a robo-suit. Oh no, I just read that wrong. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Brainiac will remain a cursed thing if this does pretty well. Like, now you'll be able to make a sequel and actually have him.
Mm-hmm.
We'll
finally get there.
Apparently, you missed one from Bob the Hun too.
Can you read it?
I think he was just saying he missed a super chat, so I think he was just like echoing what.
No, I went back.
Okay.
I went back.
Yeah, I think it was just like yeah.
Okay, my bad.
I had it.
No,
I was in good shape.
here, Robert.
Then you had to make it public. How dare you, Josh Golisano, $5 super chat.
Dude.
Gary without the R. That's why people are saying it's gay. Sure, that's why. That's why Gary's a gay name, because it's almost the word gay. Sure,
it's true.
And this is what we've been reduced to. How have we been streaming this long, Bob? And it's weird because it doesn't feel like we've been talking this long, and I feel like there's still stuff to talk about. Bob the Hun, $5 super chat. Remember when people thought the Authority would be the villain? People thought Superman would be fighting the Authority. That got put out as official news. Well, he fought one of the Authority.
True. Yeah, that is also true. Yep.
That is also true.
The last place we leave her is just unconscious in a sewer.
Yep.
That also then opened up, so she's dead.
Austin, would you help me read these reviews real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to try to keep doing these. This is going to make our streams a little longer, but we want to give you guys every opportunity to weigh in on this stuff. And I'm looking for every way to give the patrons more cool stuff they get to do. So this went really well with the DCEU, so we're going to, the mania is for that. So we're going to start asking the same 3 questions we did on the DCEU and make this a regular thing. It was supposed to be a regular thing, or it was supposed to start with Jurassic World, and then I screwed that up. So I'll read those later. But I got a bunch of these on Patreon. Austin's going to read the ones that we have on the Patreon Discord for the Rewind producers. I'm glad I refreshed because I got some more here. God, how many of these are there? I'm gonna read fast.
I got 5.
I've got 14. Holy mother of God. Here we go. Killer Moth Returns says his favorite thing is when Superman spins really fast. Loves that shit. What he'd change, the costume is a little baggy and the S is too low on the chest. Surprise, the fact that I live in a world where I see people wearing a Mr. Terrific shirt now.
At least his symbol isn't like really small, like it is in Returns.
Yeah, and at least he doesn't have it on his belt. I'll take that. I'll even take the baggy thing. Let me read another one. Chewbacca's Lover. My favorite scene is probably Alex's monologue at the end. It's so good. Explaining his motivations. I would remove some of, but not all of the humor. I believe there are good performances in writing that will not get its deserved credit because of the humor. I was surprised that they sort of, I think he's actually right about that, just with some of the things I'm hearing from people online. I was surprised that they sort of make a good case for the Jor-El twist. For the question, how do you think they get Lex out of this? If they want to use him again, how do they do it? Well, we've had lots of stories where Lex does something horrible publicly, gets arrested, somehow manages to get back in the good graces of the public. How exactly that happens, I don't really have any initial speculation. I don't know if anything's coming to you guys.
I have no idea. We'll see him in prison next. We'll do something
certainly.
there where we go to the prison and he's there.
Is he going to say ding, 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 ding?
Uh,
I hope
no.
so.
Oh. Now I'm sad. That's the only part of BVS I want to go back to. For Austin, it's the kitchen sink. For me, it's ding 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 ding.
And mine is so much better. Mine would kick yours ass with a kitchen sink.
All I can say is done, done, done. Okay, Austin.
And all I can say is.
Okay, you read one.
Yes. Okay. Abbock Stark, favorite moment, the final confrontation with Luthor and Superman's speech about his humanity being his strength. Take out evil Kryptonians, as that feels too close to Viltrumites and Invincible. What's so wrong with the original where Jor-El and Lara sending Clark to Earth just because they love him and want him to live? And I was surprised at how nicely Superman continued to be the focus, given how full the cast list was. I was worried he was going to get lost in the shuffle between Guy Gardner, Mr. Terrific, and Hawkgirl.
And he gets taken off the board, and that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Davis' favorite scene, the heartfelt talk between Superman and Pa Kent. Oh, and this is a subtle thing, but I love that during the scene when Lois and Superman are talking, you can see the Justice Gang battling what appears to be a squid monster in the background. What I'd change, you cast Wendell Pierce as Perry White and give him next to nothing to do. Also, I'd make the plot a little less complicated, though I have to think that I'd have to think that one over as to what I would actually change. And what surprised him the most, that there were more than 2 examples of characters saying the S word. I had the same thing with Perry White. That seems to just be a curse with that character in movies. Hopefully, eventually, he actually gets more to do. I did think it was kind of funny that they put all of the major characters at the Daily Planet in the ship at the end, just so they would feel more important. That felt almost emotionally manipulative, where it was like, well, if we look, they're all hanging out at the Daily Planet. They've all gotten like a clever line or two. We can't really give them character stuff. So if they've all left and they're in a different location, they'll feel more relevant and necessary to the story.
Except there's also like one other random guy who's there who doesn't even get dialogue. There's just other person.
And he got a shirt over a named character. A shirt. I was gonna say he's the red shirt. He got a seat over Steve.
Over Lombard.
Yeah, no, I got mixed up because I was gonna say he was a red shirt.
Oh, was that a nothing guy? I missed that.
He's another guy.
Yeah,
he has a name, but like he's like the only one where I'm like, who's this guy?
Who is this guy? Yeah.
Okay.
But I do love this cast and want like a Daily Planet spin-off. Like I absolutely want more from them for sure.
Justin Hayes, best seeing Clark and Lois at dinner. It took 30 seconds for them to become my favorite version of that relationship. Yeah, 100%. What I'd change, first half hour needed to be a full hour. It feels very clipped. And a lot of dialogue needed more room to breathe than it had. I felt that way a little bit. Maybe not a half hour, but biggest surprise, it took me a while to adjust to the vibe and tone this is aiming for. I got there by the end, but at first I wasn't sure I was on board for what I think feels like the best possible version of the DC straight-to-DVD movies, tossing the audience straight in the middle of issue 127, hoping you read the reference notes to catch up. Question, now that we've seen it, how do you feel about dropping the Legacy subtitle, and do you wish the Legacy themes had been drawn a little more to the fore? Yeah, I think I would be scratching my head a little bit if this still had that title. Because, like, yes, it's about Legacy to some degree, but that's not even, like, the main word I'd use for themes with this movie. I think Gunn is 100% right that evokes looking backward and thinking about history, and I think it's very strange to use that title for a Superman that's been around for 3 years.
I think Birthright makes more sense as something, even that this has nothing to do with that story. Like, what is his birthright? Like, that would be a good subtitle for this.
Superman for all days for the week.
If they do subtitles in the future, and I think there's a chance, for whatever reason, Gunn is so against those now, I think it's possible we just do numbers. I don't know. But if he goes to subtitles after this, I'm hoping for a Man of Tomorrow title.
That also wouldn't have been bad.
Because that could have worked here, but that might even be better for a Superman that's getting a little bit more mature.
I also don't think I'm crazy to think that if the next movie is Brainiac and we give Supergirl a major role, like you could just title that movie Superman and Supergirl. It's worked before, so
I thought you were going
that's
to say Superman Brainiac, but you could do Superman and Supergirl, yeah. Superman, Supergirl, Brainiac, DC Heroes All Out Attack.
Just don't call it Brainiac Attacks. That thing sucks. Give us another one, Austin.
Serial When Pigs Fly. Favorite scene when Luthor killed that guy in the pocket dimension. It perfectly encapsulated Superman and Luthor's opinions on life. I would have made the movie longer. The first 20 minutes or so were a bit rushed, and we could have had a bit more of Clark and Lois's relationship. I was surprised that Peacemaker was in this movie. And question, how accurately do you feel they depicted Superman in this movie?
Accurate?
Very.
very.
Do we mean like to comics or just to?
You just said.
What
do you think he was accurately depicted?
Well, that's what I mean. Is I don't totally know what that means.
Yeah.
It's definitely to what I
spirit
want.
of the character, certainly.
For myself, this is what I think of as more classic Superman, at least than Returns, Man of Steel. You know, a lot of movies we've gotten before. So I was very happy with it.
So we're actually going to get to hear Tobin say more than 5 words. He's in here. Tobin's favorite scene, probably the final couple minutes, which brought a tear to my eye and got me excited for the future. But really anything in the climax as well. Superman's super fighting moves were insane. What I would change, James Gunn's humor creeping in so much. I'm sorry, but it doesn't work here as well as it does with his other work. And what surprised me, the fact that I enjoyed the second half so immensely after not being won over by the first half, took me a minute to ease into the chaos of this very cartoonish world. Austin, he's very articulate.
Mm-hmm. More articulate than I say.
One reply, favorite scene, besides that super quick moment where Clark says, "Oh, that's really good," after sipping hot cocoa, you mean? Literally everything about that final flying kiss. But most of all, Clark's smile when Lois says, "I love you" back. It was so infectious, so sweet, and so human. I loved it. I even got a little misty-eyed. What he changed, this isn't major or anything, but I would have liked a scene that more clearly shows why Clark is seen as the most powerful metahuman. I don't think that really came across. I suggested that too. I'm surprised that came up. Surprised that big tech, competitive, high adrenaline F1 pit crew vibe like work culture at Luthor Corp. It instantly made me believe Lex would have loyal people willing to go all in and even do shady stuff for him. It was a great show don't tell thing. That's a terrific point. So that's hard to make work, and I kind of questioned it for a second, and then I eased into it pretty quickly. And it was just disturbing watching these very normal seeming people like rooting to kill Superman. That was messed up.
Yeah, and on first viewing, I did have that feeling like, okay, is Superman actually like the most powerful metahuman in this world when like Metamorpho exists? Like, I wasn't sure if I was buying that, but on second viewing, it clicked in more like, oh no, it's entirely the alien thing that bothers Lex.
Yes.
It's not just how powerful he is. It's the alien distinction is really important as to why Lex hates him so much.
Which is why Mr. Handsome can't be a white Martian, because he wouldn't have his picture on his desk.
Maybe he just doesn't know that he's a Martian.
That's shit too.
Austin, do you have any more?
Yes, I got 3 more.
Go ahead.
Captain Coon, favorite scene / moment. Too many to decide, but maybe the flying scenes. I saw it in AVX D-Box seats, which move and vibrate with movement moments in the film. That's how I saw it the second time, and it was pretty cool.
That's cool. The first time I saw it in 3D, because I actually bought 3D tickets, and I can't see in 3D, so I didn't tell you guys about this. I had to watch the movie in 3D, which means I'm wearing glasses over glasses, and the colors are muted, and that's irritating. But I got to see it big, so that was cool. And then the second time, I had to sit too close to the screen because more tickets were sold than I would have expected.
Oh,
I was trying to get 3 of us in there because I was bringing Jayson and Mikey, and we got there half an hour early, and we still had to sit, second row. Mikey loved it though, and then 5 minutes into the movie, I didn't even tell Austin about this. Somebody pulled a fire alarm and shut the movie down, and we had to sit around and wait 15 minutes for the movie to come back up.
You got attacked by Snyder, bro?
Oh, yes. No, I'm sorry. I didn't tell Austin about this because I was in the theater texting when it happened. I forgot about that. I'm sorry. What did you say, Robert?
You got Snyder broed. Apparently, that's an epidemic. Some Snyder people are pulling fire alarms.
That's a thing?
Yeah, that's a thing.
Wow.
6?
Maybe like
can't.
5 people have done it.
So what I was going to say is we can't assume that that's the reason it happened, but everybody in the theater was like, there was this guy behind me that went, I go to movies all the time. And he was older than me. He was like this guy looked like he was probably 50. He was like, I go to movies all the time. This has never happened one time. I bet you're right. I bet that's what it is.
The weirdest thing that's ever happened to me is like
there were people that left through the fire exit and never came back.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Good job. No, halfway through watching Doctor Strange 2.
It's also funny because they paid, so the Snyder Bros didn't they still got money. But anyways, what were you saying, Robert?
No, they just want to make sure people don't see it. That's very important.
The second time I watched Doctor Strange 2 in the Multiverse of Madness, like halfway through the movie, the lights came on, and it was like, this is weird. So I had to get up and get somebody, and like, oh yeah, I don't know what happened, but yeah. Other than that, I don't think I've ever had a movie like shut off or a fire alarm.
What's funny is the first Doctor Strange that happened with me, where the movie shut off for some reason. I think the whole theater lost power. Oh, but I've never had the fire alarm thing.
The first time I saw Guardians 3, it started like buffering, and then it like started skipping, and then they had to restart the whole movie.
Yeah, I've seen technical glitches like that, but
yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry, you were in the middle of one.
Things I would change: Hawkgirl screeching felt weird in a bad way.
Oh, I love
that. Having the Daily Planet crew and the Mr. Terrific car felt unnecessary. Like they were just there to be there.
Agreed.
Though I do hope they make a Jimmy Olsen show to expand on the Daily Planet crew.
Also agreed.
And thing that surprised me: drunk Supergirl calling Superman a bitch, like I do to my sister, had me laughing. I was like, I guess I have to say it, but I can like diminish it if I see it.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. We're doing a 5-hour spoiler cast here. Brennan, favorite moment: Clark and Jonathan talking on the front porch of the Kent house. What I would change: slow the pacing down a tad, give us some more time to breathe with the characters during the quiet moments. What surprised me: while the trailers certainly pointed in this direction, the film just felt so much like a comic book to me in terms of its color palette, tone, the way it just drops us into the story, like picking up a random issue, and not being afraid of the more out there ideas and characters like Crypto, Metamorpho, Engineer, and Lex's pocket dimension. I loved it. The girl that plays Engineer is really great.
Yeah,
I just gotta say
there's kind of no weak
I enjoyed
points
her
in the cast. Like everyone's really, really well cast.
No, I will say, and this is nothing against this actress. It's just that they didn't give her enough to do. I feel like Hot Girl could have been played by just about anybody.
That's fair, but I already like that actress, so
okay.
She just doesn't really get much to do.
Yeah,
she's Hot Girl. She's fine.
With the Engineer, she does have a line that I thought was some clunky exposition that actually would have played better later when they're in the fortress. They're just telling us, but this is after we've already had the Pentagon scene where he's saying, "Oh, this is the Engineer. Her body's like made up of nanites or whatever." So we already had that exposition, but then in the fortress,
oh yeah,
this Engineer, she has my back. But then in the fortress, she says, "Lex, I gave up my humanity for you, or to be a machine or whatever." I'm like, oh, I think that line should have come later when she's yelling at him for opening the rift.
Yes,
I think that line would have played better there.
That was a weird piece of exposition that's a character telling another character something they know already for no good reason. I'm with you, and there were a couple places with like clunky exposition and dialogue issues like that where it it just felt like you're talking to the audience. And then he says, question, do you want to see Corn Sweat Superman show up next in a direct sequel to this film or in an ensemble/team-up film first? Not meaning a cameo, but as a major or a supporting character. I would be fine either way. Depending on just how prominently featured he is. Well, I actually almost don't even want to answer that question until we see Supergirl. I guess my answer is if Supergirl doesn't do enough Krypton stuff, and by enough, I just mean tell me what's happening with that. Then I'm going to want a singular Superman-focused movie just because I know Gunn will do it there. But if we get enough of that where I feel like I get what the twist is, because I think there's going to be a twist, then I'm fine with anything, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, same here. In terms of when we'll see him next, I imagine he'll be in Supergirl at the very least as a cameo.
Sure, he'll get a scene in that, yeah.
And I am convinced he will be in a scene in Peacemaker Season 2. So, I think it'll be probably those two. So the next things that are coming out.
Go ahead and read another one, Austin.
Yes, MattBat68. Favorite scene: the Clark and Lois interview / debate. Thing I changed: rearrange some scenes to make it flow better. Wish we actually saw Superman interfere with the war. And what surprised him was how much I liked Mr. Terrific.
I think I like opening it on his vulnerability like that, but also you just might get the audience off to a weird foot if the first thing we see him do is something like violent and controversial like that. And also hearing him talk about it, and usually I am a little bit more show don't tell. I mean, there are times where it's more effective to do that. In this case, I think it's more effective because we get some kind of nice like comedy mileage, and we get to just kind of imagine it where he is describing things I don't really want to see him do. Like, I don't think it's appropriate in this movie with what he's all about and what the main thematic crux is to see this Superman put a man up against a cactus. I think you just talk about that.
Mm.
I also think having that stuff happen off screen is important because the way we talk about it, especially the way Lois is grilling him, paints a very different picture than what's actually going on. Where when you get to the third act of in the third act, you see just how poor and much outnumbered and outgunned these people are. Like, oh, this isn't a war. This is actually a massacre.
What a good point.
That he was
That's
stopping.
a good point. That's a really good point.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I also really like how this film starts in Matus Rest, where you don't even really know that you are in the middle of an action scene. Like 10, 15 minutes in, it's like, oh yeah, we're still in an action scene. Like, we obviously mentioned that he just lost a fight, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's still happening.
You didn't know he was going to go back and keep it going. That's part of the reason. That's part of the reason Gunn gets away with not showing us that fight. Is you see the second half of it, so it doesn't feel lame.
Yeah, if we open the movie with the guy fighting Superman, beating him up, Superman going to the fortress, and then he goes back and gets beat up again, and the guy, that's just a weird double beat. Like, why show us that twice?
Yes, it is.
I still think that scene has some clunky exposition when the Ollie guy shows up, and all you need is, oh, Superman, you've saved us plenty of times, we should save you. Instead, we get some, like, oh, he served me so-and-so, like, this is how I know you. And then you'll get similar exposition later in the torture scene. And both of those scenes have clunky exposition, in my opinion.
That one I'm more okay with, because I feel like that's what a guy on the street would do. Like, that's him being not presumptuous. He's going, Superman rescues so many people, he's not going to remember me. Like, he's gonna tell him where he remembers him from. I bought that.
That's right.
I gotta hurry up because Austin's yawning. Damian Wade, favorite moment: Superman bashing it. I told you somebody's gonna fall asleep on the stream. Superman bashing
I'm good.
Lex's door after he figures out he's got crypto, as well as Lex hiding his mouth using a coffee cup. All around a great scene. Oh, real quick, there was a thing I wanted to ask you guys about. And I meant to say this probably 4 hours ago.
Yeah,
and I'm not even exaggerating. I did have a little bit of a why now question as far as the Hammer of Barovia went, because we're told he stopped that war 3 months ago, and I'm not sure why Lex waited as long as he did.
3 weeks.
I thought it was 3 months.
I think it
he
is
started
3
dating.
weeks.
He started dating Lois 3 months ago.
That's okay. That's what I'm conflating.
That's why you have that in your head.
That's what I'm
Yeah, because it's all in
conflating.
threes.
Everything's in threes.
So I guess it doesn't matter, but do we think the idea is Lex needed those 3 weeks to then get that whole thing together? Was the clone not ready? Or is there a strategy of it'll look too suspicious if he sends it right away, like those
That's
people
my thought.
wouldn't have the resources to do it that quick? We don't want it to look like Lex is behind it.
That was my thought. Yeah, like you couldn't do it right away. You'd have to wait like a little bit because it has to look like they took time to respond and come back after this.
I got the vibe that like the clone stuff is something he's probably been working on for a while, and then when Superman interfering in that country happens, it's like, oh, I need to use this, and then it just, you need a couple weeks to figure out what you're even doing.
Okay,
with Superman.
I don't want to spend too long on this, but I do. This is a thing that I also meant to mention quite a while ago because I'm hearing a little bit of like there are detractors with this movie saying Lex's plot makes no sense. And we've broken down some of it, and like,
sorry.
And
I didn't
okay,
mean to
good
cut
night,
you off.
everybody. And I feel like I've done a decent enough job, with some of this explaining why I think it makes sense and I get what he's doing. When I don't know this for sure, but I think where some people might be coming from is Lex's line at the end that we keep praising, because it's wonderful for motivation when he says, "I created the war for an excuse to kill you." That contradicts what you just said, Robert. Lex is not using that conflict as a he's not taking the opportunity from that to go kill. He orchestrated it. So my guess is there are people who don't buy that he could orchestrate it that way from the beginning in knowing for sure what Superman would do. And to that I say, all master plans begin with a first domino. And if that first domino doesn't fall, you go to another plan. It happened to fall, and he's been psychologically profiling Superman to have a pretty good sense that Superman would probably stop that because he has a consistent pattern of stopping people from dying if he can help it, right? So that is a risk. Like, maybe Superman does that, maybe he doesn't. But at the point that he does, it's not the obnoxious master manipulation plot where every single thing that happens after that, I wouldn't buy that he could orchestrate it, where it's like a series of decisions other people have to make. After that, the dominoes are pretty easy to drop. And that's why I think it works.
But at a certain point, you're basically just saying, how come story? And it's like...
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then he just has to send Ultraman after him, and he has a pretty good idea of how that's going to go down.
But also, Austin, I just don't even think there's any gimmies in it. I think that it is like as long as...
But I mean, if you're going to be that picky about it, like at a certain point, you're saying, why is there a story? Like, why does a story happen? You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, you're nitpicking it so hard that you might as well just be saying that.
My problem with the Lex stuff in BVS, because people are like, well, that was convoluted too.
But I don't even think... That's the thing, is I don't even think this is convoluted.
No, me neither.
I don't actually think it's that. Now, it's convoluted in the sense that there's a lot of moving pieces to it, and in that he could have killed Superman earlier than he tries to, but if he did, he'd be breaking the law and having the U.S. government go after him. I feel like there are very clear reasons that he's trying to do this publicly.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm just saying I don't think it's convoluted in the way that plot is. Because that plot is, he wants Batman to try to kill Superman. Why does he even think that he could do that? He gets his hands on Kryptonite. Why does he need Batman? I mean, like, just at the and I can go on, but like just on the face of it, it's just random crap we want to see happen on screen, so we work our way backwards. This feels like everything we see happen comes from character places in the first place.
Yeah, he gets kryptonite and then expects Batman to steal it. And then it works. And also, my problem with that plot is people always say, well, the Doomsday part is the backup plan. No, it's not. Doomsday's hatching and gonna happen regardless of how the Batman fight turns out. The Batman fight is made completely pointless when the Doomsday thing is already hatching.
No, that's true, too.
Like, that's one of my main issues.
But, like, this doesn't feel like he went, I really want a pocket that... Now, maybe he did, but it doesn't feel like it, and that's what's important. That I wanted a pocket dimension, so how do I come up with a Lex plot that gets us there? It feels like he went, Lex needs a prison, what's that going to be?
Yeah, I could see some people saying, oh, the pocket dimension, like, that's weird and convoluted, and to us it's like, no, that's just wacky, weird comic stuff. That's just this universe. It's just the world.
Yeah, and it's cool that it's just these things exist.
And it helps
He's
us.
a super genius.
And it's like the Suicide Squad in that, and that had an interdimensional stuff too, in that it opens the world up and gives you a sense of what's possible here. We don't do outright magic, but we do everything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. No, it gives us a cool new realm to hang out in for a little bit and have an action scene. I have one last one of these. Super Billy, his favorite thing is any scene where Superman and Lois are interacting. The thing that he would change is the Jor-El and Lara twist. And his biggest surprise was how well balanced everything was.
Cool. I didn't finish Damian Wade's, so I'll go ahead and do that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Thing he would change... Ultraman, while I liked how it was Corin Sweat and it made sense, part of me would have liked Henry Cavill in the role as a nice passing of the torch moment. I just don't even see how you would do that with the kind of, A, with rebooting the universe, and B, with wanting a younger Superman. And, like, you could have given him a role in it, but I don't understand how you would have him as Superman in this movie.
And wanting a Superman that can act. Sorry.
Not everybody's with you on that. And then the thing that surprised him, David Corin Sweat as Clark / Superman. He's my favorite on-screen portrayal of the character from the moment he was on screen. Corin Sweat is Brendan Fraser playing Clark Kent playing Superman. I don't usually like Superman. Oh, interesting. However, this portrayal was exactly what I needed to connect with the character, just an all-around lovable guy. Which again seemed to be a big part of the mission statement. Was like and this is maybe not fair. We keep going back and comparing the Snyder stuff, but I got mentioned. Snyder's whole thing was, how do we make Superman cool? This is, how do we prove that he already is?
Also, Corn Sweat did in places remind me of Brendan Fraser.
That's
I didn't have that, but now I can see it. Yeah.
When Brendan Fraser was, I think, who JJ wanted for Flyby, and there was a moment specifically where I was like, "This is probably the closest we have to that." He kind of looks like Brendan Fraser in this bit.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Favorite moment, the scene in the apartment between Lois and Clark talking about what it means to be punk rock. Close second, the adventures of Jimmy Olsen. What you would change, while I like the Daily Planet stuff, I think there's too many characters on the team. When they board that ship at the end, I don't know who half of them are. And what surprised him, only 2 James Gunn needle drops. They're both great, but I was surprised he relied more on instrumental score for this one. And once again, maybe I'll appreciate it more as I listen to it, but I was disappointed that we finally get a James Gunn movie that is a lot more orchestral score, and I just didn't fall in love with the score.
Well, and you wanted more original score, I think, since it's just doing the Williams theme.
Well, like I said, I still can't decide how I feel about it, but I wasn't listening to that going, I wish this was something else. It's just the rest of what's original that's there didn't jump out at me at all. I can't even say it was generic, I just wasn't thinking about it, and I usually am. That's all. That's all. I
It
wanted
was
to walk
fine.
out and like have like a I don't know, a score experience and in auditory experience, and it was real MCU in that way. Is that like it was fine, it was serviceable, but it wasn't like a big deal. Music's a big deal to me. Not every movie has to have a big deal score, but like it's Superman. I don't know. Do you have any more, Austin?
No, that was it.
Okay, I'm gonna finish
The
this.
one I read between yours.
And then I'm never gonna do this again. No, I'm kidding. Victor, what is your favorite scene? I teared up when Superman stopped the kaiju from hitting the building, especially with how it was shot from the people inside's point of view. The Superman isn't about strength; he's about life. Lot of different favorite scenes. Like some of the same ones are coming up, but there's not a consensus. What
There's
main
also just a
thing?
lot of good extra stuff.
Mhm.
Like with extras, like little moments like that.
Yeah, that's right. What main thing which you want in a Superman movie? My wife always said, just give me Superman flying around saving people. She hasn't seen this yet. I hope she likes it. What main thing would you change about it? I wish there was 10 minutes at the front of the movie that set up the geopolitical conflict a little more clearly. What surprised you most? I was surprised by how genuinely inspiring it was to see a Superman this moral, relatable, and wholesome. My cynical heart began to melt, but my actual biggest surprise is that Gunn gave Lex Luthor another real estate scheme. My question for you guys is, do you think if this movie came out in '06 instead of Superman Returns, audiences would have accepted something this off the page comic booky? That's a terrific question.
I think that they would have, with the caveat being obviously A, there would be differences, and B, there's stuff like, well, obviously CGI Krypton wouldn't have looked as good in 2006, so there's a lot of asterisks to that. Very similar to Spider-Man Homecoming. It's like there's a lot of reasons why a lot of the choices made here are because of previous movies.
Sure,
Like,
but
you wouldn't.
I think the question is probably more like, are there more stepping stones of more comic booky things that you'd have to get before you got to this where people would buy it? Like if you didn't have forget what it looks like. Let's say somehow the exact same movie comes out. Would you do you need the Guardians movies, for instance, before you can do something like this with a mainstream? Because Hollywood has kind of for years been gun shy, no pun, in like doing stuff this off the page, and we do a lot of like we got to do the origin first and not really have much of a story in the first place. So like I get where he's coming from, and that's a tough question to ask. At some point you got to rip the Band-Aid off, and I want to think if people thought it was good enough, they'd adjust to it, but
Yeah,
Well,
I don't
if
know.
you're just looking at superhero movies, yeah, we were still really shy in that era about going too comic booky. But if you look at other big blockbusters, in 2006 you get Pirates of the Caribbean 2, and that's such a big, bombastic, weird blockbuster that does so many weird, imaginative, crazy things. And
yeah,
I
that's
mean,
fair.
people maybe didn't like it as much as the first one, but it was a big hit. You know,
Mm.
so if you look at other blockbusters, I'm like, yeah,
Well,
We've
and
had
Superman
yeah. No, you're
himself
right.
is weird because there's two really bizarre movies that were like very close to being made, and then we end up getting the safe one as the one that
yeah.
ultimately gets made.
That's right.
So I don't know,
And the safe bet didn't pay off. People weren't crazy about
no,
it. It's not what they
no,
wanted.
exactly. But then you go, would it have paid off if they did Superman Lives or if they did Superman Flyby? I don't know.
No, that's a terrific point. Those are both really good points. I mean, the Matrix sequels had come out by then. Reloaded is really weird. It made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, no,
But
that's a good
Flyby
point.
is super Matrixy.
Ren Davis' favorite scene is a twofer. It's the interview between Clark and Lois. Then the follow up in the punk rock scene where we see them bridge the gap of those differences, all while an interdimensional imp is wreaking havoc in the background while the Justice Gang fights it. Those two scenes were respectful of both characters and show us how both complement each other in their relationship. I truly buy their chemistry and how they would work moving forward. What I would change is probably the structure. I rather like the original idea of a week in the life of Superman. Austin brought that up. A series of episodic adventures that show what it's like to live in the DCU. As it stands, the structure did feel rushed. There are many interesting ideas that we just blow past. Would be cool to let them breathe more and not have to condense things down with exposition. I wonder if that would have helped it serve for some people better as an introduction to this universe too.
Yeah, I don't know. Could you do a director's cut though, where you have like put some of that stuff back in and maybe put in another 10, 15 minutes if it's there?
I would certainly like one, but Gunn like never does that, so I'm not
I don't think
expecting.
it'll happen.
No, I'm not saying
But you
it'll
could.
happen. I'm just saying like, yeah, would you be cool with it?
Yeah,
I'd like a longer
I
cut.
would. As weird as I get with, like, you know, what stuff counts as canon since it didn't come out in the theater and not everybody's going to see it, like, yeah, with this I would, because I know there's a better cut you could make.
Well,
I'm
that's the type
dying.
of stuff that I always say where it's like you're not really changing anything. Like it's not like it really impacts the universe. You're just doing the Lord of the Rings thing of like, the normal audience probably doesn't want some of this extra stuff. Like, but the fans are maybe more okay with Lord of the Rings specifically. It like kind of tanking the like pacing to a degree. It might fix it with Superman. I don't know, but
I think it would, yeah.
I'm dying to see what the deleted scenes for this look like, because Gunn typically does put a lot of those out on his movies, and I'm anxious to see what the deleted scenes look like, and if there's any I actually would put back in the movie, or if I'm like, oh no, yeah, he was right to cut this.
I want to know if we'll ever find out what that like darker bit in the ending was that apparently Drew Goddard was like, no, you should cut this out.
Oh. He snaps Lex's neck. What surprised me is how much I loved Mr. Terrific. I was also surprised at how much of a bad dog Krypto was. Finding out it was Kara's dog completely made sense. Well, and also, I like that Krypto is tied to Kara, because we do that a lot in the comics.
Yeah, I think Krypto is going to replace the Super Horse in the Supergirl movie, where like he will bookend if they follow that book structure.
Oh, I'm sure. I totally forgot about the Super Horse in that book. I gotta read that again.
So I feel like he will get taken out in the first act and then pop back up for the third.
I loved that book. I'm not remembering a ton about it right now. I gotta reread that.
Yeah, it's a good book.
Slipmaker Kal-El, we love you more than land, air, and sea, but Krypton, the planet you're from, is dying, so when you get to Earth, play that planet like a harp from hell! And that's all he wrote!
Lex should have done a little record
So
scratch on a CD.
That's really funny. Just a couple more of these. Kando Tor, favorite moment, Clark and Lois's scene before he turns himself in. Just a fantastically well-written Superman scene. Thing I would change, I said this in the Discord, but I would have loved to have a bit more Superman in a Superman movie. The supporting cast was great, but we didn't get to see all that much of the status quo. Thing that surprised me, I wasn't expecting to enjoy Guy Gardner as much as I did, but I think Fillion was pretty much perfect. The middle fingers flipping tanks in Brovia had me rolling. And question, what is the best Mighty Crabjoyce record?
Oh God, how do you pick one?
S is for harems.
Yeah, that's a good one. Also, with music and Guy Gardner, I love because Gunn has that Spotify playlist for like all the characters. Guy Gardner has Nickelback on his because, of course.
Does he really?
Yeah.
I like the, because I haven't looked into that stuff, but Austin mentioned to me that there's even songs for Ultraman. I'm like, he's not even a person. Like, he's not listening to music.
Oh, it's wonderful.
What did you say was on his? You told me a couple things. I can't remember.
There's like a ton of metal, and then I think there's like a theme song to like Death Note is on there. Like there's weird
That's so
anime
good.
stuff on there.
I forgot about that. That's perfect. But it's probably the crappy second one.
Well, the biggest one that made me laugh is on Superman's "There's Don't Stop Believing" because it put this image in my head of Superman watching the finale to The Sopranos, but he's Superman, so he's got like a really optimistic read of how that ends. So he's like, "Oh, I think it cut to black because he like saw the good in life and like was redeemed."
Last one, Skeep Tariq. What is your favorite scene? The maybe that's the real punk rock scene. Okay, a lot of people did say that. What main thing would you change? I would cut some characters, maybe Hot Girl and some other heroes. And what would surprise you most? How comic booky it is with Lex's plans, especially. Again, I will double down on, especially on a second viewing. The other heroes are actually really necessary for contrast.
Yeah, and like you can cut like one or two, I guess, but like when you're talking about like Hawk Girl, like she's got maybe 2 minutes of screen time.
Also,
That isn't like mixed with other characters.
and don't do
like,
the DCEU thing where you keep talking about other metahumans and you never freaking show any.
Yeah.
mhm.
I would have liked more Metamorpho stuff. I feel like he gets a little shortchanged or at least rushed just because I really expected Simon Stagg to show up in the movie. There's a reference to SAG Industries, but like he's the father of Metamorpho's wife. Like he could have been
Oh, I
working with
didn't know
Lex. Like there's so much more you could have gone with that, and then you see Metamorpho's wife for like 5 seconds in the
She
movie.
looks like a meth addict.
Don't say that.
Why? Why can't I see that?
And then
It's true.
and then it's weird at the end with the final battle having him show up there the same time the Justice Gang does. Like either Metamorpho should show up first or they should show up first, but them just being there together at the same time was weird. I felt like I was missing something.
I think that's
with
probably
that.
a cut for time thing.
Yeah,
where
the
it's
sense
like
I
we
got
know that
was-
he's going to show up there because he like sees it on the TV, but like you could have had something else there to cement that.
See, I thought maybe they joined up together before that. Like somehow he met up with them and wanted to come with them and help, and then he gets added to the team during that scene. But maybe not.
Yeah, I could see it there being a deleted scene like that.
But
like
that
he
would have
pops
been
up.
that would have been better, where he just shows up and is like, "Hey, can I help?" Like,
And for people saying, "Oh, Hawk Girl gets nothing to do," it's like, well, she kills a pretty big bad guy in the movie, and if there are consequences to that, then you really can't say that anymore. But also, it's like, I don't know, it would be weird to have a group with like two people. Like she rounds out the team. Like I don't need her to have like her own subplot or whatever. She's more in the background, and that's fine. But like, it's not a group if it's just Gardner and Terrific.
it's fine. I do wish I had a little bit more of a sense of who she was and what she was about, just through like personality and stuff. Because the other two I have like much more of a handle on.
Yeah.
So she doesn't need a ton of screen time, but like, yeah, she is just kind of there. I don't know.
She's just kind of like warrior culture lady. Like that's kind of
The problem is that she has the big plot point at the end with them, which suggests that maybe I'm wrong about this, but my experience was the movie thinks that I've spent more time with her than I have.
I don't know. I didn't really have that.
I mean, that's
but
fine.
I'm sure there's stuff that with her that was cut out too.
That's what
You
I'm
know,
saying.
most definitely.
I bet there was.
I just got the sense that she's just warrior lady, so she
Yeah,
likes to kill.
So I have not been able to convince my son Mikey, who is 7 now, that and this isn't even from this movie. This is just, I mean, I have a lot of superhero stuff. And so they've seen a lot of superhero things. I have never been able to convince him that it's Hawk Girl, not Hot Girl. He thinks her name is Hot Girl.
A little bit of both. I don't know. It could be. Who knows? Who knows?
He also.
I think you're gonna say you can't convince him to stop doing the hot girl screech. Like he's just
Oh,
walking around the halls of
that'd be
your
great.
house, like ah.
He also still thinks that Master Chief from Halo is called Master Teeth. And
That's great.
and I have made it a rule in my house that everyone has to call him Master Teeth, so I can see just how long I can keep Mikey thinking his name is Master Teeth. It's so good. So
Beautiful.
we all refer to that character as Master Teeth. Okay, did you guys have Bob the Hun? She is a hot girl, though. I think it's just accurate.
I agree.
Do you guys have any other thoughts Because we've been talking about this movie for an unprecedented 5 hours. We've now gone longer than my written review for all the parts together of BVS.
I like Ma and Pa. That's all I got.
Oh yeah, I guess we didn't really talk about that. I thought they were good. I could have stood another scene or two with them. And I am in the camp that does feel like they are like almost cartoonishly Southern, which is just strange being from the Midwest myself. Being both equal parts from the Midwest and from the South, where like they sound more like people that I knew when I was living in Arkansas, but I live in Kansas and I know no one who is like that here. And I don't know. The further west, the further south you go, I guess there's more of that. And I get like being out in the middle of nowhere in farm country, but
And I only really have that with their first scene. Once we get to the farm, I don't have that problem at all. Again, I really would have liked a conversation there with Ma and Lois just to get a bit more context and slow down a bit longer and see how that banter back and forth would go. But the scene with Clark and Pa's perfect.
Oh, it's perfect.
Yeah. It is. Absolutely.
But that bit on the phone where Pa's like, tell him to come around more often or whatever, and then she repeats it, and he's like, "Yes, I heard him." That was great.
Yeah, and I stand by what I said earlier that when the bombshell comes out and we're seeing everyone react to that, there should be a cutaway to Mom and Pa watching that on the TV.
I do like though that you get their reaction there, and they basically don't care. Like they just see their son. Like I do like that though.
Mm-hmm. Well, they just want to really know if their son's okay.
Mm-hmm. No, I also just really like that moment too of Lois seeing his bedroom and it like kind of everything with him clicks.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
It's a very sweet moment.
Sorry, real quick, Mikura, about the thing I said earlier about Master Teeth. He said, "That's crazy because we never see his teeth."
That's why he has to wear the helmet. He has like really big, ugly teeth.
Oh, is that why?
Okay.
Okay.
It's a shame. Yeah.
Well, his head is fully made of teeth.
Robert, do you have anything else?
I'm a punk rocker. Yes, I am.
Yeah, that's gonna be stuck in my head until the end of time.
That ending scene is so good. And again, on first viewing, I was like, oh man, I needed a lot more build up with the Kents to earn that. And on second viewing, I didn't have that issue as much. I have this with all good films where when I know where it's going, the emotional moments tend to hit me harder on another viewing, not my first viewing. And on this one, I was like, yep, this ending's great. And despite my mixed feelings on the Jarrell stuff, just the Pa speech of like, well, I think what you wanted that message to mean says a lot more about you than whatever they actually intended. Like that whole storyline is worth it for me just for that line. Like,
yeah, for the sake of the piece, it's great. I can't argue with it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, and the Fool's line is so good too.
Yeah, that's what's interesting. Not to open this can of worms, but it's really interesting that this isn't a Superman resists the call story. This is a Superman who grew up with like, oh, this is my purpose. Cool, I'm down with that. And then that's kind of shaken a bit, and he has to reaffirm that, oh no, this is who I am and what I want to do, and I'm just going to keep doing what I want to do because it's what I want. It's not just my purpose, and all that stuff's great.
There's probably a whole deleted scene where he's in the cell talking to Metamorpho, and he's like, dude, should I have a harem? That's what my real parents wanted me to have. What do you think?
I was destined for
Metamorpho
harems.
Was like, exactly. It's like, I'm destined for harems. And Metamorpho's like, look, I have a baby with a meth-addicted wife, okay?
That makes it okay for me to break the law.
That makes it okay for me to kill you. Stop talking to me.
Okay.
Exactly.
We got go. Everybody, thanks a lot for joining us. I can't believe that this went as late as it did. I want to say thanks to the Super Chatters for your support tonight. Thank you to the patrons for leaving comments, and I'm glad I remembered to read them, as many as there were. I didn't expect 20 of those, but you guys are wonderful. Thanks a lot for participating. And we will see you again real soon with lots more stuff here on Geekvolution. I will be back, I think, tomorrow night with a new comic show. Unless I'm just too freaking tired to put it together. But in the meantime, I was Captain Logan, and we had Austin the Day Ghost.
Maybe the real punk rock was letting your dog maul a bald man.
Maybe so. And then we got Robert. Thanks, Robert.
Hello.
And my son Jayson was here a few hours ago, and Connor was here a few hours ago. We dwindled down to 3, but we still got through it. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. And we'll see you again real soon. Bye, folks.
See ya.